So just wondering, if he gets another 6 karma by the end of this run, can he still use that 30-day backdated for initiate? Or would it have to be done now?
James?
Okay, so... Oh, Alex. My name is James as well.
Oh, that too, yeah.
What was the question?
Well, if, the idea of initiation, because he's got 30 days free, if he gets the right amount of karma by the end of the run, can he still backdate it?
No.
Right.
You must do things because the run will reset his downtime counter.
Okay.
Which is unfortunate, but the way it is.
I was trying to help him out.
How does this damn thing work? Anyway, okay, so while I'm working about this, we can start talking. So, the 5 of you have received a wonderful message from your fixer that gives you the location and a time, which is 6 p.m. The location, if you've cared to check it, is at Impurity. Does anybody have anything they wish to do before they head it out, before they head it over, or are you just going to roll up?
I will be rolling area knowledge. Yeah.
Let's head that from left to right.
Right.
So that would.
So yes, area knowledge, Seattle. Sprawl life and underworld, in that order.
Okay. Area knowledge. Area knowledge, sprawl life, and underworld. Okay. Underworld knowledge. You vaguely recall hearing that somewhere along the way, there's a street dog out here. There's been a few rumors of him having some trouble with gangers and a few other bits and pieces, but nothing. Yeah, nothing out of the ordinary. Area knowledge. Purity is in the northwest Barrens. It's just across the wall.
Northeast.
Northeast. Sorry. My geography is not the greatest. There's my map. Not the table I built myself at RP Reasons. Okay, that would be what? Rincewind for my own.
For RP Reasons, I made a small table of whether or not my character's late based on rolls, and it turns out she's going to be 10 minutes late.
Okay.
To the meet.
That's interesting. Sure.
First time for everything, I guess.
Once you finish up the area knowledge stuff, I will describe the usual, how are you getting there, rewearing, all that stuff.
Yeah, we'll get to that in half a moment.
How much more time do we have?
Well, considering we're just starting, and you can more or less work out how the hell you want to get there, that one's relatively easily fixed. But, yeah. Sorry, Purity, Northwest Barrens, whilst my map plays its thing. It's just across the wall. It has all the standard problems you would imagine from the Barrens. It's fairly open, though, from what I understand. But it also borders on Zaratna, so it's a bit of a rough area, Regal. You've probably not been there, but you've heard rumors. And Sprawl Life, miscellaneous assortment of other similar such things between Underworld and Area Knowledge.
Okay. That is the extent of my trade pre-meet knowledge skills that I know.
Do it.
Regal will be taking a Johnny cab.
From?
Well, he lives in Bellevue, so what he'll probably do is he will have the Johnny cab go up through Snohomish and then pop right over the wall.
Okay. If next to let's just put a nice little box here. If you could throw a name and sin in the box, that would be great.
Okay.
Alrighty, and were you aiming to be there on time, or early, or late?
20 minutes early.
20 minutes early.
Actually, no. 30. Let's make it nice and even. 30 minutes early.
A whole half an hour.
Fake. Let me put my fake sin in with radiant ending.
Okay, we'll come back to that. Razor, is there any pre-knowledge skills you wanted to have a look at? Where are you coming from? How are you getting there? Are you carrying anything openly illegal?
Well, I'm gonna Google it, obviously. Is that the threshold 3 one that takes like half an hour? And if I take browse, it's like 15 minutes, something like that. Oh god.
So you're just trying to do a quick Moogle search for purity?
Yeah, we have like a specific point we have to go to, right?
Yes, you have a location of a clinic.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna Google that location.
Okay.
Moogle.
All right, no, that's fine. So you want to roll me your matrix search, please?
No, that was wrong.
11d6. Yeah, so
5.
when you do it, just take the spaces out in future. You have 1 success.
Oh shit! Well, it's only been 15 minutes. Whatever. I'm gonna roll again to get the rest. No.
Yeah.
The entire thing without spaces.
So when you say the 11d6 space greater than space 5, just take those 2 spaces out.
There you go.
There you go. Okay, so it takes you half an hour, but there's a street clinic being set up there. It's run by a dwarf. It seems to be it has a matrix presence, but it's a street clinic in the Barrens. It's not the most it's not the fanciest thing. There's some opening hours and some prices, because this shit ain't free, and a few other bibs and bobs. But yeah, it's a fairly unremarkable street clinic. It's not the oldest street clinic. It doesn't seem to have a lot of history, but it's a street clinic.
The Barrens is like the slums. Or what?
Yeah. So the Barrens is, well, they built a wall around it. Let's put it that way.
Basically, the Baron's description changes from table to table. Some have it as like this almost irradiated Fallout-style wasteland. Some have it as just really packed up slums. The general interpretation is that the Barrens is where Seattle puts all the people it doesn't want to see.
It's the favelas.
Yeah, it's the favelas,
If
basically.
you've ever been to Rio or seen pictures of Rio, it's like the favelas.
So how would this one get there? Take the cab?
Although one notable difference is much fewer Disney films are set there.
Yes, very true.
There's Disney films about the favelas. Oh, well, good to know. Okay, sweet.
Rio.
Yeah. That's very
Or
true.
Disney-like film.
So where is your lifestyle, Reza?
I guess Bellevue.
Well, you have a
I don't know. I'm just.
It's okay. You have a medium lifestyle, so that can put you in up to B zones, I think. Maybe A.
Oh, so Is that this map where it says B and Z and blah blah blah?
Yeah. So, so Purity is an E zone, which essentially means that the cops come if they have to, but they really try and avoid it.
It's the we'll show up 3 hours from now. Please don't make us come in there.
Yeah, and when they do show up, they usually show up in force.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
But I can live in the B zone, so I guess I'm gonna take Bellevue.
Okay, if you could write that down on your sheet for future reference. Bellevue is an A zone, but yeah, that's probably okay.
It is.
Yeah.
I'll have a look if I find a better place the next
No,
time. Yeah.
Bellevue's probably okay, or somewhere around Bellevue. Like, so let's say Newport or Eastgate.
Yeah. Can you give me like a map
Your
of that at some point?
lifestyle, the level of your lifestyle doesn't necessarily have to match what kind of zone you're in.
It doesn't,
Like you can
but
live in the Barrens in a mansion, or you can live in a tiny little janitor's shack somewhere in a AAA zone.
you can. It's unlikely, but yeah. For
Mhm.
average, there is a rough correlation. It's not perfect, but somewhere like that. Okay, so you're coming from Bellevue, and you have to get to Purity. How are you planning on getting there? And when were you planning on getting there?
Does Seattle have public transport?
If you pay for it.
Is that in my? Do I have like a monthly cost in my
Medium lifestyle would cover
medium
you
lifestyle?
for public transport expenses. Are you seriously trying to take the bus to the Barrens, though?
I guess not, because who the fuck takes the bus to the slums?
Don't laugh.
I don't know. Is
Riggers?
there like taxis? Yes.
Yeah, there's cabs, there's personal It's functionally the same as any large city now, just with more firearms and magic.
And armoured buses.
And armored buses.
And armored buses. Okay.
So if you want to take the bus, that's fine. You want to walk, that's fine. I wouldn't recommend it. If you have a car and you feel like driving, that's also fine.
Jeez, I'm not gonna take my car into the slums. Are you crazy? Nah,
That's-
I'm gonna take the bus, whatever.
Okay. And how early were you planning on getting there? Were you planning on being on time, late?
I don't know,
early?
like 10 minutes early, something like that.
10 minutes early. Okay. If you could roll me your edge, please.
I said, yeah, all my edge that I
So
have right
just-
now, right?
Yep. Just your total edge score, which would be 4. Okay. Well, the bus drops you off at the appropriate point on time. Now you have to walk. We'll come back to that. Valk, where are you coming from? How are you planning on getting there? Was there anything you wanted to look at before you went? And so on and so forth.
Yeah, couple of knowledge skills.
Sure, shoot. Gang, who runs this area? Okay, so. Any organized crime links?
I'll do an area knowledge as well, just in case I know the same things that's already been discussed.
Mhm.
Probably not.
Well, you know it's in the Barrens.
It's a thought!
How the hell can I know who runs the area when I don't even know the area?
Okay, you ever hear stuff like, oh, so and so he run, he's got a bar up in such and such, and you're like, where the fuck is such and such?
Okay, so you know that there is okay, right. So area knowledge. Go from the bottom up. It's in the Barrens. Organized crime links. You haven't got the foggiest. There may have been a rumor or two, but nothing concrete. Who runs this area? 5 successes. So you've heard there's a mob called the Chain. that have been there's been news of them expanding and being a little violent and sort of running rampant around the area.
So a gang.
Yeah, there is a gang in the area, but you know, being a bit more gangish than normal. They're they're headquartered at a rat's nest, but they sort of roam out in towards Purity. Mainly a trog gang. Alrighty. So where are you coming from, and how are you planning on getting there?
Tacoma, driving fancy little America.
Mm-hmm.
Try and stick to main roads as much as possible, cutting into the barrens at the last possible moment.
Okay, so up the 405, along the 522, and then just hang a right.
Yeah, basically. Aiming to get there about a half hour beforehand. Park up the street a little and just keep an eye on the place. Walking in about 5 minutes to the meet.
Okay, so Regal, you were 30 minutes early. Razor, you were 10. And Valk, you were aiming for 30. Awesome. Cobalt. Anything?
Yep. I'm going to do my quick knowledge rolls. I'm going to try Syndicate, see if I can find anything more than what Volcana did.
As far as you can tell, on the area in general.
No, on like the area of the meet, like where we're actually going to be working, possibly
Okay,
kind of thing.
right. Okay, as far as you can tell, you haven't heard of any Syndicate ties. You know, standard rumors about who they buy their goods from and stuff, but they don't appear to be a front for one of the syndicates. There's been a little bit of chatter on the news threads about some of the people pushed out as part of the Reclamation Act going north instead of south. So it's a bit more crowded than it has been previously.
Okay, I think that covers it because I've heard stuff about this others. So I think between Twitters we've covered most of the bases.
Sure. Keep
Gonna
in
be
mind,
covered.
it's not common knowledge yet, but yes, we have.
Yeah. Coming from Tacoma, going in my America, going to be taking a similar route to what Volcana did. You know, ducking in as late as I can, pretty much for obvious reasons.
Mm-hmm.
Going to get there about 15 minutes early.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of thing.
Alrighty. Tuatha.
I will be arriving about 10 minutes late by Johnny Cab.
Right. What level Johnny Cab do you have?
Back to the record. Regal actually has the highest level, so I technically didn't need to go all the way the long way around, but I felt safer doing so.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Tuatha, what? And if you could be really helpful and change your Roll20 name to say Tuatha, that would be great. What is your Johnny Cab level? What level
Connection 2, loyalty 3.
So he will take you into the Barrens at that point, but just okay. And you are 10 minutes late. Did you have anything you wanted to try and find out?
If it helps, no, because the reason for being late was busy with her own medical stuff.
Right,
May or
okay.
may not still have a bit of dried blood on her.
Okay, so you're busy. I assume no. Is anybody carrying anything obviously illegal with them? No assault cannons, no explosives.
No.
Okay.
Restricted, but not illegal.
Alrighty. Never hurts to check. Alrighty. So moving on. Regal and Volcana. You both decided to pitch up about half an hour early. Let's go right to left this time. Volcana. What do you plan on doing once you show up?
Basically, keeping an eye on the street, the entrance to the place, see who's about, who's coming and going, that sort of thing.
Okay. One moment. So, there's a fairly standard sort of foot traffic in and out. People go in looking kind of beat up, and some people come out still looking kind of beat up, but they're covered in bandages now, so presumably something is happening in here. There's a few folks wandering around with dodgy cyber. It's a street in the Barrens.
Sorry, I returned. What's up? What have I missed?
Nothing yet. One thing you do...
How...
Yes?
Volcano was how early? Because I think we both were 30 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Just going the other way this time. One thing you do notice is that the clinic is covered pretty well by cameras over the front door, and if there's a few small windows that if you didn't know better you would think were gun ports. Yeah.
I'll roll perception as well. I'm going to perception on that.
Um,
And I will be observing in detail for... What am I observing? Suspicious characters around. Because this is a street clinic in the Barrens, and that means problems. Juicy turret. Also, this place seems to have gun turrets. So.
No, not gun turrets. Like the.
Oh, gun ports.
Yeah, like the drop-down slot where you can put a shotgun through to tell.
And then I can't really think of anything to observe in detail for it, unless you will allow me to simply observe the clinic in detail.
Yeah, you can stand across the street and take a good old-fashioned creepy peek.
Well, the thing is the +3 dice for observing detail usually requires a specific thing you're looking for,
Yeah.
so I'm not sure if you'll allow it as simply the
Well,
clinic.
it's either a specific thing you're looking for, or if you're staring at a thing, you are devoting all your attention to looking at this thing.
Okay, I will do so then.
With your creepy hawkster. Alrighty. Well, damn.
I keep all of those.
Well, it's brick. There's so same sort of stuff. It's covered pretty heavily in cameras. They are definitely gun ports around the door, but they don't look like they've been used terribly recently. Hanging off to the side a little bit, there is what looks like a dude in you recognize the exact composition of the concrete. Yeah, mainly. It's made of old buildings. Barrens is built on the Barrens. Standing off to the side a little bit, there is a dude in gang colors loitering. He doesn't look terribly happy, and he's sort of pacing around and swearing a bit. Every now and again he sort of walks up towards the door and swears a bit, and then walks back towards his corner again and just sort of generally curses. Sensing the area. It's the Barrens. 8 successes. Holy shit. Let me just dig up the sensing real quick.
That's impressive.
I did not.
All of them.
I did not add my 2 additional specialty dice for aura reading, as I was not looking at someone's particular aura. I was simply sensing the general area.
That makes me feel so much better.
And I can technically only keep 7 of those hits.
Okay.
So
sensing, read, interpretate fluctuations, so on and so on and so on. Okay, so in this case, this is just what does this place feel like on the astral?
Mhm.
Okay, so it's the Barrens. It's not the world's most happy place, but this is almost a touch calmer. There's like a feeling of not of calm. This place still feels, you know.
Also, did you get the stream out?
Oh yes, it is running. I just forgot to post you a link.
Mm,
Let me just finish chatting, and I will sort that
sure.
out. Yeah. So there is. It's the Barrens. It's edgy. There's a slight background count. But this place feels not calmer, but a bit more stable.
Okay,
Like,
not quite as day-to-day violence.
yeah, this is not a place people fight.
Good. All right.
Tair, does Tair have a personality? Is that how this
Tyre does. Yes, Tyre does indeed have a person. Tyre. Okay, so Tyre looks like a photo-negative version of Regal in his realistic form. He looks like a Arab skin, an Arabic black-haired version of Regal, with obvious differences in body shape. Tyre is a lot stockier and more muscled than Regal, but otherwise, they look like siblings.
Okay, so you just got the Photoshop negative filter version of yourself.
Yeah. So Regal himself is a bit bookish and very, cautious and sort of academic. Tyre, by contrast, is much more vivacious, more extroverted, very curious about the world, since he is only recently of the material plane.
Mm-hmm.
His materialized form is that of a large bird. His realistic form is that of a metahuman.
Okay.
The photo-negative Regal.
Alrighty then. Cool. Let me just dig out the stream link that I forgot about. Mea culpa, mea culpa.
And of course, since Tyre is his ally spirit, and Regal explicitly was looking for a friend when he went looking, they are, of course, the most best of bosom buddies, brothers in spirit.
Sure. Okay. Emergency. Oops. Cat, shut up. Sorry, my cat is taking liberties. Da-da-da. And there is the stream link for people who care. Now stream medical emergency, so on and so on and so on. Submit.
Got one more roll before we move on.
Sure. Why is my... Did they change the flare for streams? I'll leave that for now. Anyway, security design. Are the security features leftovers for the building of the previous use of a building?
That's yeah.
It's possible, but at the same time, they wouldn't be out of place. It's possible that they were there before, and when the clinic moved in, they looked for somewhere that had a nice sturdy door, cameras, and a couple of holes to put a shotgun through. But the camera pans back and forth a bit. It appears that it's useful. It's not, it's not like they put a coffee shop in a warehouse kind of thing.
Okay.
If I assume that's the general sort of thrust of your question.
Yeah, basically, I was wondering whether they were using or needing it, or whether it just happened to be there.
Okay. All right. Do you know each other, Regal and Volcana?
Don't believe so.
Okay. Can each of you throw me a perception test with
Standard perception or visual?
Visual. Actually, no, standard. Let's go with standard. I take that back. And Regal?
Regal is AFK getting some food.
Oh, I missed that. Okay, sure.
Uh,
2 hits.
I'll also do a shadow community, so if I do see anyone, I'll know whether I recognize them.
Well, it depends if they got street cred.
They'll need a lot for me to recognize them with that.
Okay. Alright, so there is a dude that looks like he's casing the joint, but he could just be another street bum trying to work out if he can score some drugs. It does look vaguely familiar, or, you know, when you look at him and you catalog the description, it's like, yeah, this guy seems like he fits the thing. I think he fits the description I think I've heard about, if that makes sense.
Mm.
All
And to save me rolling multiple times, I'll just use that one success for everyone as they slowly turn up.
Yep. No, that makes perfect sense and will make my life easier. Cool. You were showing up 15 minutes early. You were taking...
I was. I did. Sorry.
Were you driving or taking Johnny Cab?
I was driving, and I forgot to do a disguise roll before I left. Can I quickly do that?
A which, sorry?
I forgot to do a disguise roll before I left. Can I do that?
Yeah, sure, you haven't shown up yet. Did you take Johnny Cab as well, Volk, or did you take your own transport?
Got my own.
Okay.
Well, I look very slightly different, but not that much. Yeah. Really not worth doing, but hey. So yeah, I was taking my Ford America there and getting there 15 minutes early.
Should that have drain?
No, it's a deck power, so
Okay.
no drain.
Alright, so you were aiming at being there 15 minutes early? Because...
Yep, I will do a quick visual perception and then do a shadow community to see if I recognise the few people that have already turned up.
Okay.
Alright, I have just come up with some exceedingly important things. I will be back in like 10 minutes. I'm so very sorry, Redback.
That's okay. Before you run off, can you just throw me a quick visual perception? Nah, lost him. Anyway, let's carry on.
No, I'm here. I'm rolling 13d6. There you go. And again, I'm so very sorry. This is really, really embarrassing, and I'm sorry.
That's alright. Okay. Well, you spot Volcana. Do you know Volcana? I'll deal with that later.
I do not.
Okay.
I do not know.
Do you have Shadow Community?
I go.
Look, don't worry about it. I'll deal with it later. Right, visual perception of the area, 5 successes. Okay, so that the same sort of information about the building. It's a street in the Barrens. There's bums, there's winos, there's people filing in and out of what appears to be labelled the clinic. You know, the people leaving look healthier than the ones going in, which is usually a good sign for a street doc, and they don't appear to be missing anything obvious. The ganger that was pacing up and down, this applies to Valk and Regal as well, has gotten a bit more agitated. He's now swearing louder, and he's sort of picked up a bottle off the street and is sort of waving it around a bit. He's looking very unhappy with himself. But it's a fairly unremarkable thing that says clinic in an AR over the door. It lives in a building that looks kind of run down. It is the Barrens after all, but you know, no one's hiding a tank in the backyard. And are you just gonna wheel just hanging around on the street, watching the door until the appointed time? Is that the theory?
I'm probably going to stay in my car, kind of somewhere nearby, but not like in too much like direct light or whatever. So I'm looking, but I'm not drawing attention to myself.
Park down the corner, being a suspicious bastard in the Barrens. 13 street cred and 3 public awareness. Okay, so Regal spots you and knows exactly who you are.
Yeah.
I have 5 street creds, so you may have heard of me, but don't know, kind of thing.
Okay. And how are you planning on spending the rest of your 15 minutes, Cobalt? Just kind of hanging around? What was the theory?
Hanging around, seeing who turns up, and watching the guy who's getting agitated to see if he flares up or not, basically.
Okay, alright.
You know. And be right back, I need the toilet.
Okay.
Because I'm pretty much done, aren't I?
Yes, there's a bit more description to carry on, but yes, you're pretty much done, and Rincewind is late.
Okay, so I'll be back in literally like 2 minutes, I won't be long.
Tuatha is late. Oh dear. Late to a medical appointment, Tuatha. Yeah, that's entirely possible that you will end up retiring to do public book tours and chat shows. Razor, I think you were aiming for 10 minutes beforehand.
Yeah, something like that.
So, and you were taking the bus.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, the good news is, you were lucky that the bus wasn't delayed. That's helpful. But unfortunately, it doesn't take you all the way into the Barrens, so you have to hoof it. It stops at the gate, and you have to step out of the bus, and you have to walk the mile or so to the clinic, passing through the checkpoint and so on and so forth. So what did you bring with you? You know,
I guess I took my big gun, the Predator 5, and my deck never leaves me, and I guess I'm wearing my armor.
Important question time. Do you have licenses for those things?
Yes, I do. I do have a license for my deck and for my gun.
Excellent. Excellent. Well, that's good. That means when you walk through the checkpoint in the Barrens, the KE guys don't pull you aside and say, "Why are you carrying firearms without a license?" But they don't really pay much attention because you're going into the Barrens, so they don't care. It's more when you have to come out that they start worrying. So you wander up about 10 minutes before the appointed time. Same sort of general thing. It's a building in the Barrens. It says street clinic. There's people filing in and out. Some of them look healthy. Some of them look sick. There's a agitated dude in gang colors pacing up and down the street, looking very unhappy and starting to shout a bit. And as you walk up, he takes his bottle and throws it against the door. It shatters into a million shards.
The door of the clinic, yeah.
But he doesn't seem to be, it's not like he's trying to attack the place. He just seems to be angry for some reason.
I ignore the guy and I go inside.
Go inside? Okay. So, do you recognize his gang colors?
Probably not. No, wait, I do have Underworld, I guess.
Oh no, sorry, that was Cobalt's role. Do you recognize his gang colors? They're not one of the major ones, but did you do the knowledge rolls before about gangs in the area, or was that Volk, Cobalt?
That was Volt.
Me. Yeah.
Okay. No, so his colors don't seem to be one of the major gangs, but they're definitely gang colors. But that it's not like the ancients or the wieners or anything stupid like that. But he's definitely wearing colors.
I mean, it's like, does it match, like, is it like a variant of one of the major ones, so it's similar but not the same kind of thing?
No, it just seems it's not a It's not like a sub-chapter or something like that.
Oh, okay.
So just random street dude. But he's obviously wearing gang colors, but it doesn't look like he's affiliated with the Ancients or the whatever. Yeah, they probably do. Alright, so, Razor, you just sort of look out, go, oh, fuck this, and just head inside, yeah? That was your theory?
Yep, pretty much.
Okay, so, as you step inside, you're confronted by a fairly busy, waiting room. There's a crying kid sitting in the corner. There's some old dude coughing out a lung. There's a guy with a bandage wrapped around half his torso. There's some dude that looks like he's missing a leg leaning up against the wall. And over behind a very small desk is a very harried-looking receptionist. And there's a door out the back. Clinic waiting room full of variously ill people, and a door at the front, and a receptionist.
I've been told that I'm gotta see Dr. Johnson, right?
Dr. Johnson, okay. Yes. You don't look like you have an appointment. Are you a new patient?
Not quite.
Okay. Look, here. Please fill out this form, and if you're here to see Dr. Johnson, just note that down. And when he's ready, he will call you. Thank you. Next.
Thank you. Thanks.
So
I fill out the paperwork.
Good, excellent. You fill out the paperwork, so it's fairly standard. It's a doctor's form: name, age, race, metatype, family history.
Yeah, I just copy whatever my fake sim says.
Okay, no, it's fine. And you're looking to see Mr. Johnson, so you fill out the form. I assume you hand it back to the receptionist.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. She takes it. Hands the form. You pass her the arrow of the form back to the receptionist, and she blinks at you a few times and thank you. Please sit down. The doctor will be with you shortly.
Thank you very much. I sit down.
Wonderful. Volk? So this is you've got about 10 minutes to go. You still going to hang around outside?
Yeah, I said I'll wait until about 5 minutes too. Then I'll pull up a bit closer and walk in.
Okay. Same sort of general description, except Razor is now sitting in the corner. But considering he's a brand new runner, you wouldn't have a clue who this dude is. He just looks like he looks a bit better dressed, maybe. Anyway, same general scenario.
Yeah.
What's the theory?
I'll actually mention that I was contacted about coming in for an appointment rather than just I'm there to see the doctor.
Okay, yes. Another one for Dr. Johnson. Yes, look, the doctor will be with you shortly. Again, all new patients must please register their details with the clinic. Thank you very much. Next! And she again hands you an arrow form.
Fine.
So you, I assume... How much information do you feel like giving to this clinic?
I'll jot down Armors. I was told to be here and hand it back.
She looks at the thing and looks very confused. What?
I'm not a patient. He's hiring me.
The patient is hiring me. We don't have any openings. What are you talking about?
Just pass it on to him. He knows.
Okay. Sure. Please just take a seat over there, if you wouldn't mind. Then she points vaguely towards Razor is.
Okay.
She looks very confused and a little bit intimidated. Cool.
I fake a cough when whatever, Volcana sits next to me. I'm so dead. Oh god.
Cobalt, what was your theory? You had sort of 10 minutes or so to go. You're just going to hang around outside.
I would have seen Volcana going on, and I would have. Oh no, yeah. Has Volcana done it? Yeah. I probably would have recognised her. Not like I know everything about her, but like I know the face. I'm not a brand new runner, so. So go. Okay, I think I'm at the right place. So I'd probably go in like a few minutes after she did, kind of thing. Go through the whole queue process. When I reach the receptionist, I do a polite bow, say good evening. I have an appointment with a Dr. Johnson at the time that we were told to be here. It should be on
6
your
p.m.
system, I would hope. And I'm not a what's the phrase? I'm not a patient, or going to be a patient of this facility, I hope.
Another one? This is very strange. Look, just in case, and I really don't want to get fired, can you please just fill out this form and give it back to me? I'm sure it doesn't really matter. Please?
Sure. You don't need to worry, ma'am. Nothing is. It's just a normal day. We're just here to see that you don't have to think about anything else. Okay, just stay calm. Everything else.
Wonderful. She's not as calm as you'd hope she would be, but, you know.
Could I do a roll to try and see how much that would calm her?
If you like.
What would I be rolling?
That would be... What are you trying to do? You're trying to calm her down with general nice words?
It's just nice attitude and politeness and just, reassuring, basically.
Etiquette. That would be etiquette.
Do I have any situational modifiers?
Let me just have a look at my little table here.
Never hurts to ask.
No, of course. And social is one of those things where modifiers matter, yo.
Oh yeah, they can make or break, definitely.
Let's see. What are you wearing?
I'm wearing a sleeping tiger with this Synergist business line overcoat, which with my electrochromatic I would have made it to be not so flashy. Considering the era, I would have dumbed it down, kind of thing.
Okay. Let's say. Let's say +1.
Okay, and do my carry pheromones work?
Yes. Okay. She is still nervous, but she's less... You know when you see someone that's nervous and they look flighty? They look very...
Yeah.
Yeah, she is still nervous and a little bit confused, but much less jumpy than she was. And she... please, and just sit down. The doctor will be out shortly. Thank you.
You will politely bow to the receptionist. We'll take a seat, and as he walks past, we'll do a little nod to the kind of saying, "I know who you are. You probably know who I am. It's obvious we're here for the same thing."
Wonderful.
I look up and try to look extra snotty.
How fucked are we?
Not yet.
In return, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh god, I feel so bad.
Don't sweat it. Okay, so everybody else has wandered in, sort of, 5 or so minutes before. The general theory is when you step inside, actually I'm assuming you are doing before it is the 0 time.
Yes.
It's a fairly, it's a clinic waiting room in the Barrens. So there's a sick kid in the corner. There's some dude trying to cough up his lungs on the other side. There's some guy with half a first aid kit wrapped around him. There's the door you came through, door at the back, and a very nervous-looking receptionist, and 3 burly dudes sitting in the corner. Well, 2 burly dudes in Volcana. What is your plan?
Have we been provided with any instructions?
No. You haven't.
We-
You got a
the-
date and a time. Location and a time.
That's it? We didn't get any instructions?
Well, you're working for Dr. Johnson.
Then I will approach the receptionist calmly and politely say that I have an appointment with Mr. Johnson at the Dr. John. I have an appointment with Dr. Johnson at the given time.
Excellent. I think someone else is already here to see Dr. Johnson, but he said there was a few of you. Can you please, all new patients must please fill out this form, please. Thank you.
Sure. I will take a form and calmly begin writing it. And begin,
standard medical thing, name, age, blah blah blah. So
Okay. I will put down obviously fake information.
do you use the fake sin or not?
Use the fake sin.
Okay, great. So you fill out the form, you hand it back, you sit down, you wait a minute. The 6 o'clock comes. 6 o'clock goes past. It's 5 past, and the door to the back opens, and a grumpy-looking dwarf sort of opens the door and looks around the room and looks down at you can see him, that sort of distracted look people get when they look into AR. And he looks up and he calls out, John Phillips and Frank Drebin?
Okay. I will get up and walk in.
Me too. I'll probably cough another time.
He walks up to and then he as you walk in, says, please go inside. Don't touch anything. Please just stand by the door. Thank you. And he walks over to the receptionist and sort of whispers a bit, and the receptionist then points at Cobalt and Valkana, and he nods and sort of points at you and gestures you towards the door, and then follows you all into the room. And once you get inside, it looks like a doctor's surgery. It's a little bit further technically advanced, and there is also a very heavily wounded orc on the table. He looks like he's been shot, possibly also beaten with something. But he is not in a happy place. The doc starts talking, and he says, I need some help. I need to get some supplies and a few other bits of equipment. I believe this is something that people like yourselves do, yes?
This is correct.
This is one of the many services that people in our line of work can provide to one such as yourself.
Good. I need medicine. I need equipment. I need things. I know where I can get these things, but I can't get them. I'm willing to pay you, but I need equipment. This place, it cannot run without supplies and equipment.
May I ask or inquire as to why you're not able to get the specific items that you require yourself?
The street dog looks at you with that "Are you serious, kid?" face. That stuff costs money. I run a street clinic in the Barrens. I treat drug addicts and the occasional ganger. I had some good stuff. I used to have some good stuff, but now I don't. Now I need some extra stuff.
And where do we get that stuff?
There is... one moment. Wasn't there supposed to be 5 of you?
Yeah, it seems. I'm guessing if you're saying there's 5, one of them must be running a little late. I do apologise on their behalf.
Never... well, we shall continue regardless. We shall continue regardless. I need supplies. There is a place that these things are stored, that they can be gotten. I am willing to pay you. I can. And look, if you could also, and it would also be helpful if you could. I've been having some trouble with local. I've been having some trouble with people who think they own the local community.
And how do you want them dealt with? Do you want them just like scared off, or do you actually want them permanently dealt with? If you catch my drift.
I would like some peace and quiet. It's very, very hard to work, and then something beeps over his corner, and he fusses over the orc for a minute. It's very, very hard to work when I don't have peace and quiet.
Okay, so you don't care how it's done, just as long as it's done. Gotcha.
And at this point, I think, to Arthur, you probably show up. You said you were 10 minutes late, yeah?
Yep.
Okay, great. So, same general thing. You step in late. There's the receptionist looking very harried. Clinic, so on and so on and so on. What's the thought?
I walk up to the desk in slightly blood-stained surgical scrubs, place my medkit on the counter and say, I'm here to work with Dr. Johnson. I had an appointment around 10 minutes ago. Sorry I'm late.
Oh, you're
something
late.
happened.
Okay. Please take the back door. He's already started his consultation, but he will probably still not mind if you show up. Thank you.
I will walk through the door.
Excellent. So you are confronted with a room full of what appears to be a runner and one very grumpy-looking dwarf. There's a heavily wounded orc on the table. He doesn't look very happy, but he's still alive, so that's progress.
I will apologize for being late and say something about a troll who was missing a limb and didn't tell me about his cyberware.
Okay.
Also, I will simply grin, and Tyre will appear next to him. You have asked for 5, but you will receive 6.
Let me just check something.
Since Tyre is not rude, he introduces himself.
Where does it put composure on this sheet?
Bloody mages always trying to get a bit extra.
No, I'm not asking for extra pay. I'm simply saying, as an appreciation and as a future thing towards negotiation.
What a show off. God.
90.
Yeah, mages are always like that.
Well, not all mages, just most.
Okay, so
Yeah, I suppose the others are worse.
the the dwarf is sort of starts a bit and curses under his breath, something about mages taking liberties, but he doesn't freak out. He's surprised but unhappy. Anyway, I require the 5, 6, whatever, 6 of you to get me some supplies and some peace and quiet. I am willing to pay you for this.
How secure is this facility, and what? How much are you actually wanting? Like, oh, you want like a car boot full, a van full, a truck if you're really big adventurous?
What I mainly require are consumables. I have basic tools, but I require consumables and the sort of stuff that you... he sort of looks to Arthur and says, "You look like you know what I'm talking about. The things you need to make a place like this work."
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Good.
And how much is that in cubic meter?
It's not... I don't need you to steal me a surgical suite. I need medicine. I need diagnostic equipment, small scanners, things that are they are small but very expensive. And very...
At this point, I will attempt to use a sensing to diagnose the orc on the table.
Sure.
Using the table in bullets and bandages, if possible.
Oh, yeah. Let's not, and I will just fluff it based on what your success is. Because I don't think I have access to bullets and bandages. One success. Well, he's not dead.
That's useful.
Look, it's fairly obvious he's been beaten. It looks like he's been shot a few times. He might be able to keep all his limbs. It's a little uncertain. I mean, look, so this Tuatha is female, right? She's a woman.
Yes,
Okay.
female elf.
Okay. She knows the elf. She knows what I need. She can explain it probably in a bit more detail to people who are not as medically inclined. But it's small things. But if you find a truck or something useful, I wouldn't say no.
She's not the only one who is medically inclined. Elder character, I have like 4 ranks in first aid, so I do a little bit myself.
Okay, so I'm sure you can bring me something useful then, yes?
Yes, but you haven't said exactly how much. You said the rough items, but how much of the items do you want?
He grumbles a bit, and as much as you can get me. Look, honestly, I need. And he sort of goes back to the back of the thing, and in a surgical suite, there's usually cupboards. And he opens a couple of cupboards, and there's a few vials of things and a few sort of blinking lights, but for the most part, the cupboards are empty. There are five of you and a half or something. If you each brought me a bag, like he sort of makes a gesture that looks about the size of a duffel, that would be good.
Okay. How much are we talking? And how secure is this facility?
Sorry? Someone...
Yeah, basically, like, how secure is the facility that we'll have to get it from?
Okay. I'm willing to offer you 10,000 nuyen each. I am not a rich man.
We still don't know when we are
Okay,
going to get
so
this.
out of character.
Mhm.
10,000 million to recover what, like 2 or 3 duffel bags worth of stuff,
Well, there's 5 of you, so 5 duffel bags worth of expensive
and he's
stuff.
not told us where we are getting it from.
Yeah, because we
Actually,
have tried asking.
can
It's been very.
I roll my medicine active skill as a knowledge check to find out where we could get such stuff?
Sure, he has told you he knows where some stuff is, but yeah, that works too. Put a -2 on it. There's usually... It's not uncommon for companies to use the barrens as storehouses because it's cheap rent. There are a few facilities that spring to mind in the nearby-ish area.
Oh, and there was there's a thing in character Cobalt I forgot to ask. Do you know anything about that person outside your clinic here who was, let's just say, less than pleased? Let's just say before we entered.
So who knows? So everybody but Tuatha spotted the dude, right? Yes.
Mhm.
Can each of
Yep.
you can, as I'm explaining this, can you just each of you throw up a memory check, please? He's one of the local gang members. He's one of the people that have occasionally been giving me trouble. They shout, they cause trouble. They don't seem to try and break in too much, but I'm not really sure what their thing is. If
Logic plus will, Razor.
Yeah, logic plus willpower. It's also should be listed on your sheet, I believe.
Oh yes, I have 11. Ooh.
Okay. Well, yeah, you're at 11. God damn.
All right.
Okay, so
I know everything about this guy.
Regal, you obviously weren't paying too much attention to the dude outside, but as the dwarf is talking about the orc, sorry, the gangers, and you know the general stress they cause him, you notice that you look at the dude on the table and his colors are the same as the guy outside. It's an orc ganger that's on the table. But they cause trouble. They stole some medicine a little while ago. I don't know why. They don't seem like the medical type to me. I don't know what's going on, but they cause trouble. I just need some peace and quiet to get my work done.
So he is a member of essentially the gang that you want basically got rid of, kind of.
Which he? The dude outside or the dude on the table?
Well, you said that they both had the same colours,
Yes.
so they would be the same gang.
Yes.
So yeah.
Yes, but medicine is blind. It doesn't distinguish. I took an oath.
True. But you said you want peace and quiet.
Yes.
So
I find that the best way to get peace and quiet is to get the people making the noise to have a vested interest in not making the noise.
or just distract them with something else to get their attention. Either one works.
Or kill them.
I'm not really fussed. I just need some peace and quiet, please. Do you want this job or not?
We still have no idea how secure that place is.
Yeah,
We want to
Regal
get...
will say, do you happen to have an idea of where we can get these supplies for it?
I do. There is a storage warehouse. Not too far away, but on this side of the wall. They store medicine and it's yeah. And if you accept the job, I can tell you where it is.
Well, I'm interested.
This is just some random warehouse? Why haven't you gone there and gotten things?
At this point, another alarm.
Really?
At this
Okay,
point,
out of character, I'd just like to point out, you're asking a single lone medic why he's hiring Shadowrunners to do something?
At this
I
point,
know, but if I push him, he might give us more info.
at this point, another alarm goes off, and the orc starts twitching on the table. Do I look like I have the time?
You have a point. Yeah, could I try and do like some first aid to help the doctor kind of help with the patient,
Yeah, I will also
or
offer.
would that not be allowed?
Um,
Kind of to offer that.
Yeah, I will also offer.
I can always magically heal him if he's dying.
I don't give a fuck about the guy that's dying, so whatever.
Well, I can't do over DNI, but kind of like going, if we help him, he could give us an in to help with the gang, and we could kind of talk our way to move them on, kind of thing.
Why can't you do DNI? Is there not a DNI up currently?
Nope, no one's put
No.
up.
So I will invite DNI to everyone. Going, yeah.
Accepted before it's offered.
Yep.
That's impressive.
Yep. Anyway, over
Hey,
DNI, I will say that it would be best if we helped patch this guy up. He could be grateful. He could give us an in to help with the gang to solve that one side of the job.
Yeah, and if the guy on the table can't talk because he's recovering, his mate outside will be happy enough to say something.
So either way, it's win-win. So yeah, I will offer my help, and I'm sure others already have, to help with patching this guy up.
Okay.
And also hopefully use that bit if we are successful to help with any kind of social roles, that kind of deal.
One moment. Just let me have a quick gander at something. If you could both roll me your first aid, that would be fantastic.
This is the first time I'm ever using it.
Is that first aid to diagnose him?
Nope. This is an assistance.
Oh.
Yeah, to
Does
system.
a heal spell help? Or a diagnose spell? Or cure disease, oxygenate, preserve or sterilize?
Let's just keep it with the mundane for the minute.
Oh. Is that with my medkits bonus as well?
No, because
Oh, I forgot that because I've got a medkit on me as well.
You're not using a medkit, you're assisting the dude, so it's just you're flat out, how badly do you not screw up?
Does bullet wounds help as a specialization?
Yes. Holy shitballs.
Nice.
I'd say between us two, the guy is going to make it.
Okay, so... I will put this in the open because this is amusing.
I think he fucking makes it.
Yeah, the dude makes
Oh,
it.
yeah. He's going to make a full recovery.
So the between the three of you, you manage to, you know, put fingers in all the various holes that are bleeding and patch them up, and so on and so on and so on. The orc stops twitching and stops bleeding quite so violently. As part of the process, unfortunately, it looks like he had to lose a hand, but you know, you win some, you lose some. And after that's sort of all wrapped up, he sort of the dwarf looks at you and says, "Thank you for your assistance. He will be unconscious for a while, but I think he will probably live. Thank you."
You're very much welcome.
Sorry,
So
I'm
it's
a little bit confused. Do you want the job or not?
yes.
Yes?
Yes, we do, and
I'm not too keen on the fact that you're not telling us anything about this warehouse until we accept, but I understand that that is your prerogative, and so I shall suppose I accept.
And I will ask. Yes, I will. So the motive obviously is fine. It's all in goodwill to assist the doctor, and like we just did now, I have no problem with that. But if we are successful in our job, shall we say, would it be possible for us to, let's just say, if we require any assistance ourselves in the future, we would be able to call on a good doctor such as yourself?
If you can get me things, supplies, medicine, bandages, diagnostic equipment, yeah, of course. I would be most grateful, and yes, of course. Yeah, absolutely.
I didn't even have to roll for that. Lovely.
Okay, so so you. Da, 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 da. The dwarf nods, strips off his medical gloves, spits on his hand, and holds it out.
No, that's fine. Word's good enough.
Cobalt will do the same, and I understand that it's his way of doing a deal, and will firmly but not too strongly shake his hand and grip it,
Excellent, thank you.
and look him in the eye while doing it, showing that he means it. He's being serious.
Wonderful. At this point, he will, check on, poke the orc, make sure he's still breathing, which he is. Everything is happy. So he goes over to a terminal and extracts a data chip and hands it to you. All the information I can give you about this storage facility is on here. From what I understand, it's not very heavily secured. They stored consumables. It shouldn't be too hard for people like yourselves.
Okay.
Is it simply some government warehouse? Does it belong to some corporation? What can you tell us about it?
It doesn't. Sorry, let me just write something down. It doesn't belong to. It's not a government warehouse. It's a corporate. It belongs to a company. Everything out here belongs to a company. Even this building belongs to a company.
Okay, so out of character. Warehouse, medical supplies. Please tell me everyone is thinking what I'm thinking.
Could be a hospital. Yeah.
More like it's a dock wagon facility.
Could be that as well. Yeah.
It's dock wagon or crash cart. Or whatever, like the other, I remember there's like another off-brand dock wagon or something.
Yeah, we should probably make sure it's not Shiawaze or something, because then it's probably not just medical supplies.
Yeah, that could get dicey quick. But yeah, I will take the day shift, and I'm guessing I would know by now which one is the Matrix. I think that's raised up and pass it to them and say, check it out.
Razor, I believe you are our tech support here. Will you please slot that?
Yeah, sure. Let's look at it. Normal. Let's see what we can find. Is at this great facility? Yay.
He sort of looks distracted for a moment and peers at AR. Are there any other questions? As I'm sure you can appreciate, I am busy.
What is the deadline for this?
Soon. Please don't take Please don't take forever. But I can make do for a short while.
Would you perhaps be able to hold out for 3 days?
Yeah, provided that the Metroplex Guard don't send too many more poor bastards my way. Sure.
At this point, I'll speak up and say, well, I'm not really we already seem to have someone who may be capable of astral projection, and I think my services would probably be better used here than scouting. I'm not really good with astral defenses, but I am fairly competent with magical healing if it's helpful.
This is
Well,
very. He is very
yeah.
confused by this.
Well, he's offering his services to help save some of your supplies.
No,
essentially.
he followed along, but it's a very
Basically, my services are useful on the actual run, but from what I can tell with this team, less than useful in the preparations compared to the skills of other people.
he
You should try. You should probably try to wriggle more money out of him if you're going to stay here. Get more money for the team, since we are offering our professional shadow running services to help alleviate his business issues.
Normally I would, but Tuath is a goody two-shoes kind of runner, not the kind who tries to get more money out of a struggling street.
Oh no, but Cobalt can. Cobalt can totally be like, well, our associate here is offering her services. Surely this is worth some additional compensation to us for the as we'll be one man down during the preparatory stage.
Cobalt will kind of go, well, we have one of us who is willing to assist you before we actually finalise what we have to do, if we have progressed. To help make that possible.
I'm not really comfortable in squeezing this guy for more money. I'm thinking if we want to earn a bit more on the run, we just grab a bag or two for ourselves. This guy needs all the money he can get.
If that's your will, I have no objections to it.
If the GM's okay with us earning extra money that way.
We'll see how we go.
Of course, Tuath will be looting. When we go in, Tuath will also be looting for herself. She's kind of.
There are rules for looting on the.
You cannot loot on the hub unless you are willing to take the items that you are. If you loot an item and you want to keep it, you must pay the item's cost in GMP if the GM allows it.
Yeah.
Well,
which is why I was asking about taking bags.
It's more looting it to help set up my own street clinic.
We'll see how we go.
It's more flavorful looting than a benefit looting.
It's why rather than saying looting, I was saying grab bags for extra run money, specifying that's how we get the bonus.
Anywho, oh, be quiet, cat. There is nobody outside the door. I do not understand why you do this. Sorry. So looting is not generally a thing. If you want extra cash, I'm sure there are ways to earn extra cash. And so who was offering their services? To Arthur.
Yes, to Arthur, yes. So I was saying that, Arthur is offering his service to help up till the job actually physically happens to assist you here in the clinic.
Okay. He looks very confused, but he will accept a pair of hands. He's, oh, be quiet, you bastard animal. There is nobody outside. Go and chase a fly or something. I hired you to find equipment, but if you wish to stay here, that I assume that is okay. I assume that is I can't pay you for your time.
Tuath will dismiss that as it's fine. This is what I enjoy doing anyway.
Okay. Wonderful. Well then, in that case, if there are no further questions, we have further patients to see.
Yes. And the rest of us have someone to talk to.
So we have the location of this warehouse, yes?
Yeah, you have a data chip. I can go through that in a minute if you like.
I will suggest that if we are going to do any of our legwork, because over D&I, we need to find somewhere a bit more private, shall we say, and a bit more secure. If you get my drift.
Does anyone
Once I-
have a car?
Well,
Once I have the address of the warehouse, when Razor gives that to me,
Did I get it?
Yeah, so
you have a data.
Yep.
You have a data strip.
you have a data chip. I can step through that in a moment if you like. I'll just finish up the chatty bits, and then I can step through the info you've got. It's not breakfast time. You've been fed.
Anyway, you wanted to say something.
Oh no, I was going to send the, ally spirit to go do some initial astral and visual perception.
Oh, I was thinking we could just drive past it and I have a look at what they have technology-wise.
yeah. I was
Yep.
planning a drive-by after we talked to the guy outside.
Yeah, and I can offer my car, because, yeah, I have a car. And if...
Oh, and for the record, GM, Tyre has been and will continue to be applying the guard power to all of us, including himself.
Okay. You want to give me a quick refresher on what guard does while I find it? And is that in core?
It is in court. Guard. The power allows the critter to protect against normal environmental accidents and hazards, such as preventing someone from succumbing to heat stroke or saving someone from drowning. The guard power can also be used to prevent a glitch from occurring. Guard may be used on a number of critters at once equal to the critter's magic attribute. In Tyre's case, this is 7 people, including himself. Each accident averted or glitch prevented counts as a service if the power is used by a spirit. However, as an ally spirit, he doesn't have service limits.
Wait, we
So-
can't glitch? Holy shit.
Yeah, that's a bit OP.
No one as long as you remain in his line of sight, you cannot glitch because he has
Ah.
guard on you.
That's
Line of sight, that's better.
well, okay.
I was
then.
thinking that was a bit OP from her, but
Oh, it's still pretty OP in the
Well,
rest.
you keep in mind that this applies for if the Decker goes into VR, because the Decker's body is in line of sight of Tyre. He is still under the effects of guard.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I was about to say I'm gonna snuggle against the thing. And
Tyre will very carefully lift you off of him and put you down to the side.
Anyway, so we're leaving Tuatha behind, and the 5 of you that remain, or 5.5 of you that remain, are going to leave, I assume.
Yeah, and I will offer my car if anyone wants to get in it.
Okay.
and I will suggest that we not piss off just yet. Who's got the friendliest demeanour about this group?
Call.
That would be me, yeah. Oh,
Right.
yeah, because we need to talk to the guy outside, don't we? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Well, as we leave, I will slightly go up to the
Sorry, that was supposed to be just saved for later.
person in the gang colours outside, and I will say that your friend inside will make it, but unfortunately he has lost the use of one of his hands.
What? Who the hell are you?
I'm one of the people who helped save your friend's life inside.
What? You're not the doc.
I assisted the doctor. I had an appointment with him, and I assisted the doctor, and so did my friend there.
he's like the nurse, you know.
Over D and I were just going, you did not just go there. You just not to go there.
Alright.
Yeah. He can't be the nurse. Nurses are pretty.
What do you want?
Well, I've heard that you've been causing a bit of, shall we say, noise around the local area. It's been distracting the good doctor.
And?
Well, I would assume if he wanted to continue to do his job as well as he can, if not better, he needs a bit more quiet, shall we say. It can distract him, and distractions can cause mistakes, and mistakes can, well, unfortunately, cause lives. That's my drift.
Can you...
Yes. That is the point I was getting across. I can't. Basically, them making noise is going to make anybody that they bring in likely to have not so well treatment.
Yeah. I'm just thinking push it slightly more rather than just keep quiet to actually protect the guy.
Yeah. Because, like, if he gets distracted by a loud noise while he's operating on one of your friends, well, who knows what could happen? His knife could slip and he could cut an artery. You just don't know. And you don't want that. I don't want that. No one wants
etiquette.
that. Any social modifiers?
He thinks you're threatening him.
I'm not threatening. I am just saying this is what could happen. I'm just saying the facts.
I appreciate that. He thinks you're threatening him.
It does sound a lot like a threat.
He's not very bright, and he thinks you're threatening him. So...
Regal's just standing behind us like, if he wants a threat,
roll
I'll give him a threat.
etiquette with...
Because I do have people assisting me behind me. They are kind of...
yeah.
It's always an idea if I can't.
Give me etiquette at a -3.
-3, and then I get +3 to the first meeting in Pheromone. So I'm just like my normal.
Sorry, first impressions?
Yeah, first impression, and then my pheromones unless they don't work on him.
Okay, sure.
Ooh, ouch.
Okay. Alright. You might be onto something. However, I do not make the decisions. You need to go and talk to Ronnie.
And who is Ronnie?
He's the boss.
Okay, yeah.
Alright, and where might we find Ronnie?
And I'm guessing someone else needs rob gangs on that because I got nothing.
I will roll Underworld to see if I've heard of Ronnie.
The frag is this jump. Ronnie he's got a bit of a street rap as an old orc. He's an old for an orc, big dude, seen it all. Likes his bike. He likes his bike for some reason. But he hangs out in a bar in Plastic Jungles. But that was more or less going to come to you anyway. Ronnie's the boss. The boss hangs out in the bar. It's in Plastic Jungles.
I'm sorry, but your accent lends itself so well to fucking gangers. I'm sorry.
It's a gang bar. It's been there for a while. Oh wait, that's a... No, that's not a glitch. Damn.
Good old God! Yay!
No, it has to be half plus one, I think.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, no,
If it had been, then guard would have negated. By the way, if you crit glitch, guard does not negate that, but it automatically reduces it to a glitch.
Oh, it's like spending your point of fate.
Yeah.
No, not fate. Edge.
Yeah, guard basically means that you forever have 1 point of edge with regards to glitches. This is why. See, this is why ally spirits are expensive, but so fucking good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's Ronnie. He's the boss. He hangs out in a bar in plastic jungles. What else do you want?
Alright, could you arrange for us to have
How
a
about
conversation
How
about
about
this situation?
You use a lot of fancy words.
look? Why, if Ronnie's told you to do this, are you all bothering this clinic? If he hasn't told you to do this, why are you doing it without the boss's say so?
The man has a point.
The short ass in there has got some things that we need.
Things that you need. What do you need? And more to the point, why?
He's a doc. He fixes bodies.
Right. So, if he fixes you, in fact, he's been fixing you and your gang. So technically, wouldn't it be better if you left him in peace, so that when you get shut up by other gangs, or by yourselves, he'll fix you, and not throw you out on your ass, and then riddle you with his own holes.
Look. This is... Just talk to the boss, alright?
So, as I said, could you sort out us going to speak with them? Because us just barging or going into the bar,
Okay,
I
I will...
going to sit too well with him.
Translating. Alright. You want us to talk to Ronnie. Take us to Ronnie.
Hang on. Give me a minute. He sort of steps off in the corner and pulls out his comlink and taps at it for a few minutes. And he comes back and says, "Oi, what do you want to talk to the boss about?"
About
You in this clinic.
Yes, you and the clique, the noise and trouble that you've been causing.
They say they wants to talk to you about the noise and the trouble we has been causing.
With the clinic.
With the clinic. I don't know.
Can I hack his thing to listen in?
You absolutely can. How do you want to do this?
I guess that's a sleaze action. Like, I need a mark first, and then I can listen in or something like that.
Okay, so to listen in, that would be a snoop action. And for snoop, you need 242. For snoop, you need 1 mark.
And it also helps to do a matrix perception and find out the rating of the device first. It helps.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yes. Oh god, that's so many dice. Yeah.
So he's sort of finishing up his conversation, or he's having his, that sort of one-sided conversation with the thing. It's like, oh, I don't know. Here, there's a blonde one. I realise I never asked for physical descriptions. I know vaguely what Regal looks like. Razor.
Regal looks like his picture. He's a 6'3", thin, lithe elf with not white, but like like really platinum blonde, mostly more white hair, like his picture.
Yep. Razor.
Yeah, my guy has like, he looks very normal. It's like short brown hair. He's an elf dude. He's not very buff.
He's a pointy.
Because he's like a hacker. Yeah.
Okay. Valk.
she's her picture.
Okay.
Well,
And-
he's taller than humans because he's an elf.
Yeah.
That's
As
it.
I say, Regal's 6'3".
And is Volker a pointy-eared human or a regular human?
Pointy-eared elf.
Pointy-eared human. Okay. And Cobalt?
Cobalt is 6'1", mix of Caucasian and Asian. Late 20s, looks younger. He's got spiky brown hair, and he's got custom Cobalt contact lenses colour. That's how he's got his name.
Alright. Oh, I don't know. There's a blonde one, 2 elves, and some other bloke with weird blue eyes. They say they fixed up our mate, though. I don't know.
This is great.
Over here, and I just going, this guy is complete tool. Seriously. Where did they find him?
Alright.
Yeah.
Any-
Nice to see gangs are doing their usual recruiting at the shallow end of the gene pool.
No, they're right at the bottom of the bucket, mate. They're
Alright.
scraping.
I mean, whoa, hey, don't denigrate gangers. Gangers have killed runners before. Gangers have
Repeatedly.
scared runners off before.
It goes both
Yeah, but
ways.
one like this, I'd be really disappointed if that happened to you.
He only has to put a grenade in the right pocket for you to have a really bad day.
Yeah, but we'd have to not notice it in the first place.
Anyway, so he comes back up and sort of holds out the comlink and says, "Boss wants to talk to you."
Who's he holding it up to?
He's just sort of holding out in general. You were all kind of
Yeah.
vaguely talking at him.
Try and phrase it more as a business deal than a threat.
Over the night, I was not telling him whatsoever. He just took it like that because he just
He's an idiot. Yeah.
Yeah. I was being very polite and calm. You all know it, but hey.
Well, you did tell him that his guy is gonna die if he.
Yeah,
continues,
because he
you know?
distracts him while he's working.
They don't think that far. Jesus Christ!
I
mean,
tried. I tried to at least give him the benefit to have some intelligence. I mean, not all gangers are stupid.
it still helps to keep things simple. Option 1, they protect the dock, they get treated for free. Option 2, they mess around with the dock tells them to fuck off, they die in the street.
Fair point. Okay. I will take the comment and I will say hello.
Who's this?
This would be one of the people who helped save one of your members. Literally about 5-10 minutes ago, actually.
Alright. What you want?
Well, you've been causing a bit of, let's just say, noise around the area. And the doctor would like that to change, as, you know, I see it as you could either help protect the clinic and he could help give treatment to your gangers and members when you're injured. Or you could not be so helpful and he stops treating you. That's kind of how it's got to be, I'm afraid. I don't mean that in any nasty tone. It's just he needs a safe work environment. You guys want to be treated. I could see there could be something to be gained for everybody involved.
He has some things that we need.
Right. But if you make trouble for him, then he won't be able to treat your guys. So you would not get better. Your people will not get better. And you would not be able to, you know.
It's only one bloke.
There only be one bloke, but he's helping a lot of people, including your members. Without him, who is going to patch them up?
We got medics. We got a medic. Look. You've spoken to me.
Over D&I, I'm going to say, right, if we can find a very unsecure place for those guys to take their supplies from, they can leave the doctor alone.
Look,
how's that for a plan?
You've spoken to me, lad. He's not the brightest.
Well, what if I propose that we find a alternative supply for the medical stuff that you need, and you don't have to bother the doctor anymore?
Well, if we can somehow, I don't know, establish an equal working relationship between the two of them, then the doc's got even more security, doesn't he? I mean, the gang's obviously local, yes?
Well, that's what one thing that I already suggested. They protect him, and he helps, patch them up, basically. I have already suggested that.
If you want to talk, you can do it face to face. I don't hold with this comlink nonsense.
Alright, give us an address and we'll come visit you. As is respectful.
Alright. My boy will take you there. Give him the link back.
I will hand it back.
Some various miscellaneous swearing and cursing and you fucking what, Edwin? And the
You fucking what, mate?
the orc hangs up, comes back over to you and says, right, apparently the boss wants to talk to you face to face. Follow me, I guess.
Sure thing. And over the night, I'll ask him, as a backup plan, try and find if we can, a place for them that they could hit themselves, not the same place that we're going to hit, so they could get supplies themselves and leave the doctor alone. That is a last resort. We can just go, sort it out yourselves and leave the doctor alone.
Do you have which, sorry?
Do we have an address for the bar?
No, he just said follow me.
Well, I did a bar in from the bar that he hangs out, so hopefully from that I got where it was.
It's in Plastic Jungles. So you want to follow this guy now, I assume?
Yes.
Okay.
At least Tyre and Regal.
Yeah, and I'll probably go with, because I have got some firearms on me if needed, but I'd rather not use them. He's going around the barons unarmed. This is asking for bad things.
Well, I've never unarmed.
That's why you have two of them.
Beat me to it.
Okay, and unrelated at that point, let's fade to black for a moment while I go and get another cup of coffee, considering we've been doing this for about 2 hours. Drag ourselves back in 10 minutes?
Sounds good.
Okay.
Grand.
I need a drink anyway.
Oh, shush, cat. James, you got half a minute?
I return.
Wonderful. Bastard cat, what is your problem? One moment.
All right, guys, I'm back.
Alrighty, it is nearing the appointed time. Who is or is not here?
I'm back, Cobalt.
I'm here too.
Cobalt.
Hello, hello.
Petrus, Regal, whichever. Volk, and two
Yeah.
other.
I'm here.
Wonderful. Okay. So we've followed our friendly ganger, I'm assuming, or are we stopping off to do something else along the way? What is the plan?
I was asking Razor or someone find out if there's just a nearby medical warehouse we could point them to if needed. As a last resort, saying you can go there, you don't need to bother the good stuff offer anymore, basically. As a, you know.
Okay. How do you want to start? How do you want to try and find that?
But I was asking him if anyone could do it, because he himself has no idea.
I'm fairly certain I cannot Google that in 1 minute.
One man cannot do everything.
Decker, do something.
Speaking of Deckers who attempted to do something,
Oh
Alan's
yes, he was supposed to hack the convict, yes.
Alan's run currently has already eaten one edge as someone took black ice to the brain.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
That would be media, yeah, ouch.
Yeah, Mia done took. She's got reduced sight and a moderate phobia of the dark.
That's a nasty combination right there.
Fun.
Look, if you want to go searching for a location of a storage warehouse,
Basically, yeah. So if needed, we can just go. If all else fails, we can just say you go there instead. It saves everybody hassle. It'll be a different one to the one that we're going to hit, basically.
okay, that would be both obscure and not public, and also specialized.
So threshold 6.
No, it'd be, it would be threshold 6, hidden or actively hunted and erased. No, it would be threshold 3, but you would be taking penalties.
Oh man, so it takes at least 15 minutes.
It does.
If you
And
have
how
one.
long would it take us to walk there?
Well, I don't think you're going to be walking to the plastic jungles.
Mm-hmm.
No, because that's not going to end well.
No.
As tough as we are, that's not going to end well.
The orc walks around a corner and steps over a bike and says, "You got wheels, yeah?"
Yeah, of course
Yeah.
we are.
Well, go on then.
Alright. So I will take us to my wheels and we shall get in.
I'll hop in
Unless
mine.
I'll hitch a ride.
With
I don't know. You ask first.
okay.
Catch a ride. Goddamn
No.
Borderlands.
Looks like we got ourselves a convoy.
As you roll up beyond him, right, don't get lost, and he sort of takes off. He obviously knows exactly where he's going. He's going there at a great rate of speed, just for the hell of it, and because I want to see if we can have something amusing happen. Does anybody actually know how to drive, or are you?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, that's
and I've got Mapsoft.
I should have asked in
So-
advance who's the better driver. Damn.
So Cobalt is driving and Volk is driving.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I have got Ground Cross and I've got a Mapsoft for Seattle to help guide me. So I could, you know.
Okay. If Volk and Cobalt, you could both toss me a pilot groundcraft, that would be great.
Do you remember you have guard on you both?
Do I get any situational bonus for having the Mapsoft for Seattle?
You are following a dude on a bike. Absolutely not.
Oh, it was worth a shot.
How long are
Do
we
we-
gonna drive there?
Probably take about. Well, we'll find out.
Do we get any bonuses at all?
Not really. This is essentially to see if you get lost on it, or if you can keep up with the dude, because he's not slowing down.
I'm gonna edge that, 'cause that's gonna end up me crashing into a wall. Yeah.
Remember, you have guard. Can't glitch.
Yes, but I got 0 successes. So I'm edging that.
Sure.
You didn't kill anybody.
Apart from myself, yeah. Nice one.
Uh,
One success, so I get there alive. I'll take it.
All right. Okay, so
I'm in the right car. Yes.
Volk, you do a pretty good job of managing to keep up with the ganger. Cobalt, you have less luck. You manage to keep up but you have to take a few. You have to take a few leaps of logic or leaps of faith as he turns a few corners, and you lose sight of him a couple of times. But you both kind of manage to get there.
Wouldn't it be easy if I let like breadcrumbs where we are going?
yeah, I'm thinking I'm probably shouting over DNI to give directions.
I just put giant virtual reality things to point the way where I should go. Augmented
Oh,
reality.
right, so it's like a computer game where I've got a huge arrow above
Yeah,
me and
exactly.
the bike.
I hope he has like something in his eyes to see them. So whatever.
Right. Well, it helps a bit, I guess. He still screws it up somehow. God knows how.
Leave me alone. Oh.
Anywho, so the orc sort of spins down his bike outside a fairly ramshackle-looking building. It's full of, there's bikes, a couple of cars parked outside. There's a couple of big tough dudes standing by the door. He sort of gets off his bike and comes over and taps on the window. Which I assume is up.
I'll get out and wait for the other car.
Oi, watch it, you.
We don't all pile in there. It might be a bit intimidating. Say half of us hang out here in the car.
Yeah. That might.
I'll go
So-
and take.
Yeah, because I'll probably have to go inside the one because, well, I am the talker, so to speak. So I'll walk in and then I'll ask if one of you guys want to join in, and the other one right outside.
I'll be sticking outside.
I'm not a big talker. I can stay here too.
Right. Boss is inside. Off you go.
So, do you still want me to Google for a?
Yes, you could have done that on the drive there, so you'd have it hopefully done by the time we reach that point in the conversation.
Okay.
Cross fingers.
So that would be... I just looked that up. That would be...
Matrix search?
Matrix search.
What do you mean?
30 minutes. It is intricate and specialized, and it is obscure, so there's a -3 penalty. And which grid are you using?
Local? Does that work in the slums?
You would get public in the slums.
Guess it can only use public then. I don't know.
It depends. You can use others if you wish, but the default would be public.
What's your lifestyle?
Yeah, well, I do have local because I have medium lifestyle.
Okay, so you would have access to the Emerald City grid.
Yeah, that one.
Okay, so yeah, that would be threshold 3, 30 minutes, and with a -3 penalty.
Well, since I use browse, I have only 15 minutes. Yay! And can I go into like what is it, hot sim to get to +2?
If you really want to use HUDSIM to search the Matrix, sure.
Oh, he's in a hurry. And I have like a cool gunslinger next to me. I trust. Okay, well that's 10 minus 3 plus 2, right? Yeah, I think.
So you can, when you do your, if it helps for these things, you can do things like, 10 plus 3 minus, oh sorry, you can put math into your role. So where you say 8d6, if you put bracket 10 minus this plus this something 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 bracket greater than 5, it will do the math for you.
Oh, that's pretty handy.
Yeah, so it makes dealing with modifiers a lot easier. You don't have to try and do it on the fly.
Because maths can sometimes be hard.
Yeah, I fail.
So you find a lot of information about warehouses. It's the Barrens. There's a
Yep.
couple. Most of them.
I mean, you could edge it if you really wanted, so that's an option.
Most of them hold things. They're warehouses, and they have security because people like to steal things.
I don't think he could talk that long, right?
But if you edge, well, you've got 4 points of edge. You could use one if you so desired, but that's up to you.
Okay, you really want to know this. I'm gonna take my point of edge and I'm gonna count what's that's like. It's 7 more dice.
Yeah, or just add an extra -2 into that formula, and it will do it for you.
Oh yeah. Well, it's too late now. Oh, and suddenly.
It's called the rules. So there are five successes. It actually takes you a little shorter than 15 minutes. You manage to find it by the time you're done driving. There are a few warehouses that seem to be attached to either suppliers of medical equipment or suppliers of medicine, or these sorts of things, or they have contracts with these people. And there's a couple of locations you can check out later, but there's nothing really. It's like corporate web pages, medistore.tm and these sorts of things.
Well, I send all those addresses to everybody.
So
And I'll kind of take the midnight going. If need, I could just throw out these addresses and say, if you really want medical supplies, you can go there instead.
Alrighty, so fairly skeezy looking bar, big burly dudes by the door, assortment of vehicles. What's the plan, boys?
Well, I'm guessing we hopefully go now. We can talk the guy down a bit to kind of calm him down, to kind of hopefully persuade him to either help protect the street dock, or to just leave it alone, or go to one of the warehouses and get their supplies from there instead.
Okay.
I'll be
Unless
keeping
anyone
an
has a
eye.
better idea.
I'll be keeping an eye outside and tracking them on DNI.
Alrighty. So.
Regal and Tayer will walk in behind Cobalt.
Awesome. Let me just grab my notes from him.
We're staying outside, right?
If you want, I am.
Okay. I'm gonna matrix perception on this bar and see what's inside. Haha.
I'm guessing lots of comlinks.
Yeah, probably.
Although probably less comlinks than what the people that are in there, because not everyone's going to have enough money to have a good enough comlink.
Probably more guns than comlinks.
Oh yeah, by far.
So, were you doing a thing?
Yeah.
I believe we are looking around for. We never got a description of Ronnie, did we?
Holy
Richard's
shit.
description. What's in the bar? A lot of guns.
Sweet.
There are a lot of
Anything like automated turrets or something like that?
No, there's just a lot of firearms, a couple of comlinks. Yeah, just, it's pretty much exactly as you would expect It looks on the Matrix exactly as you would expect a gang hangout to look.
I can never be too safe. I tell them it's full of gangers, nothing else.
Wow, what a surprise! I would have never guessed, guys. Cheers
Alrighty.
for all the intel.
How many gangers are hanging around outside?
There's two big beefy trolls by the door.
I am up.
Visual perception, low light magnifier, looking here, there's signs of attitude. Well, they're bouncers of a sort. Think like a Hell's Angels Sergeant of Arms type character.
Mm.
They don't really bother hiding their weapons. They're carrying what look like the AKs, one each. Miscellaneous assortments of either replacement cyberware, obviously something's been shot off, or these sorts of things. They're street toughs, and they look it.
So we're almost walking into the lines then. Lovely.
Well,
It's not that bad. It's okay. You have me. You have Taylor. If things go bad, it'll be okay.
I just grin dumb and say enjoy.
You're too kind.
alrighty. So, as you walk up, I assume you walk up?
Yep, I will walk up behind the orc ganger, or whatever. Yep.
Oh, you're staying put. You're on your own.
Alright. Then I will say, we are here to talk to Ronnie. He is expecting us.
You don't look like orcs. Give me a minute. One of the trolls sort of stares at you with that "Are you lunch?" stare. And the other one sort of ducks around behind the door, and there's a bit of muffled conversation you hear, and he comes back around the front, says, "Alright, boss is expecting you. Don't cause any trouble."
That was the plan. We're not looking for any trouble whatsoever.
Right. Get in.
He will politely nod and then walk in, and as he walks in, he will do a visual perception of the bar.
Excellent. Do you want to throw me one as well, Regal?
Yep. In fact, I'll throw one for Taylor as well.
Sure. Okay. Regarding obvious visual threats to your safety, you mean the bar full of armed gang members?
But yeah, other than the obvious, I'm going for the obvious. You know what I'm doing.
It doesn't look like it's swarming with HTR. No.
Well, that's a relief.
It is. There's guys off in the corner playing what you can assume is some kind of virtual pool. There's a bar. There's a huddle over in. There's a tank in the corner that was running silent. There's a huddle of huddle of dudes over one of the tables. They're obviously talking about something, and off in the back corner, off to one side, you know, where it's a bit dimmer, you can see what looked like a collection of, you know, like those low canvas cots that you see, like camp cots.
Mhm.
There's a Jesus, Falk. There's a dozen or so of these cots over in the corner with they've all got bodies on them, and there's a couple of people moving around very quietly and very softly doing something. You're not quite sure which. But aside from that, it's a fairly unremarkable bar. It's fairly run down, fairly rough, but nothing that you would expect to nothing that you would not expect. Sensing. You're out in the plastic jungles, so it's still the Barrens. It's a little bit less concrete unfriendly and more sort of generally unfriendly. But interestingly enough, this place has a similar feel to the clinic.
Interesting.
It has that feel of, we don't fight here.
Yeah, but you don't fight where you live, basically, or stay, basically. It makes sense. Boss's rule makes sense.
Not quite. So it's more of a general sense. So they will get into fistfights. They're a bunch of gangers. That's what happens. But there's no. This is not a combat area. Parts of the Barrens, you know, it's a combat zone. You will get mugged or beat the fuck up or so on and so on. This place, not so much. But it's still, yeah, I guess if you had to, from the astral sense, it feels similar but different to
That's you.
to the clinic. Get some tight.
Thank you.
There is, standing over by the cluster of dudes, there is a skinny, rail thin guy, sort of staring around. Hey, then, but I don't understand. Yes, that would probably be better. Razor, thank you.
That's not reassuring for us. That's just lovely.
He
Well,
get buried
I
this weekend.
I should point out that was in front of his club. It wasn't actually inside it, so it doesn't count.
That's true. That is true. Yes.
It's still not reassuring.
So, what you want to do?
Can we obviously see where Ronnie is?
Well, there's a few groups of people that are doing things, and then there's a cluster of orcs and a few others that are obviously huddled around a table talking about something. And a weedy dude standing against the wall.
And we were told that Ronnie was a big dude, not a skinny dude, right? I'm guessing just going up and trying to ask which one of you is Ronnie is not going to go well.
Ask the bouncer.
That's what I was going to, well, the bouncer or the guy at the bar, basically. Yeah, so, who would be nearest, the bouncer or the guy at the bar to me? Which is nearer? Because I'd have to ask one of them.
The bouncer has erased you from his memory. You are inside, you are no longer his problem until someone calls him.
Makes sense. Okay. Then I will politely walk up to the bar, wait for the barman to come, and then ask him, I'm here to see Ronnie, can you point me in the direction?
Bartender is a, middle-aged orc. He looks you up and down. What for?
He's expecting me.
He's expecting us.
Oh, well, you such.
Bartender shrugs. Alright. And he leans over the counter and shouts, "Oi, Ronnie! There's 2,
3.
3. I don't know. There's some folks here to see us." And the conversation at the table pauses, and a very large, but also very old, orc stands up and sort of beckons to you.
Okay, so I will start to walk over. I will steel myself, calm myself ready. Not looking to show any weakness,
Remind me.
especially in a place like this.
Remind me what you're wearing, and I guess if all 3 of you could throw me etiquette, that would be great.
I'm wearing my sleeping tiger with the overcoat, but I've with the electrochromatic up, I've dumped it down, so it's not obvious I'm being flashy. It's kind of.
Regal's wearing a t-shirt, jeans, his armor jacket, and his forearm guards under his jacket.
Oh yeah, and of course I've got my forearm guards underneath my jacket.
But you're still functionally wearing a safari suit and an overcoat.
Yeah, it's a thing.
Tyr, when he appears, just kind of appears in clothing that mimics whatever Regal's wearing.
Okay.
Since that. It's not actually clothes, because I'm not about to try to cheese that and say, well, my spirit, because it is a realistic metahuman form, can totally wear armor on top of all of its actual armor, right?
You can say that if you like. It can't.
Exactly. So I am going to. He's wearing basically a copy of Regal. So we'll all roll etiquette. Tyr does not have etiquette, so he will be defaulted on his charisma.
Okay. And if when you do that, Cobalt, you're the one in there, aren't you?
Yep.
If you could do that at a let's see, Regal and Regal and Tyr take a -1 if.
Oh well, then I still have 4 successes.
Yeah, that's fine.
So.
And Cobalt, if you can take a -3.
Does first impression count? Because I'm making a first impression on everybody there.
I don't think so. It doesn't feel like it should.
Okay, I just thought it up. I don't look like a complete idiot, but I'm not doing great. Yeah.
This is going to be fantastic. Okay, so.
Oh, the -3 hurts.
Yeah, it's almost like you're wearing high fashion clothing inside a street gang hangout.
Yeah, but he wants to feel protected. He can't help it.
That's fine, but it's almost like you're wearing high fashion clothing inside a street gang hangout. Okay, so as you walk over towards this orc, he sort of eyes you up and down, and Cobalt, you notice that a few of the patrons of the bar are sort of pointing at you and sniggering a bit in that sort of look at this idiot kind of fashion. Tyr is just generally, I'm not sure how that works. Does he have a personality?
He's very vivacious and outgoing, and just sort of generally smiling a lot, showing. Usually, when he smiles, he tends to show a bit too much teeth, because
Okay.
he is still a spirit, and he still does have that sort of ha 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 puny mortals who are not my summoner.
Okay, yeah.
Or who are not my friend.
Yeah. So Tyr, and sort of comes along. He waves brightly and smiles, and a couple of the orcs are a little uncomfortable, like he's gonna eat them or something.
And Cobalt tries not to just kind of snigger. He keeps his composure.
Is Regal doing okay though?
Yeah, and Regal's doing pretty good. You sort of getting the eyeball that says, "What the hell are you doing in here, elf?" But aside from that, there's no. You're wearing an armor jacket. You look like you walked in off the street. They're not hostile. They're not going to be your best friend. They're not going to buy you a drink. But neither do they think you're some kind of idiot.
Unlike me, lovely.
Unlike you, correct.
This is going to go swimmingly, I just know it.
Anyway, so you you come up to the orc and he looks at you and looks at Cobalt and rolls his eyes a bit, looks at Tyre and squints and sort of doesn't linger there too long, and looks at Regal and nods and says, "Right, one of the boys gave me a call. He says you wanted to talk about the dwarf."
Correct.
What you want?
Okay, the long and short of it is the doctor needs a quiet place to work. Extraction and makes his work much more difficult. And that can affect his treatment of the people that come in, which of course would include some members of and people who might visit this bar.
He squints at you. You talk a lot. He has things that we need. We tried we asked nicely, and he didn't seem inclined to give them to us. We have sick people too.
Of course, we understand this. That is why, we have one option that you could provide your services to help protect his clinic, and in turn, he would help your people. Or we could offer you a different location from where you could provide your supplies from a warehouse, and you would then not need to bother the good doctor, the good dwarf, as you put it.
He stares at you for a minute and thinks. We should talk about this somewhere quieter. Boys? He sort of motions at the table. And they all stand up and wander off, and he gestures towards a little door and sort of walks off, essentially. Opens his door.
I'm guessing that's our cue for them to follow him. Okay.
So you follow him into a kind of like a cross between a office and a booth. There's comlink on the table, a couple of firearms scattered on there's a pistol scattered on the table, ammunition. There's a giant sledgehammer leaning against the wall. And he sits down and starts toying with the... can I listen into what they are talking from where I am? You're outside, right?
Yep.
Unless you have exceptionally good hearing, or you want to play some wizardry, or one of these guys decides to be friendly and broadcast what they're hearing, not really.
I could do. I've got a high enough rating comlink so I can do that.
Okay.
Yep.
6 hits on the assensing. Where is the assensing table? Off the top of my head.
Shadowrun, cold book, magical skills, sensing,
I think
astral perception.
6 is you've spotted everything.
Yeah.
312, astral perception. 5+ hits. The presence and location of any Deltaware, Bioware, Alphaware, or standard cyberware implants, gene treatments, and nanotech. An accurate diagnosis of any disease or toxins which afflict the subject. The fact, if possible, that the subject is a technomancer. The general state of the subject's health. The general emotional state, mundane or awakened, and the exact essence and magic.
Right. Okay. Let's start and move down. He is old. Orcs live to about 40, give or take. This guy is in his late 30s. He is old. However, he is cautious but extremely proud Sorry, sensing gives you emotional state, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he is cautious and wary, and that sort of wariness that comes from a lifetime of living on the streets and living as a gang in the streets. He's cautious, but he is exceptionally proud. Not in that sort of I am the greatest guy going ever kind of sense, but more in that he knows his capabilities, he knows what he does well, and he is essentially proud of his prowess. Let's put it that way. He has bone lacing. Do you know what the augments are? Or you just know where they are.
Okay, it says the presence and location of Delta, Bio, Alpha, or Cyber implants.
Okay,
It does
alright.
not say that. Basically, okay, one thing. If his entire skeleton is lighting up, it's kind of obvious to say, oh, he's got bone lacing.
Yeah, alright.
If there's a thin glowing wire in the back of his head, oh, it's a data jack.
Okay, alright.
Most things, it's never explicitly stated, do you know exactly what it is? It's up to the GM of, you know what it is and where it is, or if you just know where it is.
Okay, so the dude is lit up a little bit like a Christmas tree. He's actually not lit up like a Christmas tree because that sort of stuff is a hole. His limbs are dark, his bones are dark, his head is very dark. He's not. He doesn't appear to be addicted to drugs. He doesn't appear to be addicted to drugs, but he has 3.9 essence remaining. He is not awakened. Does that about cover it for 6 hits on his sensing? Lol?
Is he a technomancer?
He is not a technomancer. The building is not.
That would have been a real surprise.
Is he suffering from any diseases or toxins at the moment?
Age.
Okay. Does he have any astral signatures on him?
Nope.
Any astral signatures at all? Like, if anyone has anyone cast a spell on him in the last however many force hours? Okay.
Not recently.
Okay.
So this is essentially, it's a very old, relatively heavily cybered orc.
Oh, and I suppose since I'm sensing as well, is that sledgehammer glowing?
Nope, it's just a big lump of steel on a stick.
Okay, because the last time I saw a sledgehammer, it was a weapon foci, which is why I'm saying this.
Yeah, no, it's a big lump of steel on a stick.
Cool. So Regal will take a seat. Tyre will sit next to him, still grinning. No teeth, though.
No teeth. Alright. So, the orc sits down, and he says, right, now we have a bit of privacy. What do you want?
I want you to stop bothering the clinic. Possibly work with them, if we can arrange something about that. It seems beneficial to both you and him.
Something that helps everybody would be preferable.
I like the dwarf. I've got nothing against the dwarf. He's a good bloke. But the boys get hurt is what happens. And we need to patch them up.
He's already patching them up for you.
And if you take his stuff, then he can't patch them up because he won't have anything to patch anybody up.
And if you agree to, say, officially align yourselves with him and work to secure the clinic and such, he would be patching your boys up quite regularly, more so than he already is.
That way, everybody wins. You help keep him safe and secure, and make sure the way it works is quieter, and he helps patch you guys up.
And you say you need things that he has. Well, if you work with him, then I'm sure he would share some of his supplies with his benefactors.
All right. He sort of eyes off Cobalt for a minute and says, "You really do talk too much. And you're dressed like a clown."
But clowns do make people smile. Does a cheesy smile on purpose.
Sure. He looks over at Regal and says, "All right. Let's see. You want me to work for this man and do what?"
Work with him. And much the same as I assume you already do. Secure your turf. Keep the clinic safe. Make sure that other gangs don't come in and start causing noise and damage to him or his patients.
Okay. Negotiation time.
Oh, bugger. Regal has no fucking negotiation at all.
I do! I was trying to do as much as I could because I can throw lots of dice at this.
Redback, how can... Obviously, Cobalt can assist. Can Tyre assist?
Because he's deciding to talk to Regal, not me, which makes things harder for everybody.
No, I don't think Tyre can assist.
Tyre probably can't assist. He's not that great at talking to people.
Okay.
What social what dice modifiers am I looking here? What bonus or
Yeah, and for my assist, would my pheromones count?
If you're assisting,
Because he's trying to talk to Regal, so I wouldn't be the main negotiator, would I?
if you're assisting, no, they would not.
Okay, because he's specifically talking to Regal, isn't he?
Yes.
I mean, Regal can't actually accept teamwork on this as he has no ranks in negotiation.
Yeah.
Oh dear, this has gone bad, really, really bad.
No, see, it's okay. It's out of character. If I fuck up, he doesn't want to accept it. And Tyre will look at him, smile, and cast influence.
Okay, so you need to do a roll to see if he takes teamwork. Okay.
Let's see how we're gonna do this.
Yeah, because him talking to Regal's making this twice as hard. Oh, lovely.
Well, the thing is yes, I'm only rolling 3 dice base, but at the same time, I have made my in-character case fairly well, I assume. I have presumably am taking modifiers as I am not treating him disrespectfully or, am not looking out of place.
You're not wearing a safari suit and an overcoat into a gang bar.
True. But can I? So I can't assist at all then.
Let me just think about this for a minute. Okay, so you will. Let's roll your negotiation while I think.
Well, that's all of 3 dice. That's why I need to know
No,
what the bonuses
not
are.
you, Cobalt. Sorry. Roll your negotiation.
Okay, that's without pheromones because I'm assisting because he's talking to Regal, right?
Correct.
I will be right back as you think, actually. Quick go to the bathroom.
I'm gonna edge that. That'll be all my edge, but I'll do
no,
it.
it's fine. Don't worry about it. I just wanted to see how it went.
Obviously, okay, fine.
You can if you want, but
Because I'm throwing a lot of dice.
yeah, you are, but they're not as useful as you might hope.
No, and so I can't assist him that much because of limits on assisting. So yeah.
Okay, let's say plus 3. All right, I'll wait till Regal gets back, and then we can see how this goes.
If only I'd taken off my overcoat, this would probably have gone better. But never mind.
I would probably suggest that maybe wearing a safari suit into a gang bar.
I don't have anything else. I had the electrochromatic, so I can change how it looks to try and negate some of this. That's all he's got. Well,
Jeans and a t-shirt, man. Don't underestimate the benefit of jeans and a t-shirt.
If you aren't too smelly, I could give you my armored jacket. I'm sure it looks
I'm back.
like a jacket.
Okay, so, roll me your negotiation with a +3 and 1 to your limit. Are you
I'll spend the
satisfied
point.
with that level of success?
No, I will spend a point of edge.
Damn, that was sarcastic.
Well, okay.
Hmm.
I'm not going to win this, but it's okay because I have a backup.
And in the interest of keeping things behind the curtain, it's /GMR, right?
/GM roll, yes.
GM roll.
GMR also works,
Oh, GMR also works?
as does straight GR.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so here's how this is going to go down. The orc looks at you across the table and sort of stares for a minute. Says, "You make some solid points. However, I didn't get here by talking. I got here by my fists and by my hammer. If I walk out there and tell the boys, nah, leave the dock alone, I haven't got long left to live, and I would like to keep living for a little longer, but it will get much shorter."
But if one of us were to say, defeat you in a contest of arms, then you could tell your gang that by your rules, you must do as we say.
Something like that. Something like that.
Tyre will smile very, very widely and with very many teeth and raise his hand. Allow me to volunteer. Tyre, we'll say, allow me to volunteer then.
Right. Sorry, hang on. I was going to think about this for a second.
I mean, out of character, it's Tyre fights him or Tyre casts influence that you should accept that plan.
No, I appreciate that. That's not the...
No, I'm just saying out loud to the team. So
Okay.
It's not just like, okay, and now suddenly I do things and don't tell the team.
no, that's pretty much what Kobold figured out what was going to happen. He would have preferred this hadn't happened, but of course he decided to talk to Regan instead. It's a thing.
Doesn't he at some point stop being influenced and then he wonders, why the fuck did he accept?
It depends how the influence goes. Like if
Nope,
it's...
influence. Let me go...
If it's influence to
down
go and get a
the thing.
sandwich because you think you're hungry, you go and get a sandwich, the influence wears off, and you're still eating a sandwich. I must have been hungry.
As in influence, you should accept this plan. Influence causes the individual to do the action as if it was his own suggestion. If confronted with the wrongness of said thought, then they are allowed to check to break it.
So you can influence someone to jump off a building, but it's hard. It's much more useful to do something like go and get a sandwich. Or you really need to go and take a bathroom break now, Mr. Security Guard.
Yeah. Not actually, honestly, not going to work here because yeah, he'll think it's a good idea, and then he'll walk out and tell it to the people. His people will go, "That's stupid," and he'll go, "Oh, this is kind of stupid." So no influence here. Also, I'm leery of ever I have influence on Tyre, so that in those situations I can use it, but I'm still leery of having him use it because it's still mind magic.
Yeah, and mind magic catches bullets.
Yeah, because when it goes wrong bad.
Yeah.
So yeah, Tyre volunteers for this this one-on-one fight.
Okay. This is going to be interesting. This is going to be very interesting. Alright. Come back tomorrow and we can have a discussion. And he grins.
Tyre does not stop grinning with a now bordering on inhumanly wide smile.
Your mate's got a lot of teeth.
You're not the first person to say that.
Right, anyway, come back tomorrow.
What, in the interest of fairness now, what are the rules of this discussion, if any?
If you kill me, there will be no one to talk to.
Then we shall be sure not to kill you.
If I can't talk to anybody, no one is going to accept this thing.
Understood.
Alright. Come back tomorrow. And he
Okay.
stands up, opens the door, and sort of gently encourages you to leave.
And
Tyre and Regal both, politely, say goodbye to him and begin walking out.
and so also just for leave, what time tomorrow?
Midday sounds good.
That's fine. See you then.
Let's all go get a good night's sleep.
Yeah, I was about to say, so all of your shenanigans has taken you probably around to about, let's say, 9 o'clock at night. You started out life at 6. What would you like to do from here, gentlemen?
Do we still want to check out the warehouse? Maybe.
Yep. That sounds like a plan.
Okay.
Little drive-by peek.
Alright, so on the data chip that you were given, which I assume you are now looking at, there is a map pin of a warehouse. There is like a shipping manifest, or more like a shopping list. It contains various items of small and portable medical supplies and a few other bits and pieces. Trade names, aspirin, or whatever the Sixth World equivalent is. And a note that it is a storage warehouse. He doesn't expect the security to have too much of a presence. So you want to go and take a look? Is that the theory?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So down towards where the 552 ends up. On the other side, there's it's like a row of. You ever seen those things where there's like a row of warehouses, storage areas that are kind of put together with, like a little gated courtyard out front, and they're all just sort of racked up next to each other?
Mm.
Yeah. So there's one of those, and as you're driving down, you look at the names on the buildings, and there's a what looks like a place that stores tires somewhere that looks like it's been burned out a while ago, a place that looks like it stores potatoes. And then, right in the middle, there is a warehouse. And across there is a fenced-off courtyard, little, the those loading dock bar things. Boom gate, that's the thing. There's a boom gate. Sorry, one moment. There's a boom gate and a few other bits and pieces, and there is a nice big logo on the front. There's a nice big red and white logo with the caduceus snake.
Ooh, fun.
Do we know what this is?
Out of character? No.
Ah,
That's Dockwagon,
this,
isn't it?
Yeah,
this would be
Dockwagon,
the
right?
Dockwagon logo.
That fucker.
Amazing.
But looking around, it's just a warehouse from what you can tell. Now would be a good time for some perception checks, gentlemen.
Just on mine.
Yep, I'm looking at stuff.
Regal looking. Okay. 4 successes. 3 successes.
And
I was just doing mine.
I did mine with 5.
Regal is sensing. Tair is sensing. Visual perception with low light and magnify.
Oh, right, yes. Regal has low light as well. Because
Matrix
he's
perception
an elf.
of the
Wow.
warehouse.
I'm blind.
It's a warehouse.
Amazing. No, can I see? I can see the icons, right? How many of those icons are gone?
I think I'll be pointing things out to him.
Okay.
There's a gate. There's a window.
Did I glitch that? Oh no, just barely not. Whew.
So what do we got? We got a 3. So we got a 4 for visual, a 4 for visual.
5 for visual, because mine's the first roll right at the top.
Ah, okay. So as you roll on past this warehouse, there's a guard shack at the front. There's a dude sitting in there, sort of, bored-looking security guy. One moment. Right. There's a little guard shack. There's a dude sitting in the front, sort of, being vaguely guardy. There's a boom gate. There's like a little courtyard out front. There's a couple of what look like vans sitting in the courtyard. They don't appear to be covered in the Dockwagon livery though, so I don't know. They just look like vans at this point in time. And it's pretty well lit out the front. But for the most part, it looks like an active warehouse. There's a, big roller door for them to get trucks in and out. But it doesn't look like Fort Knox.
Do we spot many cameras?
5. Yeah, there's a camera on the guard shack pointing at the presumably pointing at the Tuatha. They've done a drive-by just to have a quickie gander, but I think before everybody takes a nap. There's a camera pointed at the well, you assume it's pointed at the boom gate. Looks like there's a couple covering the courtyard. It's a warehouse with a security guard on site. There's a couple of cameras you can spot.
Do I see every icon within 100 meters, right?
Mm-hmm.
How many of those are cameras?
There's a few. You probably need to spend a moment to sort them out from the chaff if you really want to count them.
I will do. I will figure if I try going past. I don't know whether they'll go and do but I've got. See, I could have. Yeah, I would have put my. I could quickly put on my ballistic mask and click on passive ultrasound. See if there's any ultrasound sensors.
Through a ultrasound sensor
Ballistic
on
mask.
a ballistic mask
Yeah.
through a car window.
Oh, good point. That's off the window. God damn it. I'd have to open the window first, wouldn't I?
So you're gonna drive.
Bad.
Okay. No, that's fine.
Wait, whoa, this isn't the car Regal's in, is it?
No, it's my own car.
Okay, good.
So you drive with your arm out of the window like a cool guy.
You're gonna put a mask on
Yeah,
and
but only,
roll down the
only
window.
for a split second. It's not like it's going to be on there forever. It's like I'm placing it over my face using a hand kind of thing. So I can just quickly put it back down kind of thing.
So you get precisely half a second of imagery, which is nothing because ultrasound doesn't go that far.
Well, it's worth a shot. Anyway.
But with all the information we can see, I'm gonna see if I can work out the security of the place.
Sure, that's going to require more than a drive-by and possibly some planning.
Well,
Like, you can take a guess at where the cameras are pointed and these sorts of things, but if you want more concrete information, that's going to require a bit more effort.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a rough guess for now from what we do know.
Okay,
This
is Volk, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, let me just take a quick gander at your knowledge skills.
That's counting +2 for electronics. I'm paying close attention to cameras, door alarms, things like that.
Yeah, okay. Throw us that security thing. Okay, you have 4 successes. All right. The doors are probably alarmed. The guard shack probably has some kind of panic button in it, and the cameras are most likely covering the obvious points of entrance and exit. Interior security. It's a warehouse. Probably not terribly heavy, but whatever it is, it's probably automated.
Okay.
What would I have to roll if I wanted to count icons that are guns?
You can do that if you like, but I'm confused.
You know, there's probably guard has a gun. If I know how many guns there are, I have an idea how much shit is in this warehouse.
Yeah.
How many guards? Yeah, makes sense.
How many guards? Yes.
Sure.
Unless they're all running silent, then I don't see anything.
Well, you can. Well, there's one you can spot at the front. You're wondering how many others are inside?
Yeah.
Via looking for firearms.
Yeah. I guess.
Okay. Give it a shot.
What do I roll? Perception?
That would be
maybe?
matrix perception.
Okay. Oh, 3.
Okay. So you managed to sort through the chaff a bit. One moment. Mhm. Mhm. Managed to sort through the chaff a bit. There's a couple of there is a few miscellaneous, couple of light firearms. Nothing major. There's maybe a half a dozen, but that's not really. There's half a dozen firearms of varying types sitting around, but that's about it.
Sweet.
Anything else on your drive-by?
Does
Gentlemen who are
this
driving
facility have a host?
by? It does indeed have a host.
All right, I guess I'm gonna perception that too.
Okay, roll me that matrix perception, yo.
Holy shit!
Let me just pull up my host stats. What do we got here? 8 successes. What is your data processing limit?
Let me look. I guess my deck has.
Your deck is configurable, so now would probably be a good time to put your deck as it's configured.
Yeah, we should have said that earlier.
Oh, you got one freebie. But yeah, now would be.
That being said, he's probably able to assumed competence it into. Yeah, I'm looking at things. Data processing top.
Yeah,
that's what I'm thinking. I would have attack to 4, sleaze to 5, data processing 7, and firewall 6.
Okay. Let's just dig out my little thing here.
Should probably write that down somewhere.
You should. If you could put that in the box, that would be helpful. Or make a box for it. Or something.
Yep, good idea. I'll figure out how to paint the box later.
So where have you put that? Or are you still putting?
There you go. ESDF. Attack, sleaze, data processing. And I'm going to find out how to paint the box as soon as possible.
So it's in the, I think it's second from the top. There you go. And software. What programs would you have loaded at this point in time?
Okay, software. What do I have? Oh, Jesus. So much stuff. Wait, I use browse all the time before. Probably have that. Oh God, what else do I have? Are any of these things important right now? There's so many programs I have.
We will find out.
And half of these I forgot what they do, so I'm gonna do let's say search, whatever.
Do you want a quick? So what are you trying to do?
Well, I guess because I'm in the Barrens, I have signal scrub because I don't trust the matrix around here, so I don't have as much noise. And browse because I was searching like a madman before. And then I'm running out of ideas what I could put in that makes it better to look at stuff.
So are you planning on doing this quietly or loudly? And what are you planning on doing?
Well, if I only want to know if there's a host and what the host ratings are and stuff, I don't really want to break in right now.
Okay, so you're not intending to poke at it?
Nah, not quite yet, I think.
Okay, well, then, if you could, you have some questions to ask me about the host, then.
Yes, so we start off with rating, right?
Mm-hmm. It is rating 5.
Well, that's okay. So, do I get the entire, what is it, array? It has like, yeah. It's attack, sleaze, defense, firewall.
Mm-hmm. So, its data processing is 8. Its firewall is 7. Attack is 6, and sleaze is 5. So you have 3 questions remaining.
Oh, okay, so each attribute is 1 question. Okay,
yes.
Good to know. Good thing I wrote like... damn. Now what else can I ask? Damn. Yeah, it's from Dogwagon. I already know that, so... So... Any hints what I could ask? Oh. I don't need to be inside to see what's slave to it. I can see that from the outside.
There may well be objects slave to it, but you would have to poke it from the inside, I think.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. So I would have to be inside to see. Okay. I'm just going to assume it's full of cameras and stuff.
Mm-hmm. You have 3 questions left if you would like them.
Anyone have a good hint?
You can ask what programs it's running, which based on table to table will allow you to know what ICE it's running.
I can also see that from the outside. Okay. Well, what's that?
That is a table by table thing. Some tables say that ICE cannot be seen from the outside of the host. Some say that it can't be.
Until they show up, you haven't got a clue.
There you go.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Because they're not until they're launched, they're not running. They're just sitting in memory.
So yeah, what else could it be running? It's a host. It's gonna be mean.
Well, it may not be.
This is a public host. Public hosts do not generally run things that kill people that come in.
Sorry, let's go back one. There is patrol running. But... no, you still wouldn't be able to see that, but that would be... Never mind. Forget I said anything. Don't pay any attention to me.
Well, the host without a patrol I see is a kind of shitty host, isn't it?
So, you have 3 questions. You don't have to spend them. You can just let them go.
Yeah, I'll have to sacrifice them. I didn't expect to roll this amazingly good.
Yeah, that happens.
Yeah, could you write down what the host has for later reference to help?
Yeah, I wrote it.
Friend. Okay, just for my job.
Okay, anything else?
I can't see if a device is attached to a host by looking at it. Or how does that work?
That one you would need to interrogate the host further, which you can do quickly from a moving car if you wish. I'm not going to stop you, but it could be interesting.
Yeah, no. I'm just wondering if I'm next to a device, right? And how do I know it's slave to something? Just by checking its firewall and it's giant, super duper huge. I know it's slave to a.
That's one way of doing it.
Okay, whatever. I don't need to see any more.
Okay. Then Is there anybody else who wants to take an eyeball at anything as they drive past, or are we all good?
The Ascensing?
Oh, a sensing. Right. Sorry. How many hits did we get for a sensing?
I got 3, Taylor got 7. He keeps all 7.
Right. Well, I'm just gonna go with Tair then, and skip Regal, because I assume you two talk.
We have a constant mental link to each other.
Alrighty.
That's so creepy.
Yeah, mages are.
So
I mean, you'd all have a mental link too, but y'all are like, no, I'm gonna take my D9 instead. So Regal's like, okay, fine, I'll just have my cool telepathy with my spirit.
Dear.
Creep.
You're so fucking creepy.
Yeah, it is a little creepy, but what you gonna do?
I mean, we can turn it off. It's just, when we're on the job, you're on the job.
Yeah, no, that's true. All right, so, or is something. All right. Well, in this case, it's still in the Barrens, so there's still a minor background count. But nobody lives here. This is a place where things come and go. It feels very not unstable, just not solid.
Any ward? I was looking for wards, spirits, watchers.
Okay, sure. There is a ward, and there is a watcher spirit that is. Well, do you
What
see a
force
watcher
is?
spirit? Yes, because they don't hide. They just sort of wander around.
Since I got 7 hits, what is the exact force of the ward? What is the exact force of the Watcher Spirit? Also, I now have whoever summoned the Watcher Spirit, I have their signature. Since that is part of the Watcher.
Wonderful. 4.
Force 4 ward? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Force 4 ward, Force 4 watcher.
Force 4 watcher, okay.
Well, it's a warehouse. You'd assume it carries expensive things. It's important to watch these things.
No. It's just that a Force 4 watcher rolls. I was doing this earlier. Let me find the. Go on. I'll just find the thing.
And look, it doesn't have a huge.
Okay. Your that Force 4 watcher spirit rolls 4 dice for perception.
That's fair enough. But it's a warehouse. It doesn't have a huge astral signature. It is warded. There is a sort of a watcher spirit lazily patrolling the perimeter. But yeah, it's not. It's a warehouse. It's not going to have a huge astral presence.
So from the outside, it looks like it's doable, basically.
Sure. Are we going to continue our drive-by and take some kip, or how do you want to go about this?
Well, Cobalt can't really do much more. He can't really do much at all for this kind of area of legwork. So yeah, he's probably just gonna go home, basically.
Okay. Other vehicle?
Heading home.
Rightio.
Now, where do you live?
Tacoma. You want me to drop you off somewhere?
Well, if you happen to drive through a Bellevue.
Dear oh dear. Alrighty, so you all bail out, go to your various homes. Does anybody intend to do any legwork or research overnight, or shall we speed of plot till the next morning?
I need to roll Insomnia, since I spent a point of edge.
Please do so.
It's intuition plus willpower, isn't it? Yeah.
It's threshold 4 from memory.
It is. It's like a call. So I sleep okay, but not enough to get edge back. Basically, lovely.
Don't worry, I feel your pain.
I'm going to be getting into my fix as soon as possible. Trust me. It's the bane of my existence with only 2 edge.
You should try being a decker with 1 edge in Insomnia. That was fun.
I was advised against taking Insomnia. Yes.
That sounds like a practicing torture you did to yourself there.
Alright, so does anybody plan on doing any research or legwork or making any phone calls or anything like that when they get home? Or are we just going to speed up plot till the next morning?
Can I have an agent searching about details about this particular warehouse?
Do you have an agent?
Yeah, I have a rating 3. Let me find it. Yeah, there it is. Rating 3 agent.
So your rating 3 agent will roll, unless I get this wrong, precisely 6 dice.
How is that calculated? It's kind of fuzzy. It says, "Yeah, look what the deck and what the riggers do."
Okay, so agents. Agents are autonomous programs that are rated from 1 to 6, and agents use the matrix attributes of the device they are running on, and their rating up to 6 for attributes. Agents also have the computer hacking and cyber combat skills at a rating equal to their own. An agent runs as a program and can use programs running on the same device as them.
Where did you find that?
Page 246.
In the core rules?
Yes.
Damn, I must have skipped that because I've been wondering how the hell do I use an agent?
So essentially an agent is a semi-autonomous, semi-intelligent, at rating 3 anyway, piece of software that can perform basic tasks for you. It will roll, I got that wrong, sorry, a grand total of 9 dice for its matrix search.
Okay. Well, I have that running while I'm sleeping. It's nothing illegal to search, right?
No. What are you looking for?
Well, whatever I can dig up about this particular warehouse, if there's like a blueprint somewhere. Or...
Oh, oops. Sorry, I think I read that wrong twice. It is actually 6 dice.
So it's twice the rating.
Essentially, yeah. So because it uses its rating for its attributes, so in this case int, and skills as a rating equal to its own. In this case 3. So 3 plus 3 makes 6. So we can.
Okay. And I could, if it's using my software browser, it needs half the time to fill its rows.
I like the way you phrased that.
Anyway, let's try this.
So what are you trying to do?
Well, I'm trying to find out if I'm trying to find out if there's any kind of blueprints or any kind of information about that particular warehouse. I mean, we already know it's from Dogwagon, but we don't know what it looks like inside. Maybe I find something. My agent does.
Okay. Let's go with... Well, you're not going to be able to find blueprints. That's nice, but that's cute.
Yeah, that would be too nice, right?
So, do me 2... two general knowledge or public rolls, and do me 2 limited interest rolls.
What?
So essentially 2 threshold 1, 2 threshold 3.
Oh, that's what you mean. Okay, sorry. That would be threshold 1. And another threshold 1. Oh man, it completely fucked that up. Jesus.
And then 2 threshold 3s.
Oh, it actually made 1. Wow,
okay.
Sweet.
So, overnight you leave your agent running. You give it some search parameters, but it's like rating 3 programs aren't very intelligent. They call them dog brains for a good reason. It finds out a bit of like a press release that says new facility opened, expected to cut costs by 5% over the long term, so on and so on and so on. Dockwagon shareholders are happy, so on and so on and so on. Standard corporate fluff bullshit. And the other one is like a LinkedIn type article or like a professional article talking about the challenges of designing automated security, and it's written by a Dockwagon employee. It talks about the challenges of developing automated security for product storage. It's like a little LinkedIn article type thing, but it appears to have been written by a Seattle Dockwagon employee.
Is there anything good inside of this article? I'll find out tomorrow, right?
You do find out tomorrow. It can be complicated to get drones to do what you like. You're often reliant on automated sensors, so on and so on and so on. It's good to have some human oversight, so on and so on and so on. Developed over a long period of time. Da 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 da. Written by one A. Hernandez.
Hernandez. I'm gonna sleep while my dumbass agent is doing stuff.
Alrighty.
We all get an edge back.
Yep.
Unless anyone has insomnia.
With the exception of Cobalt, who gets nothing because he's an insomniac.
I'm having a really rough run so far, aren't I? I couldn't even do the negotiations, and now I can't get my blooming edge back.
Well, Regal's only spent one edge, so he's got his edge back.
Yep.
It's like, Cobalt is feeling, why am I even here? Seriously.
So, Regal will have a little chat with Taylor, like, are you ready to fight him? Yes. Are you going to kill him? No. I still don't see why I can't, because then we won't have anything to do.
And we also need him to be conscious.
Are you sure I can't kill him? No. Can I swallow him in fire? As long as you don't kill him.
Oh, God.
And we need him to be able to be conscious and still be able to talk.
Sure. So I engulf him once. He soaks and resists like 2 things, and then he doesn't die because he's going to presumably have armor, so it won't kill him. And then Regal, the Tiger, spits him out, and we put a stim patch on him and go, okay, you won.
What could possibly go wrong? Except, of course, getting charcoal orc on the menu and an entire army of gangers after us. Yeah, lovely.
No, if we do kill him, then technically Tyre has just proven that he's the strongest, which means Tyre is the gang leader.
Oh,
I'm not sure an orc gang will accept the demon as their leader, though.
He's not a demon. Rude.
Okay, so whilst we speed of plot to the next morning and you guys work out how you're going to do this fight thing, I am going to take a quick run. I will be back in 2 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, obviously it's a one-on-one fight, unless they start, bringing more people into it, in which case Regal starts flinging spells around like it's going out of style. But Tyre has an elemental attack and an engulf, both of which do 14p AP minus 7. And if I recall correctly, the engulf attack itself is a melee attack, and then he starts resisting the damage while inside. So perhaps not an engulf on this guy, maybe just an elemental attack or 2.
returns. I have returned.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Welcome. I believe everyone's back now.
Okay, quick query. Okay, I'm going to need to pop into a shop and buy some clothes that will fit in the area, in case he doesn't have to talk to someone actually take him seriously this time.
I believe everyone's back.
Yeah, because that went so well last time. Yeah, didn't it? So I want to give him like some shoes, some like plain shoes, jeans, that kind of thing. Would he be able to get away with wearing this overcoat, or would he have to buy an armoured jacket as well?
I'd leave that up to your discretion.
Or, hang on, I'll roll a fashion roll to find out.
That's also a thing you could do.
I didn't know there's a road to run for fashion.
Knowledge skill.
It's actually very useful for a face, and I should have used it earlier. Whoops. I forgot.
Oh, what I'm wondering is, how do armor jackets look like? Are they more like a bike jacket today, or?
They can. It varies. Like I've heard, you can have them like as a denim jacket with like pads woven in on the inside. You can have it as like a leather biker jacket with with armor sewn inside the leather. You can have it as a very obvious, I'm wearing a security vest. Armor jackets are very, very...
The stereotypical one that I always have in my head is an army combat jacket type. You got the kits and everything.
So, with that one success, because it's a very basic thing I'm trying to find out, is it enough to find out that I can get away with it or not?
I would not recommend that you wear a synergist overcoat to meet with a gang leader. That would end poorly.
Okay then. Then I'm going to have to buy some new gear. Luckily, I have enough money to. Okay. And considering I can buy them pretty much anywhere because it's not restricted.
Armor jacket is legal, I think.
Yes, it is. It's legal. It's availability too.
Yeah,
so I can just buy it with any mods I want, and I have it.
You can pick that up from Stuffer Shack.
Yeah. And then I just ask them to add these mods, and I just pay them the extra money. Okay.
Mods might be a bit more complicated, but yes, you can add them to it. If you want to pick it up from Stuffer Shack on the way to the meet, that's totally a thing you can do. If you
That's
want to,
probably what I'm going to do.
If you want to add mods to it, that's not going to fly so well.
Well, I'll begin that as early as I can, so I'll ask them. It's like, and I'm guessing I'll have to roll to kind of help them get them do it in time, basically.
Yeah, I'm gonna pop to the local Stuffer Shack or sporting goods joint and pick up a bunch of duffel bags. Quite a few. I think 20 will do.
That's a lot of duffel bags.
That's way too many, jeez.
I can only carry 20.
They're 20 New Year each, so I'm going to make sure we have more than enough just in case. I don't want to get there with 5 and realise we could have grabbed a load more.
Buy some human size in case we need to do wet work.
Lovely. Okay, I'm going to buy some nice. Well, I don't think that looks too nice, otherwise it's going to look like I'm still being a show off. So I'll just buy some good pants, shirt, that kind of thing.
All right, that can all be covered by the cost of an armor jacket.
Yeah. So I'll just
pair of jeans, t-shirt, armor jacket, boots. You don't look like quite as much of a nonce as you did previously.
Oh, hey, what's it? Cheek of it. So anyway, I'm going to buy an armor jacket and then I'm going to get there early enough. I'll have to do a negotiating rod to hopefully get the mods on it on time. That kind of thing.
Cool.
Yeah.
Has anybody thought to inform Tuatha about what the hell is going on?
Well, we've been trying stuff over DNI, so we've been,
Tuatha explicitly dropped from the DNI while she was patching up people in the clinic.
Oh, good point. Yes. Well, I probably would have. Oh no, that's not really. Yeah. Okay. I'll probably say someone needs to inform Tuatha. I'm going to be busy picking up stuff, so they'll talk to me. Can someone else kind of pop in and say hello to them?
Do you have a number?
I can always send Tyre in the Astra.
The doc will appreciate that.
Yeah.
It's something right into the procedure. Just someone pops into existence. Hey, you, come with us.
That's gonna go
Okay.
so well.
No,
Yeah,
I'm not going to do that unless no one else goes.
What do I need to roll to hopefully get them with my objective with the mod on in time? Because I'll be going there basically as soon as the place opens.
What were you trying to put into it? And I will let you know if it's possible.
I'm probably just going to slap on some non-conductivity on it, and electrochromatic clothing. So I'll just change the colour of it. I don't think I'm going to need my just
Okay.
double disguise rather than.
Electrochrome. Yes. Let me just have a quick gander at non-con. Non-con's going to be a little harder. What rating of non-con were you planning on putting in it?
The highest I could put in it. Because I'm not pretty much out of it. I'm not using the secret. I'm using it to stop myself getting stunned, basically, if somebody shock on me.
Okay. Let me just check something real quick. Cobalt. Just for the hell of it, roll me your negotiation.
Okay. Do I get
Nope,
get my pheromones?
just
I'm
your
going to ask every time.
Just your flat negotiation.
Okay, that. So I don't get my first impression then.
Nope.
And I get to keep all them.
Okay, grand. So via some freakish chance, let's just. Via some freakish chance, they in fact have a armor jacket with electrochrome and non-conductivity in it. So mark that down on your expenses.
Done.
Or was that done?
No, Dad, I've added it onto my sheet.
Okay. You now look like you may actually belong in a gang hideout. So the 3-4 of you are going to go along. Is someone going to attempt to send a message to Tuatha to let you know what's going on, or is she just going to carry on doing her thing, which I'm not sure what that is?
I suppose I will either take a Johnny Cap out before the fight is due to go inform Tuatha, or I will send Tyre out and just have him astrally tap her on the shoulder and go, hey.
Okay, so someone is going to get a message to Tuatha somehow. Is she going to come along? If Tuatha is about, but I think she might have stepped off for a second. Hang on, half a tick. Which I am.
Yeah, Tuatha had some stuff to sort out. They had some unexpected guests arrive, I think.
I'm back.
Oh, welcome back.
Excellent.
Good timing.
Hey.
Perfect timing.
I'm back because I was pinged.
Are you going to tag along to... So, we have Speed of plotted to the next morning. Regal is dropping past, I assume, the clinic to let you know what's going on, which is where they're going to go and get into some kind of fist fight. Do you wish to tag along? What are you going to do?
Well, this is my primary role, the medic of the team. So if they're getting in a fight, then yes, I'm going with.
Well, it's Tyre getting in a fight.
Yeah.
But your assistance is appreciated.
Hey, you never know, right?
He is technically considered to be a metahuman when he's in realistic form.
Excellent. So presumably we all pile into various forms of transportation, whichever we have.
You're getting over to the fight.
Excellent. So as you pull back up to the location, I am going to assume that someone memorized it, or at least took note.
Well, I probably would have marked it on my maps or software going.
That'll do. As long as someone paid half an attention to where you were going and you didn't just sort of blindly follow a ganger and then just drive out going, oh yeah, we're supposed to come back somewhere tomorrow. As you pull up, so how does Regal... So Regal just fights by what?
Regal himself or Tyre?
Sorry, Tyre fights by being a spirit and doing what?
Well, he has an unarmed strike, which does 7 stun. He has an elemental fire attack, which does 14p minus 7. And he
Ouch.
has a fire engulf, 14p minus 7. And then, every turn while the person is inside the engulf, they take that much damage again.
Right, okay. Anyway, so the 6 of you... Man, fucking... 6 of you turn up to the bar where 4 of you were the day before. Except this time the vehicles have sort of been cleared out and there's a nice big open arena space type thing.
So wait, what exactly is going on?
Is the arena outside in the street?
It's in the car park. You're in the plastic jungles. No one's going to look twice.
Ah, okay. That works out well.
Oh boy, entertainment.
Regal and Cobalt attempted to negotiate with the gang leader. It didn't fail, but it didn't succeed. So now we have a minor trial by combat.
And I now blend in more, so hopefully this time if there is any negotiations, he'll be willing to negotiate with me.
Cobalt,
Yeah.
yes, and this time Cobalt doesn't look like he walked in off the set of a David Attenborough film.
Wait, is this trial of combat to see who gets to lead the gang?
It's a negotiation proxy.
So whoever wins is not going to be in charge of the gang unless they already are?
We're not fighting over ownership or running of the gang.
Well, that's just disappointing. Out of character.
I still think you don't look enough like orcs to be in this gang. But whatever. Enjoy.
Actually, before I arrive, I'll run a disguise rod to hopefully make myself look more like an orc. So hopefully they won't recognise me. That's the plan. So I look like someone else.
Sure. Let's see how this goes. Throw me your disguise.
It could go badly.
Wait, whoa. Who's surprising? Doing what?
No, as in, I'm seeing how Cobalt's disguise roll goes and see if it surprises me.
2 successes, it's better than last time.
So do you want the good news?
Oh, this is going to be bad, isn't it? Yeah.
Didn't glitch.
Yeah.
He can't glitch, in fact.
Not if he's applying the disguise at home.
Ah, true.
And I have enough time so it can be an extended test. So I'll do it again with minus 9.
This is chewing into your fine jacket time too, so I'll give you 1 extension.
Yeah, that's fine. Oh, yeah, 4 hits total.
Okay, so you don't quite look as recognizable as you did before, and with a few carefully applied things, we'll see how that goes. So that 4 becomes the threshold to work out that it's you, right?
Yes, they have to hit 4 hits on the perception, yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Thank you. Alrighty. So pile up to this sort of makeshift arena, and this, relatively large number of trolls and whatnot standing around. Trolls and orcs, dwarf or two, which is interesting, but maybe they got lost. Who knows? Standing around, looking expectantly, and sort of standing off to one end is the very old orc from last night. Under his right hand, he is resting the hilt. He is resting it on the end of the handle of his sledgehammer, and across his left shoulder he has slung a very large shotgun.
Taking a look at the sledgehammer.
It's still just a lump of metal with a stick on it.
Just nothing else? Nothing on it? Really just a lump of metal?
It really is just a lump of metal with a stick on a stick. He's
just making sure.
Very safe and sorry.
It really is just a lump of metal on a stick.
Ooh, I didn't type that correctly. Whatever. I want to look what's on this gun. Is it wireless or not?
It's a shotgun.
Does it have do I see if it has like a smart gun system or stuff like that? Is that possible to see? I don't know.
Not really. It's a shotgun. It may have a smart gun system. It may not.
Oh, okay, cool.
But yes, it is.
I just snake her.
It is a very large shotgun. So.
Oh, and before I arrived, I would have got my Soviet Guardian out and put it in got it concealed, and loaded with APDS as well, just in case.
Right. We're doing this seriously then. You are concealing.
Well, in case it goes bad, you need it.
Concealing it where?
I've got a concealed quick draw holster on the Soviet Guardian, so I can.
Okay.
As I emoted, I'll be standing next to my car, driver's door slightly ajar, assault rifle on the seat.
Yeah, that's fine.
Loaded with APS.
Good lord.
I guess I have my what is it? My big gun in my concealed holster somewhere underneath my jacket.
Right. So the orc sort of stands or lifts up his arms and sort of that sort of quiets down the crowd a bit, and points towards Regal and Tahir and Cobalt.
Well, I'm looking different, and I'm also using my voice modulator to change my voice.
He points towards Regal and Tahir. It's the thought.
The two of us both just cock our heads like in opposite directions.
It's the thought that counts to Arthur. The orc lifts up his hands and quiets down the crowd and sort of points towards Regal and Tahir. So
Tahir just grins and takes a small step forward.
These lads here came to me with an idea. Now, it's not a bad idea. However, I am not convinced. If they can convince me, and he grins at the crowd, and there's sort of that laughter that ripples through the crowd. If they can convince me it's a good idea, well then we might have something more to talk about.
Tyre will pipe up. It is 1-on-1 or 2-on-1?
If you think you need two, you're more than welcome, but the general rules is one, son.
1-on-1 it shall be. I would not be disrespectful and dishonest.
Alright. He takes a step forward. And he sort of gestures to the back, and there's a younger orc who looks a little skinnier, but not too tiny. He says, "If you get too badly beat up, my mate over there can sort you out."
Tyre nods and kind of steps forward into the arena.
This is this is a guy who has worked his way up from the streets the hard way. He knows exactly how it do and how it gonna do. So
And we go to initiative here.
yes, we are going to go to initiative here. Let me just have a quick gander at something, and yes, then we will go to initiative. But if you could throw out your initiative, that would be wonderful. 22. Ah, sorry, I have lost a thing. One moment. God damn it. Ah, there it is. Okay.
Ally Spirit initiatives are a bit odd, as they are only plus 2d6, but you know they have a base initiative of.
They have a base initiative of stupid.
Yeah, 14 in Tyre's case.
Alrighty, let me just add those tokens then. So yeah, 22.
Okay, for the purposes of the clarification, what is his edge? What is Ronnie's edge?
Sorry?
What is Ronnie's edge, since we've tied initiative?
That's a good point. It is 2.
Okay. Well, if you decide that Tyre's Eric is his own edge, then Tyre has 7 edge. If you decide that Tyre's Eric is my edge, then he has 4.
Yeah, there is no way your ally spirit is getting 7 edge.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't use his own edge anyway. Even like outside of Eric.
Ally spirit, when created, gain your edge.
Yeah, so he has 4 edge. He has 4 edge. But it's a shared pool between the two of us. I have to use, if I spend an edge on him, it's considered me spending an edge on myself. So.
Okay.
So, Tyre is going first, and Tyre will open up with gesture with his hand and elemental attack fire.
That's the thing that can happen.
And I will edge that.
You realize if he's only Ash, he cannot talk, right?
9 hits. He keeps all of that, as his limit is 10.
And I soak elemental attack.
Well, you dodge first.
Oh, sorry, dodge. Right.
Your reaction plus intuition.
Hey, yeah.
Which you can roll openly or hide. Your choice as a GM.
Oh, I'm going to roll this one quietly. Oh, god damn it.
And Ronnie goes up in a puff of smoke.
He's not going to bloody die. He's an orc. He's soaking with the 5 dice all by himself. That's going to reduce the damage down to non-lethal.
Damn it, what am I doing wrong?
/GM roll, all one word, and then the
There we
number.
go. So that was 9 successes?
9 hits.
9 hits. Okay, you have 3 net hits.
3 net hits. Then he is resisting 17p AP minus 7.
Holy shit.
That's insane.
Oh dear, oh dear. Is it an elemental attack of some description?
It is, yes, it is fire,
Okay.
which lights him on fire. But let's have him absorb this attack first.
Good lord.
I hope he doesn't have ammunition on him.
Because that could explode.
Mhm.
So what is his armor?
I'm getting through that. Jesus Christ.
Well, you could have used a light armored vehicle to shoot him too.
This one I will do openly.
That's his armor after 7 AP?
Yes.
Damn, okay. So he takes 11p.
Yes, he does. What happens if you cast oxygenate on a fire spear? Who's materialized? Not for here. General question.
Temporary great form. Temporary increase of force by like 2. I don't know. Something stupid.
Fuel
By
bomb
net
goes
hits on the
off.
spell casting?
Oh wait, no, that's stun damage that comes across.
Ah, so he takes 11 stun.
No, he takes. Yes.
His armor is his armor alone less than 17 after minus 7.
Absolutely not.
Then he takes 11 stun.
Okay, that's yeah. Okay, so he's very, very unhappy with this situation. Any wave.
Now
Now he catches fire.
let me go to that.
Good lord.
So now, please roll just his armor plus any fire resistance minus 7.
Just his armor plus any fire resistance minus 7.
Right. And then we'll roll that openly, and then we'll see how many hits. And then the threshold is the net hits of the fire-based attack. So threshold 3. So just his armor minus 7. Okay, so he is not on fire.
Well, that's good. He sort of column of flame descends and sort of buffets this very old but still very unhappy orc. And he looks over at Tair, curses briefly something in Ozet. Does anybody speak Orcish?
Not yet. I'm planning to get it eventually.
Well, I assure you it's uncomplimentary.
I speak Orzet.
Do you?
Yes. I have 4 ranks in it.
Okay.
No.
Just for the hell of it, throw me your Ozet roll while I talk. Curses at Tair a few times, staggers a bit and blinks. He looks a little unsteady on his feet, but holy shitballs.
And of course, I would not have rolled that on any actually useful rolls.
That's called the rules. It's called the rules.
What do you mean this isn't useful? We're beating this guy to get him to do what we agreed. That's very useful. That's mission critical.
Well, yes, but I'm rolling this on identifying him insulting you.
Okay.
Yes, well, while translating his swear words, he accidentally writes a Shakespeare novel in Orcish.
So the
Sweet.
orc has called Tair some very uncomplimentary Elvish insults. some of which are probably illegal in at least 3 counties. Along with some choice words to say about mages and cheating bastards and so on and so forth.
I will call out to him in apparently fluent Orzet. He didn't say mages weren't allowed. Well, magic specifically. Won't say mages. He didn't say magic wasn't allowed.
Yeah, he's still unhappy about this. So at this point he will unshoulder his shotgun. He will where is that gone? He will unshoulder his shotgun. He will look at Tair. He will give a very, very dirty look towards Tair, and he will unload his shotgun.
Okay.
In his general direction.
Single shot? What's he doing?
He is doing a semi-automatic burst.
Okay, so that is a minus what to the dodge roll?
It is a -3.
-3?
Mm-hmm.
-2?
-3.
It's 4 shots?
Nope, it's a shotgun.
Ah, -4 then. Okay. So, go ahead and roll me the attack.
I am doing so. Roll. Da. Yes. Roll. That's fine. Roll a thigh.
Wait. Aren't spirits immune to mundane weapons?
See, okay, now, if Tair is hit, then we look at the damage code compared to the armor. And if the attack, after any AP, is less than the armor, Tair doesn't take any damage at all.
This is why shooting spirits sucks.
So, what is the AP on that shotgun? Just for out of character.
Not great. It's -1.
-1. So basically, if he hits, he needs to do more than 13 damage, or Tair takes no damage at all. Even if Tair does take damage, Tair then gets 7 automatic hits on his soak test.
Yeah, so shooting spirits is generally considered suboptimal.
Right, but I have rolled 6 hits on my 11 dodge dice after the semi-auto burst.
Yeah, including.
And just to be sure, that 13 was with wound penalties. He's taking 11 stun, unless he's on something that negates his stun damage, which is preeminently possible.
Yes, that is with the appropriate penalties.
I am not being a dick. I'm just making sure. I'm holding myself to penalties, so. It is Tair's turn again.
So, who does catch that blast? That's a very good question.
Does it hit the really stupid...
By raw, since no one is in melee with Tair, there is no risk of him being hit. Anyone being hit.
Oh, but I was hoping that the really stupid gang guy got shot, who kind of we met in the first place.
None of the gangers are going to be standing on your side of the fight, so the only people in line with this are going to be you lot. So.
Well, I'm going to be well out of the way.
You know, Regal was sure to step away from the general direction.
Anybody else standing behind Tair?
Hell no!
No?
Soon as I realised there'd be guns involved, I'm off to the side.
He was openly standing there with a shotgun.
Me?
You are standing behind?
Apparently. Wait a second. Hang on. Need you think about this for a second.
Where did you park? God damn it!
Hang on.
Just broadly behind is... yeah.
No, I do not. I'm not standing behind there.
Well, Tair has just seen this man take a column of fire with no apparent ill effects besides staggering a bit, so he will shrug.
He looks very, very unhappy, but he's still standing. Maybe
Still standing,
slightly
okay.
Singed around the edges. But yeah.
See, the issue is Tahir doesn't really have a non-lethal option. Tahir is burn fuckers or don't fight. So,
Oh, the non-lethal is the fact that he's heavily armored.
True. And 7 stun AP nothing is not likely to do much against this man. So Tahir will wave his hand again. Elemental attack fire.
And I will sense the person who's being singed horrifically.
I won't edge this one.
Oops.
Okay.
God damn it.
Yep.
Hang on.
Dodge pool minus wound penalties.
Yeah, fucking grumble, bastard thing. That's what I get for copy and pasting. Oh, bastard thing. Okay, he will use a point of edge on that one. You have a single net hit.
Okay. Then that is 15p AP minus 7.
That is just ridiculous.
That's a 4/7 spirit for you.
Yeah.
Never pick a fight with a spirit.
But this way, GM, there is a reason that Tahir was like, I volunteer for this fight.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, Regal would have just gone with something like a Force 10 ball lightning into him, but yeah.
This is much more entertaining.
That is 13 stun.
Okay.
If it goes over his stun track, then every 2 stun he
Rolls into
takes
physical.
gets translated to 1p.
Yep.
Mm.
Good lord.
So it's 2 stun to 1p.
This is why mages suck. Anyway. So a second column of fire descends on the now slightly more singed orc.
And is he on fire?
What was that? That was 15. No. Oh, hang on. Did I get my soak rolls right? No, sorry. I got my soak rolls wrong. Sorry. Let me... Sorry, Alex. I buggered up my soak roll.
Oh. Okay. So instead of 2 hits, he takes 6. So he takes 15 minus. He takes 9
Okay.
stun
Well,
as
that's
opposed to 13.
okay. And now, is he on fire?
Is just his armor after removing 7 versus a threshold of 1.
No, he is not on fire. All right. So a second column of fire descends on this orc, who is now much notably more singed, and he drops to his knees, or drops to a knee. You know, that kind of, you know, the thing when you clout someone on the back of the head and they end up sort of dropping onto a knee and using a hand to steady themselves, and he holds up a hand in Regal's direction. And sort of Tahir's direction.
Tahir moves his hands behind him, sort of in that, formal, like, yes.
And he sort of coughs for a few times and stands up and looks around.
Jesus, he took wait, holy shit. He's still up?
Fluff, shush.
Fluff, okay. No worries. I'm just like, holy shit, he's still in the fight?
pain regulator or something.
Yeah, you know all about pain editors, Alex.
I
If
do.
he had a pain editor, then he wouldn't have dropped to a knee.
I know all about pain editors on my NPCs. Oh, yes, I do.
Yeah. He stands up and coughs a few times. What's that burning smell? Oh, I think it's me. Right. He turns around and addresses the assembled orcs and says, right, lads. I think our friend over here has proven his point, unless anybody else wants to try. There's sort of a general shuffling of feet and sniggers, and that when you see a line of people and one guy gets halfway pushed forward who nobody probably likes anyway, and they just want to see him get set on fire, he disappears back into the crowd. Didn't think so. He turns around, looks at Tyre and Regan and says, "Alright, we'll do it your way. I will go and talk to the doctor. Now sod off."
You will work with him? Yes.
I'm sure we can come to an arrangement. Now, did I stutter?
No, you did not. Tyre will turn, make a show of bowing to Regal, and then, walk back alongside Regal.
Mutters something else uncomplimentary and orcish about elves and mages and cheats. And sort of walks back into his clubhouse, trailing a slight, leaving a slight smoky trail behind him. So you've solved one problem. You now need to solve a second problem. How do we wish to do this? Or do you want to do anything else while you're here?
Well, I would probably say to us, when you next see the doctors, tell them to expect a visit from Ronnie, and hopefully they can sort out a deal that helps both of them.
Sure.
I will return to the doctor and do so.
I will give you a lift if you require to there.
That would be helpful.
Yeah, best leave before we outstay.
Before we all get in a firefight?
Quite literally, in this case, we don't want to burn down the bar. Ooh, yeesh.
Zing!
Oh, and by the way, that fight, Cobalt would have been recording with the camera built into his glasses, so he's got it all recorded.
For any particular reason?
Just for his home collection to watch later on Google.
Okay.
I mean, he's not going to try and blackmail that guy. That's not going to end well. No. And of course, he'll DNI a copy to anybody that wants it.
Okay.
Yeah, Val's in a strange place. She doesn't mind spirits, but she doesn't like mages.
Does anybody on this, just general question for my information, does anybody in this table have common sense?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
Okay, good. How about you, Rosa?
Nope, I don't have any common sense.
In real life,
I'm
or
a
in
loose
game?
gun.
The answer is no for both.
Okay. Awesome. Well, then... So, now what do you intend to do now?
Break into a warehouse very quietly and nick everything.
Pretty much. I mean, Cobble can sneak a bit because of his RPC and his Sleeping Tiger, but I don't think he's going to be doing much more talking for the rest of the run. Unless we want to try and talk our way in, which is a possibility.
Right, bugger, that was the other thing. Blech. Sorry, Jim. Looking back over the notes of what I chose on Tired when I completed the thing versus what I put on the Hero Lab file, and there's errors, so I need to update that. I'm sorry. I gave him search instead of concealment on the sheet when he should have concealment.
Okay. Fair enough. I can deal with that in a minute.
I'm just letting you know, so it's not just like, well, where are you pulling his power from? It's like, no, he was meant to have that, and I will update that poor file.
Okay. All right. So, what is your plan collectively now? What do you want to do?
I would probably say we need to get schematics on the warehouse.
Yeah.
Find out exactly what security they have, how we can search and navigate it, and we decide whether we want to do this. We kind of go in at night, clear it out, and leave, or whether we want to do it socially and find out a reason to just empty the warehouse. That way.
Mm-hmm.
It's up to the. I'm just throwing it out there to everybody.
Okay, so
yeah, I think the options of infiltration or social will depend on what the security inside is like.
Fair point.
Well, I've been Googling, and apparently this thing is mostly automated with fun drones and sensors. But they have some guy looking over all this shit, but it's mostly automated.
Well, it sounds like that would be your area of expertise to take down the security.
Oh, goody. It would be much easier if you got me near some device that's attached to their host, and they could get into the host much easier.
Well, there are a few ways to do that.
Is the Doctor awakened?
Which? Dwarf?
Yes.
No, he's mundane as they come.
Oh well, there goes that plan. I had the plan that if he wanted medical things and there was some dual-natured things in there, then he might want those in preference, and I can carry them out while projecting. Technically.
I don't think you can carry them through a wall, though.
No, but it's easier to move a small handful of vials than an entire person undetected. Especially if the vials don't actually have a heat signature.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. But
nice idea.
Actually, it is a nice idea. Where can we get some dual-natured moss?
That one is going to be up to you to find.
Why do you want dual-natured moss?
So we can go through the wall. Yeah.
So who can get to the wall?
Like if we get the dual-natured moss, wrap it around the handles of the bags. I can carry the bags in. Summon a spirit to push the vials into the bag, and carry the bag out by the dual-natured handle.
The building is walled.
I won't be visible because I'll be on the astral.
Yeah, but the building is warded, remember?
Yeah.
Wards are meant to be broken.
Yes, but if you do that, wouldn't it then alert the person?
You can sneak through a ward with a magic plus charisma test.
Mm.
And your net would be
you only need to do that if you are trying to bring an active spell, or you are a dual-natured creature such as a spirit. So if Tyr wants to get through the ward, he rolls 14 dice to get through, versus the ward's force times 2 in an opposed test, and whoever wins is either Tyr gets booted out, but not alerted, or he gets through.
I think it would probably just be simpler to create a blind spot and get in through a window.
All right. If you look at my link, Mr. GM, I have updated Tyr's PDF properly.
Okay. Is there anything
what
else
he was supposed to be,
or is that it?
I literally cannot get rid of fear, as it requires Parallel requires me to give him 7 powers, but he's supposed to have Mind Link instead of fear.
Okay, that's fine. I can just keep that in mind for the moment. So it's concealment instead of search and Mind Link instead of fear.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, and I've updated the sheet so that it properly shows concealment instead of search.
That's okay. I can just keep that in mind.
And again, my apologies for that.
No harm done. Okay, so you have a warehouse. You have an article about security design for similar such features, written by written by 1A Hernandez. You have a theory about dual-natured moss.
Well, I can roll matrix security.
Never mind.
I wanted to roll that to figure out what the inside of a host would look like from Dock Wagon in a warehouse.
Yeah.
Actually, I wrote it down wrong. I wanted to write matrix security protocols, but whatever.
Yeah. Functionally the same.
Hey, 4 successes.
Okay, so matrix security for a warehouse host.
Sure.
It will be mainly concerned with protecting itself, making you go away, and finding out where you are. That would be its primary concerns.
I bet you didn't buy that software that hides where I am.
So that would be a thing it wants to do. Also, it's probably fairly sparse. This thing exists for the shipping and handling of stock. It's a warehouse. I'm not entirely sure what sort of information you're looking for.
Hang on, I have an idea. We could tell it, if it's all automated, get us shipped to his doctors, and it would all seem legit.
Well, that would require several file changes, right? Well, with shipping manifests and tell the robots that pack the stuff into cars that they should do that.
Well, it's just an idea. I'm not saying we need to do it. It's just an option.
How many roads would there be from a mechanical standpoint? Because when I see change file, you can only change like one tiny bit at a time.
So change file is a bit of or edit file is a bit of a wonky one. Essentially, it lets you make reasonable edits.
Oh, okay. So it would be reasonable to say, yeah, dump it in there, and then these and these people are going to pick it up. Well, there would be 2 different files probably, but...
Yeah, one would be, say, the creation of a manifest, and the other would be the creation of, like, a loading bill or something.
Yeah, something like that.
As well as doing things like making sure they're in the right places, and so on and so on. Also, making sure you look like you belong. But, yeah, that's totally a thing you could do.
Yeah, that's their problem to look like they belong. I can only change files.
Yeah, so what do you intend to do /find/look for? Does anybody want to do anything?
Well, I've kind of laid out the options to the team while they decide between them because he doesn't have much input on it because he's probably not going to be doing much himself. Unless we want to try and do it socially. Yeah, I mean, we could say that we could order it so that we are here to pick up some stuff for this place. So you just edit the files and we pick it up and then leave.
But being dressed in armored clothing that don't say dock wagon.
No, we could buy a couple of disguises and then we're done.
Yeah. If need be, we could skip that bit and just have automated load in one of the vans that sat there, and then when it's full, we just drive in, guns blazing, nick the van.
That's too loud. That brings awareness, and then anything we take in would have tracking IDs on them. They'll track them as soon as the van gets moved. Yeah.
They're going to work out it's nicked anyway, so...
Yeah, but the less attention we bring to it, the better, I would say.
Well, mine's automated.
Yeah, my personal favourite would just simply be sneak in, bag everything, sneak out.
Do we know anything about how much security is actually there, or do we just know that there's a Watcher Spirit Award and some cameras?
We don't know what's inside exactly.
Yeah. Well, you could probably do a deep matrix search. Sorry, because we're going to have time. Because we've still got another.
I mean, you are going to turn those cameras off, right, Decker?
Mm.
Yeah. If you want to go in, I'm going to turn off the cameras. Yes.
And while you're doing doing all the search, considering the recent thing with the orcs, someone's going to try and learn orc sex. So if he doesn't like being with people and can't understand what they're saying.
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said. Something you wanted me to search something.
Yeah, to try and get proper schematics on the building. And
probably the easiest way to get schematics is to go into the host and get the schematics that the drones use to not crash into walls or something like that.
That's an option.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it's safer to do that before you go into the host. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I have my doubts that you find the exact schematics of this particular building on the internet, in the Matrix.
Yeah, I'm just gonna try and learn Orc using my deck power again. That's a threshold 2.
Anyway, I discovered like 6 light guns around this area, around the warehouse. So it's not all that many people, probably.
Yeah, but it would be useful to know if like they have specific patrolling patterns or anything like that, so we can kind of work around them.
Oh, yeah, it's probably good to not run into them, yes.
Yeah. Like, do they patrol the warehouse itself, or just the perimeter, just the offices, things like that? 'Cause I'm assuming a warehouse is still going to have a little section with offices.
If we need to, then there is the option of, I mean, this is very loud and this is very, very, last ditch, but I walk through the ward. Tyr slides his way through. I summon my 2 bound fire spirits and summon a 3rd, and then the 4 spirits just go to town.
If you suggest this while Tarato's anywhere near it, she will actively discourage you.
Yeah. That's no. I'd prefer to
how many
nick
gods will come? There will be an army.
And any knowledge in biology will also note that most medical drugs are fairly temperature sensitive.
Yeah, we're going to destroy most of what we actually really should be nicking.
Oh, definitely. This is plan ZZZ.
So this is a plan we will never do because it will scupper the entire run.
Yeah. if anything, it's a oh shit hits the fan, we need to get out of here distraction type thing.
I mean, I can also summon, spirits of earth, spirits of man. I can have Tyr influence the guards to walk away. I can have him accident them to, critically glitch. Many things. This is without even getting into the fact that if you guys just want to sneak in, then Tyr can put concealment on all of you, which is a -7 to notice you, and then Regal can cast improved invisibility on you guys.
Okay, how's this for a potential plan? Hack in, get the drones inside to load up one of the vans. I sneak in, sort of start driving the van away, and you just influence the guard at the front that everything's fine, just open me up and let me drive away.
Okay, who has common sense?
I do.
I don't.
Okay, someone has common sense. I'm spending a point of your common sense to tell you are planning without researching.
Yeah, well, we kind of need just sort of.
I mean, I'm just listing some. All I'm doing is listing some default plans that stuff like concealment and invisibility lends itself to, such as.
I agree with you, but listening to what is happening, you are all planning without researching.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I was trying to get the schematics of the building.
Yeah, what's in my head is we come up with a few ideas of possible ways to do it. That way, Decker knows what to look for and what to do when they go into the host, rather than have them hack in and then while inside go, what am I actually here for?
Okay, that's a little more consistent than what you had.
So some planning is helpful before.
The thing is, though, we don't know which plan to viable until we have the schematics. Once we have that, then we can rule out any of them and just pick the best one. That's what we need the most. Schematics, blueprints of what security they have, and like what who their security contract is with, and things like that, so that we know the response time. If the alarm goes off, you get the gist.
Okay.
And while this is going on, I'll be trying to learn Orc Set with my deck power by watching a Orc television channel for all day.
Okay, that puts you out of today's legwork. So you want to roll that?
Okay, so Decker is looking.
I can't answer that, can I?
Nope.
Decker is looking for schematics. We want schematics. We want floor plans. We want guard shifts, rotations, numbers. We want any electronic devices and surveillance things that are inside the warehouse or on the outside of the warehouse to be identified and be able to controlled. So those are the first 4 things we want. Before we do anything else, floor plan, guard schedule, floor plan / schematics, guard rotations, and electronic device identification and possible control.
Cameras, alarms, things like any other sensors.
Okay.
And at least a look to see if it is possible to alter the drone's programming.
Also, and this is a possible way of getting some information while the Decker is decking, Mr. Face. Is this warehouse like no one gets in, or is this just like an open facility? Is it literally just a warehouse? Is it like is it a dock wagon clinic as well? Is there a staff? Is there an open office?
It's not a clinic. Have you spent much time in like industrial areas and that sort of stuff?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
So you know how you have like half a dozen of these things racked up next to each other? They have like a front-facing portion with almost like a little admin shack. There's a guard shack at the front, a boom gate. It's fenced off. Roller doors for getting in and out. Logo on the front. Bit of a parking lot. It's a storage facility, or it looks like a storage facility.
There's a big line of them all attached to each other. Are the gaps between each building?
They're built up next to each other. Like I said, one was storing donuts, the other was storing potatoes. One looks like it'd been burned out. It is still the Barrens after all.
Well, what I mean is there a gap between each warehouse, or are they literally adjacent to each?
They are literally adjacent to each other. So what these things normally do is if you take a block, they fill up the block front to back, and they are usually placed next to each other, side to side.
So another possible option is, if another place is easier to break in there and walk over.
That's a thing you could do. That is possible.
Yeah. But
all
yeah, I
options
think
are possible.
Time to sit back and let the Decker do their magic.
Just a quick question. If I use a virtual machine, the program, it uses one slot of software, but it gives me two. So all in all, I have one extra, right?
Correct. But virtual machine gives you an extra slot. But
every
you take matrix damage, you take one more unresisted box.
Okay, I'm looking through my programs. I'm sorry. I don't know them all.
It's okay. Look, I play a Decker as my main character, and even I get lost in my list of programs sometimes.
There's so many.
As you move forwards, it may be helpful to create a cheat sheet for yourself. Let me link you something that I have made for myself.
There's also the spreadsheet that I linked at the start.
Yeah, I do have a cheat. I found a cheat sheet. It has some errors, but it's good to have the gist of what all these programs do.
So I am going to paste into the Roll20 chat a link to a spreadsheet that I wrote for myself. Whoops, from the wrong window, apparently.
That's going to be handy for me because I plan to make my beanie eventually go into some decking eventually. That's my other runner.
I think I have a Google version of that too. But, yeah. So, research, I guess, or hacking times.
Where did you post it? Oh, Runner Hub OOC.
What?
Where did you post that?
It's in the Roll20 link. Roll20 chat.
Oh, I was looking at Discord.
It's okay.
Ooh, handy.
So I wrote that for myself a little while ago. Because I got sick of working out what I was doing, and when I noticed that I had 3 or 4 default configurations that I would just sort of change between as I went along. If you open it in Office, it works completely. If you open it in Excel, it's not perfect. Sorry, in Google, it's not perfect. But, you know.
Okay. Ha! I was right. I didn't get the one that hides where I am.
No, Sneak.
Is it Sneak?
That only protects you from God, though. That doesn't stop a Decker tracing you.
Oh yeah. No, it's the other way around. Demigod. No, wait. Sorry. Yeah, it's God. Sorry.
It makes it harder for a Decker to physically trace you, but if you pop your Overwatch limit, you won't get the response team dropping on you.
Oh yeah.
You'll probably still hurt like hell, but.
And the limit is what, 32 if I remember?
But for Overwatch, it's 40.
40.
No.
Oh, 40, my bad.
40.
It's 32 when God starts to notice that or whatever. Yeah.
It's 40 40 basic, and then there is a quality you can get that raises it to 44.
There's also a quality that you can get that lowers it to 30.
Oh, really?
Wanted by God is Overwatch score 30.
Is anyone on the hub?
That's why I was getting confused.
Is there anyone on the hub who's wanted by God?
Hellwinter is still wanted by God.
That's right.
That sounds like a great.
You can take it at Gen if you want to be masochistic about it.
Yeah. Okay. So, what you want to do, Razor?
Yeah, do you want me to go into that house and figure out what schematics, the guard times, and stuff like that is, right?
That would be helpful.
Very helpful.
Well, I'm gonna chill in the back of this car, and
so
I'm gonna look like a limp sack of meat.
Important questions. Where are you doing this from?
So, are you gonna drive me next to it? No, wait. The host never has any kind of noise, right? To get to it, right?
When you are inside of it, there is
once
no
you're
noise.
in the host, you're good. Getting into the host.
And I can't drive you because I'm busy watching Orc Telly and trying to learn Orc. Well, Orc set. So, yeah.
Correct.
Damn. Well, I still have
Yeah.
this breaking and entering expert where I've been hitching a ride anyway.
Mm-hmm. I'll drive you near if you want. Remember, you can use your agent to assist you on a lot of stuff. That makes things occasionally easier.
If you wish to do so, your agent takes up a program slot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could let it like run and tell me if somebody has marks on myself, right? I only know that if I actually ask.
I would suggest, though, not to have an agent running inside a host. They're a lot easier to spot than you are.
So use it to help you get in and then shut it off once you're in.
How would it help me to get in?
It can help you get a mark.
It can assist you in hacking.
Oh shit, what skill is that to assist in hacking?
So assist works as in, so you are so like the first aid before, right? The doctor was rolling first aid, you rolled your first aid, and then your successes, provided you don't glitch, become...
Oh, it's a teamwork action then.
Yeah, the bonuses.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, assist, teamwork, apologies for the fluff in language.
Okay, I get it. Wait, I gotta count how many things I have. I have the Coastlinger hack on the fly, that gives me like 2 to get a mark, and then I have specialization in hacking hosts. That's hack on the fly, I guess.
That's good.
That would be
14,
16 things. And if I go into hot sim, I get another 2. Is it right like that? So I get 18 against 12. I have so much edge. I'm gonna do it like this.
And that's without the agent helping you. You have to roll the agent, and then his successes can assist you.
Yeah, well. his successor to mine, and then I need to swap him around because I don't want him while I'm in the host. Now I actually don't have to go inside the host right away. That's true. Oh wow! Ha. Oh, and I also have exploit, which give me another 2. Oh damn, that's a lot. Okay, I don't need toolbox, I guess, for the time being. Just imagine I don't use toolbox, but instead I use the agent.
If you could write that down, please.
Written in a box.
Yeah, just edit it and swap out toolbox for agent.
So there we go. I probably changed out the wrong one, but whatever. It doesn't matter.
Nope, that's good.
So my agent gets 6 rolls because it's thing 3, right?
Mm-hmm. So what are you planning? What is your action? What are you doing?
Well, the action is to get 1 mark on this host that's running the warehouse.
Via hack on the fly?
Via hack on the fly, yes.
Okay, so if I go and look at your sheet, that would be hacking 6 plus your logic, which is 12, plus 2 for logic, plus Codeslinger, hack on the fly, plus another 2. And are you doing this in hot sim or cold sim, or in AR?
I'm gonna do this in hot sim, so I get another 2, and shit, how many dice is that?
And are you running silent or are you running loud?
Right now, I don't see a thing. I can run loud. I don't need to run silent, I believe. But don't get the -2. But first, I'm gonna roll the agent, right?
So you're going to use your agent to assist you in hacking. Is that the theory?
All right, so I get 2 successes for that.
So you can take 2 extra dice to your hacking roll, and you can increase your limit by 2.
Ah, damn.
What grid are you working on?
The Emerald Grid still.
Emerald City? Okay.
Yeah, Emerald City Grid.
So when you roll your hacking, it will be 12 plus 2 plus 2 minus 2. Sorry, no, 12 plus 2 plus 2. Sorry, because you are running. You
12
are not
plus
running
2. Wait, I get 12 for hacking, plus 2 for the host specialization.
Sorry, yes, plus 2 for Code Slinger, and then plus 2 for successes. So 12 plus 6.
I'm too dumb to type it plus. Okay, 12 plus the extra for host, plus the extra for Slinger, plus 2 for being in hot sim, plus 2 from the agent. Man, what a roll. 6 successes. Oh, man.
Okay, you can keep all of those.
Yep, I have 7 in my sleeves.
You get a mark on the host, and you have 3 questions you can ask if you want. Sorry. Yes, 3 questions you can ask if you want.
Those will be the same questions I had when I matrix perception it. Or can I see more now?
Well, it depends what your questions are, if you wish to ask any.
Well, I have no fucking idea what I could ask because I don't know what I would see from outside.
Moving
whatever.
Right along. Your next action.
Is there anything running silent? But I can't see that unless I'm inside. So. Okay, I'm going to swap out my agent because I don't need it anymore. I'm going to put in Toolbox that did something. I thought it was pretty good, but I forgot what it does. And then I'm going to hop into the host.
Quick question. Is that OS visible? I'm still not the greatest with Roll20.
What is visible?
So below your deck attributes, can you see a thing that says OS?
No, I didn't see what you rolled.
Down there? Where the ping was? Nothing?
Where do you ping?
You just hold the mouse down and it puts a little blip on. But there's...
Yeah, but I didn't see where you would ping. So...
You must have done it on the wrong layer by mistake.
I don't see anything.
Good.
Nah, nothing.
Good.
Yeah, I hope so.
Right, so, next action. You've swapped out your programs, and now you are doing what?
I'm gonna go into the host.
Uh-huh. Are you silent or loud?
I'm not silent, I'm loud, but I'm gonna look what the other icons around me look like. Do I need to roll for that, or do I just see them? That's what they look like.
Okay. 2 things. 1, roll me your matrix perception, and 2, roll me your edge.
And now I'm gonna see what my matrix perception is. That's int plus computer, right?
Is that matrix perception?
Yeah, matrix perception. Yeah, it's.
Okay. So, as you step into the host, the matrix fades away behind you, and you sort of shimmer into existence on the other side of this wall, and you see in front of you what looks like a. You seen those adverts for the automated Amazon warehouses? Or like the warehouse of the future where there's like automated automated forklifts running around and all sorts of shit.
That is very handy to have. I guess
there are giant shelves that stretch to the ceiling.
Actually, I made photos of such a facility once.
Giant shelves that stretch to the ceiling, covered in boxes, and they stretch as far down as you can see. And shuttling around are little forklift trucks that are moving around. They pick up the boxes, they move them around a bit, they put them on another shelf, and they sort of go round and round and round and round and round. And there is and you can see walking along through the rows of shelves what looks like a night watchman.
Well, I'm gonna try to look like a forklift. I use a wrapper, right?
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, and then I'm gonna use my search program to search for the schematics.
So you're looking.
Oh man.
So what are you using? Matrix search?
Yeah, that would be matrix search to find a file, right?
Mm-hmm. It is. Matrix search in a host takes 1 minute.
Yeah, not much I can do. Does browse influence that? No.
Browse cuts it by half, but it still takes a minute.
Wow. Okay. Blah 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 blah. No, not figure out what I got to roll for matrix perception.
It is
matrix search,
computer plus intuition, limited by your data processing. Sorry.
Did I use toolbox to get data processing?
Data raises your limit by 2.
So much shit. Damn. Oh yes, that's +1 data processing attribute, so okay.
So roll me your matrix search, please.
I have search that's +2, right?
No, it's 1 moment.
Let me find it. Search +2 matrix search for specific data within a specific host. That's what my cheat sheet says.
Okay. Let me just dig up the rules text for that one.
It's in data trails, page 56.
Thank you.
It's actually a legal program.
Sorry?
It's actually not a hacking program.
Search. When loaded, the server program blah 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 blah. This program provides 2 extra dice on a matrix search action when looking for specific data in a host that contains that data. There is no bonus if the ducker is searching for something that originates from outside the host. So, if you want to use it, you have to look for something specific.
Well, I'm looking for the file that has the schematics of this facility.
Mm-hmm.
I would assume that the drones need something like that, so they don't crash into walls.
Okay.
Actually know where they need to go.
Mm-hmm. So, roll me dats, roll them bones.
5 successes, no way.
Okay. So, you send your electronic tendrils out through the matrix, or out through the host, looking for schematics and drone routing paths and these sorts of things. And 2 results pop up. One is labeled load.pth, and the other is labeled patr.pth. Let me just type that out for you.
PATR. Butter. Butter. Whatever butter is. Okay. So I guess I'm not gonna. No, I know where they are, but I don't have to go
recognition. Maybe pattern recognition. I don't know. You should probably get both just in case.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go straight for them. I'm gonna search some more.
Mm-hmm. What else are you looking for?
So what else did you want to do? Oh, I can do a matrix perception to see all the electronic devices and cameras and stuff like that.
We want that, yes. And then we want guard shifts and
yep, I have
numbers.
That written down.
And see if there's an alarm as well. And see if that can be disabled.
Okay, electronic devices. It's what would I don't know. That's
that will find an alarm too. So
does that find an alarm too? Okay.
So if you want to look for devices, that would be perception.
Yeah. Ah shit! I'm in hot sim. I can put an extra +2 on everything. Ah man. I believe that should be. Oops, shit! I forgot to write behind what it is. That would be the matrix perception, the one I just rolled.
Okay, and you're looking for devices attached to
yeah, device attached to your host.
Okay, so you find there's a number of cameras, obviously, as one would expect. There's also a few sort of things that you are fairly certain are door locks or door controls or something of that nature. There's a big red icon with PB written on it. And what looks like so there's a big red icon with PB written on it, bunch of cameras, some things that look like door controls, and a sort of an icon that looks almost like a big console.
How many cameras are there?
Many. And the exact number is neither here nor there. There are enough
that
there are many. Let's put it that way.
So PB and the console appear to be the big ones.
You mean the panic button?
Yeah, that is presumably what a big red button with PB on it means.
Or personal best when you have a new racket.
Pretty sure that's panic button. You might want to take control of that and disable it or something, or at least mark it down so that if you next approach the host, you can hit it and disable it. Sounds useful.
Oh yeah, how does that work? I know I found it now. So the next time in there,
well, actually, if you disable the panic button now, they're not likely to notice because no one regularly presses the panic button because the upper management types get mad when you send HTR screaming your way for no reason.
Oh, that's true. I hope it doesn't have a light that goes off when it's offline. Okay, what else? Oh yeah, then I wanted to search for the guard time.
Well, if it's anything like panic buttons I've seen in real life, it's a very tiny one that is under a desk or up against a wall, and it does not make a light, and it does not glow, because you don't want to pay attention to the thing that you have to hit to gut security in here if you have armed people shooting at you.
So what's next, Razor? And if you could please roll me your
logic plus sleaze if he's looking for being looked for.
Please roll me your logic plus sleaze.
Do I get the +2 for being in hard sim or not?
No, you do not.
Why?
Are you
Jesus Christ!
satisfied with that level of success?
If I'm happy with that? Yeah, nah, I have so much edge. I'm gonna burn. Not burn. I'm gonna use point of edge to reroll.
Burn a point of edge if you like.
Nah, not really. Fuck this edge. I have too much. I never want to see it again.
Hey, I've had a character that burned 5 edge in one run.
I will.
Oh shit! No, I'm just gonna spend 1 point of edge to do what's 11d6.
Spend away.
Away 7.
Okay, that's fine. Keep going.
Now I wanted to search for the god times. If that's inside of this host. I keep forgetting to write behind my rolls what I actually roll. Well, I'm such a dumbass.
So that is your search for the schedule?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, that wasn't that. God damn, where is it? What did it? Oh, it had 10 plus 2, yeah. The search, that also gets hot sim bonus, right?
Yeah, it's a matrix action. You are in hot sim, all your matrix actions get +2 bonuses.
Yeah, I forgot that before. Six successes.
Okay, so you find a box. Well, what looks like a box. Or you are pointed to a box. It's kind of fuzzy how these things work. That is labeled rosters.
Well, that's pretty obvious what it is. Even before it's a hidden hacker, it's gonna kick my ass. All right, so I'm gonna go to the file that's called load.pth. And I'm gonna matrix perception that. As soon as I find the role for matrix perception.
So you roll your matrix perception, and depending
Not quite yet.
on what your results are, I tell you things about the file.
I have 3 successes.
Okay, what would you like to know about the file?
Question 1, does it have a data bomb?
No, it does not have a data bomb.
Is it encrypted?
Yes, it is encrypted.
Oh, great. Rinse and repeat, and I'm going to do that on patr.pth. I'm going to ask the exact same stuff.
This one is data bombed, and it is encrypted.
And then I'm going to go to this magical box, and I'm going to look at that too, intently. Holy crap, 7 successes.
Yep.
Is it encrypted?
It is encrypted.
Does it have a bomb?
It is not data bombed.
And now I have so many questions. I have no idea what I would ask. Are you sure it doesn't have a bomb?
I am very sure it doesn't have a bomb.
Okay, we repeat that until I have all my 7 successes used up.
So, what would you like to do now? You have 2 files that are encrypted, 1 file that is encrypted and data bombed.
All right, I'm gonna go to load.pth and decrypting. I forgot how that works.
So decrypting is an attack action.
Is that an attack?
It is an attack
crap.
action. Breaking encryption is an attack action.
Okay, in that case, I gotta swap around shit. I'm gonna swap around. That's swapping around stuff is a simple action each, right?
Yes, so you can do... It's a free action to swap two attributes or load or unload a program, or you can essentially swap a simple action for a free action, and you can take two simple actions per combat turn, so you can in fact do 3 of those things per combat turn if you do nothing else. But considering we are currently in narrative and not in initiative, I will let you reconfigure your deck.
Whoop-de-doo. I'm gonna go all dumbass risky. Hammer time! And then I gotta hide pretty quickly because everybody knows I'm in here when I start decrypting, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sweet. That's gonna be amazing.
Before you get too far down this, I will remind you that to edit files and
copy them
and crack files, you require a mark.
Yeah. I need to get one. I need to get the decryption rid of it, if that, and then I need a mark, and then I can copy.
Wrong way around. Mark first, then decrypt.
Mark first. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna do like shit. What gives me more bonuses? I think hack on the fly gives me more. Yes, because I have +2. Okay, I'm gonna go to load.pth. And I'm gonna figure out what my skill actually is. That's hacking, right? It's 12. So really the clever is to try to get as many marks as possible and then start decrypting, because as soon as I start decrypting, everybody knows I'm here. Woohoo.
This is entirely up to you.
Okay, I have 12 in hacking, +2 for Codeslayer, because I'm gonna do that. All right, I'm gonna use. Shit! I use hack on the fly on load.pth to get the mark.
Are you satisfied with that level of success?
Yeah, it's gonna be fine.
You are satisfied?
Yeah, I'm just pissing my pants. It's okay.
You do not get a mark on the file.
Ah, motherfucker! Well,
you do not.
I'm gonna get bug out. I think.
You do not get a
no,
mark
wait,
on
now
the
I have
file.
no. They have a mark on me.
There is now a mark on you. And
I know.
There is now
it's
a
really bad.
flashing red light going out throughout the host.
Oh god!
Please
I panic.
roll your initiative.
Okay, that's. No, it's 5 plus 5 plus. $23.
Okay, one moment.
Oh, it's one abysmally bad.
Come on. Ah, there it is. Razor. Add. Host. Add. So you have 23. Host is fast. 29.
Oh, what a bastard. Damn. Oh, the host is really lucky. Jesus Christ.
Okay, so first thing that happens is another icon starts to materialize in front of you.
Yes. It's really bad. I know.
Another icon attempts to materialize in front of you. This is, and that is what happens on the host's turn. You're up.
All right, I completely failed. No, I know I have a mark on myself, but do I still have to detect it?
What do you mean?
Because I failed my sleaze.
Yep.
I know I have a mark on myself. To get rid of marks, I kind of need to know that there's a mark. Do I still have to use like look on myself perception to find the mark to get rid of it?
No. Well, probably yes, but it's okay. May I remind you though that you came in here with an objective.
Yeah, that's true. Anyway, I'm gonna try again to get this goddamn file open. That was 12 plus 2 plus 2.
Are you satisfied with that level of success?
I still have so much edge, I'm gonna edge the rest of this.
What is your sleaze limit? Your sleaze limit is 8, I remind you.
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't get all that much out of 2 more.
You can do what you like. I'm simply reminding you of your limits.
Oh man, it's gonna be so good.
I think that's what exploit does, right? Adds 2 to your limit?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have 7 successes. You do not get a mark on the file. The host.
I hate this fucking file.
Whoa, what?
What kind of file is this?
The
in that case,
the host now has 2 marks on you.
Whoa. So when you go against a file,
defenders win ties.
Yeah, when you're trying to crack a file, it goes against the protection rating times 2, not the host.
To crack encryption, you require a mark on the file.
Ah, yes. And that defends with host rating plus firewall, yes.
Man, everything's gonna go up in fucking flames. Was this a complex action or
yes,
simple action?
It is.
It's a complex one? Okay, I'm gonna get correct now.
You do realize that, oh god. Now the warehouse knows someone's fucking with it.
The warehouse knew someone was fucking with it before.
Yeah, before everything went to shit.
Now it definitely knows.
Please hang on.
Yeah, how do I get 10 minus?
Let me just add a thing.
Well, I could be specific and say the warehouse knows someone has failed to do anything.
So well, more in general, that the warehouse now is aware that something is going on, which means that we may face more security going in.
Right. So.
How do I take the 10 initiative of myself?
So please roll me your. One moment, I just lost my thing. Please roll me your intuition plus firewall.
Yay!
It doesn't zap you. But, unhelpfully, more things are appearing.
Yeah, at this point, I'm gonna go into VR, and then I'm gonna check out. I'm gonna scream, "Oh God!" Because this is getting too hot for me. I can't deal with this pressure. No.
Perfectly acceptable response, I think.
Also, I reboot my device.
Yeah. So is Now it's your initiative. What would you like to do?
Well, as I said, I think it's a simple action to go into VR, right?
It
You mean
another
into AR?
action to
Because
check.
you're currently out in VR.
AR, not VR. AR, yes.
It is a
augmented reality.
Change device mode.
Mhm.
Change interface.
Somewhere, I'm sure, certain.
Yeah, it is simple to swap to AR and then simple to just boot out.
The reboot is complex, strictly speaking.
It is?
Yep.
Well, it doesn't mean reboot the device.
Yeah, not reboot. Check out.
Log out the matrix is a simple. So you can do two simple, he's out, and then just flicks the switch next turn.
That's fine. Okay, so that's what you're going to do?
Yep, I'm getting the fuck out.
Fair enough. Well then. Now what, gentlemen?
That was a very secure file.
That was a fine.
So what did we get from the host?
Nothing at all. Well, I know there's tons of cameras, I know there's door controls, and I know there's a giant fucking panic button, and there's a console. Plus, I know there's plenty of files that are super duper heavy to crack.
So, just for, I guess, your future reference, it's not that the files are difficult to crack, it's that they're difficult to mark.
Yeah, to mark. But I need a mark to get them, and they're all encrypted, so whatever, I can't do anything about that.
It's okay.
Unless there's something I should know.
I know a great many things you should know, but I'm not telling you. You have to find them out.
Yes, there's so many rules.
Okay, so what is your next move, gentlemen?
I did reboot my device afterwards, so
if we cannot get intelligence via the Matrix, let's see if we can get intelligence via reconnaissance. So, we all, unfortunately, are only metahuman and need to sleep. Except one of us.
Mm-hmm. You've also dropped off roll 20, Alex.
I have?
Yeah.
Ah, bugger.
Yes, this is true.
So, what I think we might do is, we're on the end of day...
You're sort of, you're tracking towards the end of day 2. You implied you would have this done in 3 days, so you have a day left.
Well, let's spend the night and most of the day having Tair, just sort of loiter and watch.
Mm-hmm.
Extended reconnaissance.
One suggestion. They now know someone was messing with that warehouse, so security could be increased. How about diversionary tactic? Hack a few other of their hosts dotted around the place, so it looks like it's just a general someone messing with them, rather than specifically that warehouse.
So
you hate me so much, don't
like
you?
to find other dock wagon hosts in the nearby vicinity?
Why do we need to hack other dock wagon hosts?
Because at the moment, dock wagon knows someone's messing with that specific warehouse. If we find
you want the Decker to go into other hosts and purposely set off alarms?
Yes. So Dockwagon doesn't know which specific facility is actually being targeted.
There is another
anyway.
thing.
As for the actual reconnaissance from Tair, yes, there might be more physical security at the site, but they're not going to do anything to someone who's just, idly, around at a different warehouse. They're not going to, like, hey, you need to get away. They're going to guard their warehouse and not give a fuck about anything else because they're fucking security. Also, am I back on?
Yeah, you're back.
So how are we actually going to do this now?
That whole Matrix thing, we don't need to hack someone else because, well, how many random gangers want to test out their hacking skills on the nearest host, which just happens to be anything in the Barrens, like the warehouse.
Yo, guys, check this out. I got this Radio Shack special. Watch this. Oh, fuck, I got wrecked.
Remember, I actually had that happen on a run.
Cobalt, remember? That was our run.
Do.
Yes, that was our last run together.
That was something else, that run. Oh, jeez.
You got
like your average kid today, or some of the really techie ones who have an anarchic bent, will attempt to hack they'll try to hack the Pentagon or something.
Script kiddies.
Because it shows up
in... Did you want an extended perception test from Tyre as he watches this place overnight?
Yeah. Throw me 3 of them.
I mean, you can just set a threshold, and if he doesn't meet the threshold, then he hasn't seen certain things. Or you can just say, I'll make 3 overnight.
Well, make 3 overnight, and let's see what we get.
Extended, right? Losing 1 dice each time?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
14 hits over the course of the night as everyone goes to sleep. Well, at least Regal's going to sleep, because there's not much else he can do.
Yeah, Cobalt will be going to sleep and hopefully soon I'll just running his insomnia now.
Okay, so is he just staying in one spot? Is he going to take a bit of a wander and like generally case the joint?
He's going walkabout.
Okay.
And if it specifically looks like someone is starting to take notice of him, he's going to walk away and then spend some time in the astral looking down, pretending to just be a free spirit. Because by a loose definition, he is a free spirit.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
And then, come back to being physical after the heat's dropped, if anyone notices and decides to fuck with him.
Okay. So, he loiters around the front for a bit, notices that there's a guard shift change at about 10 o'clock at night, and then one at about 4 o'clock in the morning. 6 o'clock in the morning. There's one at 10 o'clock at night and one at 6 o'clock in the morning. It appears that they rock up in a standard sort of private security patrol car jobby. 4 dudes pile out. 4 dudes pile into another patrol car that's parked in the garage and just sort of wander off.
So there are only 4 roads.
As the night goes on, there's not really a bit of activity. There's not really much going on. It's a quiet night. At one point a unmarked like white van that looks like it could be an ambulance but isn't marked up, I don't know, shows up and pulls up to the gate. There's a pause, bit of conversation, goes through the gate.
Can I roll audio on him to see if he catches that conversation?
Sure. Minus something. Long way away, quiet conversation, through a car, engine.
4, 5?
Yeah, minus 4. Not really. He catches a word, delivery, something, 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 refit, something, 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 something. That's about it.
Refit delivery. Okay.
At least they weren't talking about the chick in the office and stuff like that.
As he takes a bit of a wander around the block to see what's going on, all the warehouses have emergency exits. As you would expect from such a thing. That lead directly onto the street. Well, onto a little anti-footpathy thing. It's reasonably well lit. They won't want people skulking up against the walls. There appears to be a few cameras dotted around here and there, but it's fairly quiet, fairly unremarkable.
Any drones on the outside?
Not that you could see. Watcher Spirit's still doing his thing.
Not much. Not really giving a shit. But that does mean that there's a mage somewhere, either on site or much more likely off-site, like coming in and like being like, okay, now we're going to do the ritual to make a new Watcher Spirit. Oh, look, it took all of 4 minutes because it's a Force 4 Watcher Spirit. Okay, here we go.
Watcher Spirits are for. Magical guard
dogs. And you don't need to be on the material plane to do the ritual to summon an astral spirit, to summon a Watcher Spirit. So literally, as in Fluff, astral wage mages just flip around on the astral from site to site that they're contracted to and spend 5-10 minutes making new spirits.
And yeah, they do that. So the Watcher Spirit's still doing his thing. It could be the same one, might not be. Who knows? Anything else? Anybody else want to do anything?
Give me a second. Let me just think about what Taylor might do here. He probably won't do anything though.
Volk, Cobalt, Dwatha? Anything spring to mind that you might want to...
Well, come back to sleep. So...
I'm still medicing.
Okay. Volk?
I'm wondering what security's like on adjacent buildings. Do they have the same sort of barrier, spirit wandering, things like that?
Some are warded, some aren't. The dock wagon one is actually, let's not say that. So Taya was simply looking at the dock wagon warehouse, generally casing the joint.
Tair was looking at the dock wagon warehouse, yes.
Okay, if you want to know more about it, someone's going to have a look at the other places. Take a bit of time observing that.
All right. And the watcher on that warehouse, does it just patrol ground level, or?
It generally sort of zips around the outside of the warehouse, doing.
Oh, keep in mind that if you pop a Watcher Spirit, the mage does not get informed like he would with a normal spirit.
Unless you're exceptionally unlucky and he happens to be watching.
Unless he's watching, or if you somehow completely fuck up and the spirit, lives. Although I think it has one track. You hit it and it's dead.
Well, they're magical security cameras. They're not the greatest things going. But so if you want to case the other joints, that's something you can totally do. But someone's going to have to explicitly do that.
Yeah. So it goes all over the outside, including the roof, but doesn't ever enter the building?
No.
Right.
So you imagine it sort of doing laps around the, lap around the courtyard, lap around the roof, lap around the front, lap around the, just sort of that. You think of like a video game patrol guard.
Mm-hmm.
And then?
I guess we'll wake up the next morning, I'd say.
Unless anyone else is going to throw something at me, we're going to speed of plot to the morning. Cobalt still doesn't get his edge back. Anybody else who spent one gets one back, including you only spent one, right, Razor?
I think so, yeah.
Regal spent one for Tair during the fight.
Yep. Looks
like I got that edge back.
Looks like Razor spent another one.
I'm at 3 now, yes.
Yep, so everybody recovers an edge. Happy days, with the exception of Cobalt, who is unable to sleep soundly and spends the night dreaming about murderous potatoes.
By the way, what's the threshold for insomnia?
4.
Yeah, on basic it's 4.
There's that one, then there's another one which is 8, I think, for serious insomnia.
Yeah, it's the worst one's just it's a nightmare. Yeah.
That's just a disaster. You don't even heal stun.
Hot damn.
Yeah, it's horrible. You never want to have it ever.
Yeah, so I guess we speed of plot to the next morning. So Regal reports all of the Tair reports all of his various findings to you, Regal, about shift changes, 4 guards, couple of cars, something, delivery, something, refit, something. He probably wasn't paying that much attention at the time.
Well, I'm going to in-character roll a straight intuition because there's something that the player can put together from those 2 words that the character might find. So I'm going to set this threshold at whatever you would like it to be set at, and I will whisper you what it is.
Yeah, whisper me what it is, and I'll tell you a threshold. And let me just have a quick gander at your character sheet. Do you have first aid or anything like that?
Me?
Yeah.
I mean, you do have 2 people on the team, though.
Regal does not have first aid.
Okay, no, that's fine. No, this is Regal attempting to intuit something. So.
Because I don't want to just be like, out of character, oh yeah, my character totally knows this from what he said. I want this, this is me out of character coming to a conclusion and then wanting to keep it in character as to whether Regal knows it or not, and then can thus tell the team. So what will the threshold on this be? Straight intuition?
Intuition... let's say intuition plus half logic.
Okay. Threshold.
Are you still uneducated, or did you buy that off?
I bought it off. His sheet will say uneducated and then not uneducated. Because that is how Chummer forces you to buy that off.
That's funny. That's actually really funny. Let's see.
I don't know yet, and yes, I know it still says uneducated on the sheet because it's uneducated is considered a core integral part of being a shifter.
Yeah.
So you can't delete it from the sheet, but you can buy the quality not uneducated for 8 karma to not be uneducated.
It's like you can't, but it's like you have to be dual natured as a ghoul. It just is. Yeah. Let's say threshold 3. It's a bit of a leap. Okay. 4 successes. So draw your conclusions.
Okay, so Regal hears the words refit and delivery and considers that this is a facility that deals with medical stuff and thinks to himself, that sounds like drones. So he does inform the team, hey, I'm pretty sure that there's that they dropped off or were like repairing or something. There's at least 1 drone in the facility. Is the conclusion Regal draws.
Yeah, it sounds like a not unreasonable assumption.
Well, in a warehouse, it's kind of to be expected for there to be a drone to help move stuff around. So, yeah.
But yeah, like I said, I didn't want to just say that, as if I knew it, because that is a bit of a leap of logic to hear that from 2 words. So.
All right. So you have a rough idea of a guard schedule, which is from 10 p.m. till 6 a.m. Something, refit, something, delivery, which you think means something to do with drones.
And also, as real life, I forget, the best time to hit a shift change is like an hour before it changes, because then they're tired and they're waiting for their shift relief.
Or thereabouts.
You either hit like an hour before or right after the shift changes.
Because then they aren't settled in, yeah.
Yep. And you don't hit right before, because then you've got reinforcements. You hit like a good hour before.
Yeah, that's fair.
And we did say we'd get it done in 3 days, but at the same time, that was because we thought he could hold out 3 days. But now Tuatha has been assisting him, so we might have bought ourselves an extra day.
Tuatha, do you want to throw me throw me an edge, and then 2 medicine and a first aid.
Any spellcasting checks in that?
Nope, it's all physical.
That is 1 hit.
Mm-hmm.
Bullet wound specialization for first aid?
No, just flat out first aid. Okay. So, unfortunately, it appears the clinic is quite busy at the moment, but you've managed to take some of the load off the, I guess, the non-triage stuff quite well. So, you know, managed to be of reasonable assistance. The orc is conscious and belligerent, but, you know, thankful. And, you know, you also managed to do a little bit of assistance with the triage stuff, and stretch the supplies a little bit. So yeah, you've probably got a bit more time up your sleeves.
And of course, diseases were helped by magic, etc.
Say again?
Diseases, basically anything that requires anything other than antitoxin, I can provide by magic.
If they'll let you, sure. But yeah. There's also the general day-to-day operation of how do I run clinic and the various things of keeping shit clean and so on and so on and so on. Which is, some assistance can be gained from magic, some cannot.
Yeah, sterilize, for example.
Yeah, so, yeah.
The character's a bit polarized.
Via your assistance, you're able to stretch things a little bit further, but you notice that the dwarf is getting increasingly agitated as the day moves on. Shall we carry on? What are we up to?
Yep. So I will inform the team that this shift changes at 10 p.m. And then again at 6 a.m. So the best times presumably to hit would be around 9 or at like 10:15.
Logically, that would mean there's going to be a shift change at 2 p.m. as well.
That is assuming that it is not like 12-hour shifts, which is imminently possible in the Sixth World,
Well,
especially for security guards.
For the 2 we know, that's an 8-hour shift.
Ah, right, yes, 2 p.m. shifts as well. But at the same time, let's go in under cover of darkness. It all in, just in general.
Yeah, preferable.
And also, places generally have less security at night than during the day. Just one of those things. So, yeah.
Okay. So what do you want to do, gentlemen? You've got a bit more information about the physical layout of the place, and the guard shifts and these sorts of things. How do you want to respond?
Do we know if there's like a back entrance? Is there only one entrance in and out? With all our sections, I'm guessing we would have found that out.
There is Tair did report that there was what appeared to be a row of emergency exits along the back. Yeah, that's possibly a thing.
Yeah, probably about to do them. They might be alarmed. So if we find a way to stay the alarm, we're going through that way. So yeah, that's probably be easier. There'll be less light probably. Less notice. We're going that way. We pick up what we need. We come back out. Lock everything back up so it looks like we weren't there. Unless anyone has a better idea.
Sounds okay.
What are we going to do about the panic button?
Not be seen.
You can always directly hack it.
Yeah, I can
Like
get wrecked by
Matrix,
the...
okay, if you matrix perceive it and directly hack it and it slaves the host, then yes, you defend against the host's stats, which you would be doing anyway if you went into the host. But if you directly hack it, then you get a mark on the panic button and on the host it's slave to it as well. So you're basically, instead of making like 3 rolls to hack it, aka to get into the host, find it, and then hack it from inside the host, you can just hack it directly.
And also, you'd be able to get your agent to assist you as well.
This is true. There is also... Never forget the option of physically finding it.
Yeah, I was thinking
and
about
then
it. I have
the
like
wire.
I have like a data tab that I can put on it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing it would be in the guard post. That's probably where it'll be.
Mm-hmm. So there'll be a guard sat next to it.
Possibly.
Well, if the guard is dead, we don't even actually need to turn it off. Ha!
Killing a guard is messy. I'd rather just disable him. That's the preferable.
I can
If
do
it's all
non-lethal.
possible, just avoid them.
Also, won't the guardian spirit alert whoever is controlling him when it sees us?
Get spotted by the spirit somewhere you shouldn't be. Watcher spirits are thick.
So it doesn't really care if there's a dead guy.
If it hasn't been told to look for it, no. If it has been told to look for dead guys, absolutely.
Yeah, okay, they are about as clever as my agent. Okay, I see.
No, watchers are exactly the same sort of thing as agents. A Force 4 watcher is the same as similar to a rating 4 agent. It's mildly more intelligent than a dog brain, but not by much.
What, the Watcher Spirit or the agent?
Well, both.
Both.
Okay, a Force 4 Watcher Spirit is basically a fucking security camera. It's not even a dog. It's a lizard.
Oh,
it's like it is told, look for people who shouldn't be here coming around, and then it kind of like instinctively asks its caster, well, who shouldn't be here? Anyone who doesn't look like this or who's not wearing this uniform. And then it's like, oh.
I mean, so it's the dog brain. It's not very bright. It's probably slightly brighter than your agent, but not by much.
It's basically, it's got a checklist. If something matches the checklist, it gives an alarm. If it doesn't give a damn.
Yep.
Okay. So we have kind of 2 options. I say we have to take down the ward, and then you can use concealment, and we can go in that way, or we just go in and hope the Watcher doesn't spot us.
I'd like to point out that concealment does work against astral perception.
It does. It does not pass through wards, I believe.
Which is why I was mentioning about the ward. You'd have to take that out first.
Well, no. Regal can roll 14, or Regal can walk through the ward, no issue. Tyr can roll 14 dice versus the ward's 8 to sneak through it, and then once he's inside, he can simply continue the concealment like nothing ever happened.
Yeah.
You'd probably need to drop it momentarily to pass through, I think.
Let me check. I believe you can.
Or possibly take a penalty. I'm not sure how that would work.
Getting around a natural barrier. Awakened characters have discovered elements. You can pass through a barrier with a magic plus charisma versus barriers force times 2 plus dice. If you get any net hits, you pass through the barrier. You can bring a number of friends, spirits, active foci, sustained spells, or other astral forms with you, 1 for each net hit you score. I don't know whether that applies to, considering that the powers of a spirit are considered innate critter powers.
Yeah.
They are not considered sustained spells, so I am not sure whether they simply come through or whether they count as he needs at least 1 net hit to bring the concealment with him.
I would say you would need at least 1 net hit to bring the concealment with him. Probably
that's fair.
1 net hit per person?
That's...
I don't know. That's a weird one. You would need at least possibly more than...
I mean, I'm looking to get at least 1 anyway, and if I get, I'll probably edge the thing just so I can get through it, no problem. So we'll go with that.
It seems easy enough just to wait till the Watcher goes, run for the wall, crack the window, and then you just drop it as we sneak through the window and reapply it on the inside.
There is going to still be that like one moment where anything inside does not have -7 to see you. Keep in mind that I can't. Keep in mind that I can't cast invisibility until I'm inside.
Well, I've got RPC that gives me -3 to be seen anyway.
Which is why someone with high stealth should be the first one in as scout.
Which would be Volcana.
Yeah.
Seems legit.
That way I can give the rest of you a bit of warning about whether or not you'll need that concealment at all anyway.
Yeah, so do we have a solid plan then?
So basically, Tyre is going to put concealment on anyone who's going in as they go in. They're going to break a window. Tyre is going to sneak his way, astrally sneak his way through the barrier, either drop the concealment or just try to get enough net hits to bring it through with him. As you pass through the window, he passes in through on the astral holding concealment.
But that's if the windows are not alarmed.
Point of order. What windows?
Yeah, it's a warehouse.
He's got you there.
No windows.
Some do.
Not this one.
I mentioned an emergency exit, and I mentioned doors at the front. There's been no mention of windows, so you're welcome to look for a window. But it may prove problematic.
Oh, my bad assuming a window. But entryway then, whichever one we use.
Yeah, so we have a solid plan?
Yep, we go through one of the emergency exits, make sure we disable the alarm on the emergency exit, because they normally do have an alarm that goes off when they're opened. Try to disable any cameras if we can. If we can't concealment, we go through, pick up the stuff, we leave, lock everything back up, go.
Okay. Sounds pretty solid to me. Okay. So before we do things, let's take a 5-minute pause so I can get another cup of coffee. And then we will see how you manage to, or not, break into a warehouse.
Right before you go. Right before you go. The raw for a sustained spell going through a barrier it's 1 net hit per spell, not 1 net hit per person you're sustaining the spell on.
Right, but yeah, okay. So, but
Except that only applies if it's an area spell. If it's a single target spell, then you need to sustain a separate one on each person you're sustaining it on.
But a critter power is not a sustained spell. A critter power is simply a thing it innately can do.
Yes, I know it's the thing that it can innately do. Concealment, line of sight, simple.
Yeah, line of sight is not line of sight area and therefore counts as a single target, unfortunately.
Yeah, so you'd... concealment can be used simultaneously on a number of metahuman-sized targets equal to the critter's magic.
So 7.
So I guess that would count as, the way that's written, that counts as 1. That's...
Fair enough. So, he would need... how many people are actually physically going into the warehouse?
I'm guessing that would be me and Volcana. That'd be it, really. I don't think anyone else has stealth to my knowledge.
So he's looking for 2 net hits, which is fine. I'll just try to get 2 net hits as I sustain concealment on you.
Yeah, somewhere between 2 and 3, depending on how many people end up going. Yeah, that seems...
I'm not going in, but I will be monitoring through the image link so I can tell you which stuff we need.
It would be nice to have anyone who's not going in to still be somewhere near the entrance. Well,
obviously.
The entrance we're using, not the actual entrance.
Well, obviously, yes.
Yeah, the only reason I'm not going in is I only have 1 die in stealth.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I ain't got a problem with that.
I mean, Tyre's going in purely because he needs to be able to see you to sustain the concealment, but he'll be going in, spooky style, not walking style.
So you're sending in Valk and Cobalt? Is that the theory?
Yep.
Okay. What are you doing, Razor?
Well, I gotta disable the alarm on the door.
Okay.
Do we know if there's something outside I can plug into? Oh. Also, I'm not sure what action I would do to disable a thing. It's not spoof command. It only spoofs if I'm inside something and.
The action you're looking for is control device.
Is a control device? I wasn't certain what that would do.
Or even
simple action.
You could do garbage in and garbage out. That works.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Like, I don't know, let it send its alarm to my com deck.
I mean, you can spoof command to the emergency exit. Don't activate the alarm when this door is opened.
Right. I will let you chat.
No, but spoof command.
I shall return momentarily.
The problem with spoof command, it only works if I'm in the host. I can do spoof command because then the device thinks, "Oh, the host just told me to do stuff." But if I'm just standing right next to it, I don't.
You
think
can still
works.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. You can still spoof it. Spoofing command explicitly makes the device think that a legitimate command has been given. It doesn't matter where you could be across the world and have enough noise cancellation and spoof that door open.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, I have thought of doing a decker with high enough noise reduction to be someone who literally does it from a basement. He's the definition of a basement hacker. Because you could do that.
Oh, that's pretty handy. Well, I'm going to take a piss.
Although decking still just scared the crap out of me, so. This decking looks very, very complicated.
It's not like once you get it, once you do a couple of things and you realize that it looks complicated because there's a billion things you can do, and then you realize that there's only like 5 or 6 things you want to do at any given point. And once you get those objects down, it's just a matter of rolling a lot of dice. It's still the longest fucking most complicated time-consuming part of a Shadowrun, but it's not as long.
Well, I'm thinking of giving my B&E, my other runner, a cheap Hamatsu because she can break in. She could just do a direct link to stuff and have less dice to go against, wouldn't she? In theory.
Right. Yes. That is. Yes. That is a thing you could do. If you. That is a thing, by the way, Razor. If you are the type of decker who goes in with his team, if you get a UDP cable, you can attach it to a thing and you will have a direct connection to the device, which means that it rolls only its device resistance instead of a host's resistance.
It is amazing. That's why I want my B&E to get it, because she'll just buy a Hamatsu at some point, get a UDP cable, and oh, there's a camera. Connect to it, it's hacked. Done.
UDP cable?
Yeah. So basically, So there's 2 types of deckers. There's van deckers and there's deckers that go in with their team. Van deckers have insanely high dice pools at the cost of their physical abilities, and so they basically sit in the van and hack. They brute force through sheer dice numbers against hosts and devices and such. A decker that goes in with their team is usually a sneaky type decker and will act like Redback, aka our GM's character, who will go in, grab a UDP cable, touch their, either touch their deck to a device via induction port, or UDP cable their deck to a thing, and suddenly they're hacking it against. Sure, they're only throwing like 12 to 14 dice in hacking, but they're going up against 4 or 6 dice pools.
Isn't that what the data tab does?
No.
There's a data tab. Yeah.
There's a massive difference.
A data tap is
what does
different. A data tap gives you a direct connection to 2 devices on either side of a cable. So if you wanted to, you can't get at a camera, but you can get at its cable feed, for instance. Or a data tap is a way of doing a semi-remote direct connection via devices that are wired in.
Now, it's quite useful for, let's say, social infiltrator, and the team needs information. You put a data tap into a cable or to a computer or something, plugs it in, walks off, and then the matrix guy outside the building can deal with this stuff much easier.
It still needs to be connected to something that transmits, but that's...
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but that's just a thing that you can do. So...
Okay, everybody here? Is everybody here?
D is muted.
I'm here. I forgot I was muted.
Alright, I'm back. We ready to go for the go time?
We pretty much are. Yeah. I mean, while we're waiting, because we're going to be doing this at night, I'm going to try again to do an orc set again, and that might it, really.
Do we want to pick up a cable for our decker?
Oh, well, he can pick one, because you can pick one in a stuffer shack. They're dirt cheap.
There's a meter attached to your data jack.
Yeah. There's a meter attached actually to my head.
Okay.
Oh, that's what you meant with the cable. Yeah, I have that cable. It's on my deck and in my head.
How long does the Watcher Spirit take to do its patrol?
It's not in a hurry.
I mean, Regal can just pop the thing if it's really a problem, but it's rolling 4 dice against us.
I'm just thinking, if we wait until it's gone past, how long do we have until it gets back to where we are?
It does about 5-minute laps, but there's a bit of a...
Oh. Right, because that's possibly also enough time to get connected to any cameras there, unless they're really high up. Because the more control we've got over what can't be seen out the back, the more freedom the entire team's got for moving.
Well, I can give you one of my data tabs and you climb up.
Because I think if we could hack the cameras as well.
Sorry, but I've got a data tab, so if I see any, I can just click to it and then you just in directly instead of having to do the whole thing.
Right. If we can loop up whatever the cameras, then whoever's good with stealthing can go in, fill up the bags, and then just come back and drop them by the door, whatever, and whoever's outside can just do the shuttle and load them into the cars. And save a bit of time shuffling that out.
Are you the guy that played Payday 2?
Yeah, well, I am, yeah.
That's basically what I'm thinking. We've got some people inside packing the bags, and then they just chuck them to other people shuttling them into the car.
So it's just a giant conveyor belt, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and I've learned all sets. Yay! Switch threshold 2. So I spent another 9 hours watching an Orc channel.
At least this time you started to understand some of it.
Yep. I mean, the highest one you get threshold is just threshold 3 for rare stuff like Latin and stuff like that.
So we break in?
No, Latin is threshold 2. Yeah.
So it's a plan? We be criminals now?
Yeah.
I'm about to fall asleep.
Before we actually charge in, I want one last look at the side that we're heading in from, the back way.
Here's a thought. GM, as the evening draws near, as we begin, are we going in right after shift change or an hour before, by the way?
Hour before, I think, when they're tired and worn out.
So 9 p.m.
Because they're going to be paying less attention.
Okay, because the thing is, what's the weather like?
That's a good point.
I'm just going to put this out here.
So okay, so we're going before an hour before or 15 minutes after shift change.
I think an hour before.
Okay. So yeah, GM, what's the week as the evening draws closer?
What are we? We're coming into winter, aren't we?
We are?
Yeah, autumn, winter, yeah.
Because I'm thinking I can summon a spirit of water and have it weather control a mist over the warehouse.
That's smart, because then we wouldn't need to do the cameras, yeah.
That's a
So I
pretty
want
thick
to,
mist.
basically, I want to know, is it suddenly going to be like, dude, where'd this mist come from? This is suspicious, or god damn it, it's a fucking foggy night again. Fucking plastic jungle bullshit, or fucking purity bullshit.
So it's cold, or it's getting cold, and there's the standard issue Seattle drizzle.
Okay, so how, if someone's willing to use a common sense for this, how incredibly obvious would it be if it was suddenly very foggy tonight?
Suddenly very foggy?
Well, not suddenly, like if it, because the thing is, weather control activates it builds up over the course of 30 minutes as the critter makes a sustained threshold 10 magic plus willpower test. Threshold 30 minutes. So it builds up over time and hits its peak once the spirit completes the task or hits threshold 10. So it builds up over a minimum of 30 minutes. So how it basically is a heavy fog going to be, this is odd.
A pea soup fog, yeah. But that sort of urban mist, absolutely not.
Okay, and an urban mist would be still good at hiding us, yes?
It would be better at hiding you from a distance, but it's not going to obscure you close up.
Well, no, that's what the concealment's for. Just every little bit helps, yeah?
Yeah, no, so, you know the thing, like when it's cold out and there's a bit of mist, you have trouble seeing maybe the end of the street, but you have no problem seeing across your driveway.
It's up to you, team. If you guys want the extra help, I will summon the spirit and have it weather control a little bit thicker than normal. You know, not enough to be suspicious, but thicker than just the average urban mist.
Well,
Like,
I doubt it's going to hurt us. So.
Basically, GM, what I'm going to, carefully instruct my spirit once I've summoned it, so let's perhaps not put the cart before the horse. But the plan is to ask for urban mist plus just a little bit.
Okay.
If that makes sense. I don't want it to suddenly be pea soup, because that is going to be, wait a minute, something's off.
What the fuck? Yeah.
Yeah. So let me roll that summoning here. When is sundown?
Sunset in Seattle at this time is... Sunset in Seattle is 6:22 p.m.
Okay. Then I will be summoning a Force 7 water spirit.
Okay.
As the sun goes down.
Let me just dig out my
7, damn, what?
I mean, I'm magic 7.
That's prevalent.
Summoning, page 300.
So you will be rolling a number of dice equal to the summoned spirit's force. So you'll be rolling 7 dice against me.
Yep.
The number of net hits I have is limited by the force, so I have a maximum. I can only keep 7 hits on a roll.
Summoning, something, da-da-da-da.
Also, are the guards purely inside, or are there any metahuman guards outside?
Well, there's 4 of them.
I think there's one on the gate, isn't there?
There's one on the gate. Well, sorry, I'm not going to tell you. You need to remember this shit.
There is one on the gate.
Yes, as I remembered. Yay.
So
I don't have to do a memory roll, thank God.
Okay, so let me summon the spirit up. And I keep all 7 of those, because that is the limit. Okay, so I resist 6 stun.
Resist that drain.
And I'll spend a point of edge on that.
And you have 7 edge because what?
No, I have 4 edge.
Oh, you have 4 edge, that's right.
I can only ever have 5 on Regal.
Oh, really?
Shifters, yo. They're limited in their edge.
You're already lucky enough as it is. Okay.
So yeah, there we go. I have used up. I have 3 edge remaining between me and Tair. I have not taken
7 water spirit with 4 services.
Yes, which has it has 4 services and its optional its 3 optional powers are. Or no, how many optional powers per?
You want
Spirit.
do me a favor and throw them in a box down here.
Yep, give me a second. I just need to find optional powers. Optional powers. For every 3 full points, so it has 2 optional powers, and the Spirit of Water's optional powers are weather control and binding.
What? That makes no sense, but okay.
No, not the skill.
Oh, right. So
There's a critter power called binding. The binding power is sticky webbing magical force.
oh, right. Yeah, okay.
Kind of like a spider's web. Yeah.
Strength plus body versus magic plus willpower.
Okay, Spirit of Water. Accident
And let me
okay.
let me put that down there. Okay, so I will instruct it about 35 minutes before go time. I will instruct it to begin using its weather control to summon a slightly thicker than normal urban mist.
And let me just look that up.
So that it is not enough to be overtly suspicious, but just fuck, man. Mist is bad tonight.
Yep. Magic plus willpower, threshold 10, 30 minutes. So it will take at least half an hour.
In fact, actually, I shall instruct this to begin to start an hour beforehand.
Okay.
As it is a sustained power.
Yep. Magic plus willpower.
So that is 7 plus 7. Or let me check. I want to make absolutely sure I'm correct here. A water spirit's willpower is its force. So, yep, 14 dice.
Roll them bones. Okay. So that's half an hour. What time are you starting this?
An hour before we go.
Which is
8 p.m.
Okay, thank you. So
since we're going at 9.
8:30.
Edging that.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay, so
down.
by 9 o'clock there is a by 9 o'clock the temperature has dropped by quite a few degrees, and the rain is quite chilly now, but there's also a mist that rises off the ground and obscures things in the distance. The lights give off a little halo and these sorts of things. Okay.
Perfect night for some Shadowrunning.
Yeah, it is in fact a stereotypical night for some Shadowrunning. It's cold, a little bit of rain, mist off the ground, halos of the lights. It's almost.
So the spirit has 3 services remaining, and I shall have it sit outside with me in a good vantage point over the warehouse.
Okay. And how are we going to get inside?
So Tair will look at Valkana and Cobalt, I believe, are the 2 going in?
Yep.
Okay, so then he will put concealment on these 2.
Let me about that.
Yeah. I did a couple of rolls just now trying to spot the best entrance to use.
Yeah, you got 5 successes on them, didn't you?
Where?
It's further up.
Just before all the spirit stuff.
Okay, visual perception, looking for all possible entrances. Which entrance is the best option? Okay, there is a back door, and there is a front door.
Take the heavily guarded one. I'm sure that's the right one. They will never suspect it.
It's too obvious. They would never see it coming.
Valk and...
I'm not sure if that mist has actually helped you guys or not, but I hope it has.
So
that did cost me 2 of my edge.
There is a emergency exit at the back. You know, with a camera over it, and there is the front door that you guys have had a pretty good gander at. Which entrance is the best option?
Obviously.
Really? Really?
Oh, I was rolling that just in case there was other doors, side doors, like things like that.
Nope. Okay.
Don't you know Dogwagon has stationary machine guns at every emergency exit now?
Well, I've done a visual section from the back door with my phone, like, see there's like a mag lock or anything on the emergency exit or anything like that.
So yeah, the concealment in there.
Yeah,
-7 on dice pools to spot them from all sources, as it is a physical thing that affects cameras as well.
That's fine. Okay, so visual on the back door with magnify. Well, it's an emergency exit. It says emergency exit. There is a lock pad on the side because you don't want people coming in through your emergency back door, and there is in fact a camera over the back door pointed at the pavement.
Okay, and I'm guessing unless it's a really, really good camera, they're not going to spot us. So we're okay on that front.
Depends entirely on a few things, but you know, make all the assumptions you like.
Well, and I mean, Tyre has put concealment on himself. Not that it matters, because he is not going to be walking up with them in the physical.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's see. If we do -7 from the concealment, then plus mine would be a -3 because my RPC. I'm in total -10 on the visual.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm going to throw a bag full of other bags at Cobalt.
I will probably put that underneath or like my overcoat kind of thing. And probably pass some to Volcano as well, because if I'm carrying that many, it's going to make it a bit awkward.
Well, I'm kind of splitting it half and half, so we, yeah, I'm just going to sling mine over my back, barely concealing the assault rifle.
And Cole's going to be checking his head, go, why did you get so many? This is ridiculous.
Well,
I'm hopeful we can get a lot.
Keep in mind, both of you throw me a memory check just for the hell of it.
He did only ask for 5, but...
Yes, he did. So if we get anything more, we might be able to sell it and get more money.
Yeah.
If we're lucky.
If it helps, I am following through any image links, guiding them to the really good stuff.
I was actually just about to say that I've got a camera on my mask, which I'll be linking to DNI, because, frankly, I'm going to need to ask us help to spot the things that we were actually supposed to be grabbing. Because if we just grab anything...
Yeah, well, I've got first aid knowledge myself, so I have a rough idea of what to get anyway.
I have 1 dot in
but
it.
on the other hand,
I
have... Oh, I've got slightly better first aid, and I've been working in the place we're supplying for the past 3 or 4
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. So
between us all, we've pretty much got it covered.
So you have a list, and the dude asked you for about 5 duffel. He said if you each carry a duffel bag, that should be plenty. So you can roughly, you know. So, how do we plan on getting in, gentlemen? We're going to... Cobalt, Volk, what are we doing?
Wait for the spirit to pass, run up to the door, crack it, and then the two of us go in.
Okay, can you see the spirit? Can you perceive the astral?
We're gonna need some help with that one.
So you want me to pop the spirit, is what you're telling me?
No, watch it, and when it goes out of view, that's when we move.
Tyre is in the astral holding concealment on you.
Yeah. Basically, it's just when
I will need Tyre's perception.
Okay. So roll me damn stealth checks. What is your physical limit, Cobalt?
Also, holy shit, RPC rating 3 means an additional -3 to be seen.
Oops. Bloody typos.
Well, actually, no, wait, Cobalt, do you have RPC over your entire armor?
Yes, it's a sleeping tiger, so yes.
Okay.
And what is your physical limit for the pair of you?
I keep all that.
Great. And Cobalt, you get to keep 4 of those.
Yes, I do.
Wonderful.
It's cool. Cobalt has a -10 to be seen. Volcana has a -6.
Exactly.
7, -7.
I appreciate this, however. Okay, so let's bring ourselves up to... What are you doing? So you are sneaking towards the warehouse, I assume?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
You are faced with...
I will, because I've wearing my ballistic mask, as I get closer, I'll switch to the ultrasound, put it on passive to see if there's any ultrasound sensors we should be aware of.
There are not any ultrasound sensors on the outside, funnily enough.
Cool, then I'll flick it back off and then I'll turn it back on when we open the back door.
But the door is locked.
Yeah.
That's why I said when we open it.
The door
So
is locked. It is locked with a maglock.
I can give it a go to crack that, but I thought our deck was going to be helping with that.
You can
How do you
help.
open maglocks?
Yes, could I attach the date tap to it so we could do it that way? Or is there not a wire coming off it, or nearby, or whatever?
The data tap clips to a cable. There is no cable visible, but let me just link a very useful spreadsheet into the Roll20 chat.
Yes, it's I know which one that is. So I have it myself for my beanie.
So you want to break a maglock?
That looks like fun.
It's actually incredibly useful. It's so useful.
So, what did you say it was again? Keypad?
It is a keypad maglock. So how do we want to go about bypassing this thing?
Oh, we're going to have to crack it open.
Mm-hmm. Please roll
So,
your locksmith plus agility.
Can I assist because I've got lock picking?
Nope.
Okay, I thought that.
oh, this is going to suck because my locksmithing isn't, my hardware isn't that good.
No, it's lock picking. It's not hardware.
Locksmith plus agility.
Oh,
Mind you, just remember you can't glitch.
Oh, okay. So my
is just
brain went weird then. Okay then.
What do you mean it's
easy
broken?
enough.
It's no different from me summoning the spirit and having it guard them.
Okay. Well, you've got the case off.
Yep.
It took you a whole 3 seconds.
You look at the case,
Uh,
falls off.
Yes.
Boom.
Yeah, I was going to perceive for him to see if there's a anti-temp on it.
Please roll me your locksmith plus intuition. Or locksmith plus logic, rather.
Let's just put a look at easy. So that's
I can do that.
It's 8. Okay.
Fucking typos.
Okay, there is in fact an anti-tamper system on the lock. It's almost like they don't want people breaking in through the emergency exit.
Yeah, well, looks like I'm gonna have to bypass
Locksmith
that.
plus agility, physical, threshold anti-tamper system rating.
Mm.
And it's another extended test. So.
Nope. It's not an extended test. This is a one-off.
Yeah. So
oh yes. Yeah.
I'm edging that.
Are you satisfied with your level of success? Okay.
I am now.
Happy
Hopefully.
days. Well, here's the happy news. The alarm doesn't go off.
You have successfully bypassed the anti-tamper system. You must now make a locksmith plus agility. Threshold is maglock rating times 2.
Mm-hmm.
Extended test.
So please, by all means, attempt to open the lock. And okay. Door open. Well, the thing goes beep, clunk, and the light goes from red to green.
Slowly swing it open and poke my head in.
Yep, and I'll be looking as well. I'll do a visual perception, and then I'll be doing my ultrasound.
Mm-hmm.
And I have low light.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't it be clever to poke in with your mask? It has a camera.
Yeah, that's why my head's going in.
And do we get anything on the ultrasound on passive?
Not from the emergency exit, no, and not within the detection range of the ultrasound sensor. Low light vision is somewhat unnecessary, and it is blindingly bright inside.
Okay, I didn't know that. Okay, my bad. Anyway.
No, it's okay. It's.
I mean, you didn't really have any means of knowing since you could not see inside.
Yeah. So when you open the door and you poke your head around, it is blindingly bright inside. It's lit up like a.
Oh, luckily, I have flare compensation.
It is.
What does the layout look like?
It looks like a warehouse. It looks almost quite similar to if Razor was there. He would recognize the theory. Long, straight rows with painted tracks on the floor that presumably operate as some kind of guidance mechanism for loading drones. High shelves stacked with boxes and crates and all these sorts of things.
Tahir will now be making his post test to get through the door with the concealment.
What do you hear? You hear...
Actually, no, it's 13. I forgot. I throw an extra 2 dice on that.
What?
Because I forgot because my earbuds, the audio enhancement.
And he keeps all of those.
Well, I'm gonna because
It's still 4 + 6 for me. I tried.
Oops, I'm looking at the wrong window. But you take the point.
So I believe I most definitely have enough net successes to keep the concealment on through.
Yes, you definitely have enough successes to keep the concealment on through.
Okay.
What do you hear? You hear the vague sort of whirring of what you assume is probably some kind of drone. It's quite big, so the sound is a little indistinct unless you have a spatial recognizer, which I don't believe I saw on your sheet.
No, I have not. I've got a quick sound filter, so I can hear footsteps. Probably what I would have programmed in. But...
Okay.
Yeah.
There is the general sound of miscellaneous drone movement as one or two things are possibly moved from one rack to the other or loaded onto a pallet somewhere, maybe. But something like that, Razor. But it's quiet. It's an automated warehouse. There's not a lot going on.
Any sign of patrolling guards or any other metahumans?
Not in your direct line of sight, no. Your line of sight is constrained somewhat by the fact that this place is covered in long, tall shelves. So down the sides of the warehouse, you can't see a guard, and down the corridor directly in front of you, you can't see a guard either.
Okay. Well, I'll have my spectrum filtered to kind of, if it hears a footstep that isn't like where Tuatha would be or whatever, it'll go off and tell me when there's one nearby.
Good planning.
It's one of the great things about having a spectrum filter. They're very useful.
Yeah.
And then I'm guessing we'll start to just walk quietly round and see if we can find the medical supplies and start filling up the bags.
Okay, so please roll me, both of you, say some visual perception checks, and some visual perception checks, and each of these will take 5 minutes as you look through shelves looking for things.
How many of them do you want to do each?
Let's do 2 for the moment.
2 each.
Yes. So essentially you're spending... the theory is you don't know the layout of the warehouse. You don't know where things are stored. You need to search for things. Ultrasound is going to be absolutely useless at looking at labels on crates.
And I keep all those successes on mine, on both of mine. So I pretty much see everything.
Did you gain a bonus from ultrasound or no?
No.
Okay.
Didn't add any.
Right, and magnification also isn't going to give you a bonus really either.
Trying to sort of half keep an eye out for guards as well.
Tyre, you know what? Tyre will keep a lookout for guards, allowing you guys to look fully at the crates.
Well, I'm actually thinking Tuatha's going to be looking at the crates quite a bit through my camera and just going, that one, rather than me looking, because I don't have a clue what I'm looking for.
Well, Tyre is not doing so. I will use another point of edge to have Tyre keep an eye out for guards while this happens. Okay, 6 hits. He is specifically looking only for guards. He is not looking at these silly human, metahuman label things.
No, you shut your eyes and walk into a wall, Razor. Just as you blink, you walk into a wall. Okay, so Volcana, you search up and down one hallway. Cobalt, you search up and down another hallway. And Tuatha is providing a bit of backup. You're find a yeah, Tuatha, can you throw me 2 visual perception checks with a -2?
What are we rolling?
Well,
I'm going to edge that post-it.
Would they get a bonus because I'm basically half muttering, reading the labels on any crates that might be labeled?
Whoa, hey!
There's that successes. Okay, that's the first one. And the second one?
The second one I'm going to pre-edge.
Hey, big spender.
What is this a roll for?
So they're feeding data to Tuatha, who is saying, stop, grab that, grab this, grab that. But it's, a little awkward to do through an image link.
Yeah, I mean, I don't need that because I've got first aid, but Volcana does. So.
Okay, that's close enough. He doesn't tell you to grab anything.
I forgot the exclamation point.
So you did. Doesn't grab anything obviously stupid, or doesn't tell you to grab anything obviously stupid, but it's a little slow going, so you've managed to fill one duffel bag each with miscellaneous light bits and pieces and so on and so forth. You do notice a couple of large crates as well down the one end of the thing, sitting on the floor. Down one end.
I will do a visual perception on the crate, see if there's any labels on them or anything that tells us what it is.
Mm-hmm.
I see everything about the crates.
It's a crate. It's a steel crate. Looks like a shipping thing. There is a big Dock Wagon logo on the side, and it is a big Dock Wagon logo on the side, and it looks like someone stenciled out CAD MK1 on the side.
Okay, I'll roll. Can I roll first aid to see what that is?
Yeah, sure. First aid on the stencil info. What are your knowledge skills? Cobalt. One moment.
Well, if needed, I could feed that on to Arthur as well. So, okay, can you help me with this?
Yeah, hang on a minute. Let me.
Yeah, I don't have any medical knowledge skills, unfortunately.
That's okay. Let me just have a quick gander at what you do have. Knowledge skills, bars and clubs.
I have lots of other things.
You do have lots of other things.
Yeah, I mean, this guy is generally helped with legwork quite a lot, and then he runs out of steam. That's
Yeah.
social.
But unfortunately, none of them are useful in this case. You think it might be some kind of heavy equipment or some sort of larger piece of maybe medical gear, but it's obviously expensive, whatever it is, because it's in its own special crate.
Yeah, I would ask if, like, Arthur knows what it is. So,
I believe you can use any active skill as a knowledge skill in that exact field if it's directly relevant.
Yes, you can. That's why I rolled first aid on it.
That's what the first aid was for. Unfortunately, it's
And
only 2
I
damage.
have, first off, knowledge skills. I have biology, if that's relevant.
Nope.
If it's not, biotech skills.
Let me just have.
I have biotechnology, cyber technology, medicine, and first aid. Also, if it's somehow relevant, I had, until it got torn apart by dragonflies, a medical drone.
Of what?
No actual skills with it, but if it's of the same make or model, I'm pretty sure I just recognize it straight up.
Of what flavor? When you say medical?
The dust off.
Dust off. Okay. Well, it's not a dust off in a box. That would be a very big box. But it's possible it could be a drone of some description. Pardon me. Whatever it is, it's obviously expensive. It's in its own special crate and it's sitting on the floor. It's probably, you're right. Sorry, go on.
How heavy is the crate?
I don't know. Go up and have a look.
I need to know how heavy it is, and if possible, I could ask Regal or his ally Spirit to conceal the crate and we move it out.
Okay, that's going to be an additional thing that he's going to have to smuggle past through the thing again, but he can easily do that. I have one edge left on it, so.
Yeah, could be, because it looks like, well, so even if the dock doesn't need it, we can shift it.
There's another option here. You have spirits other than your
I have a water spirit currently with 3 services remaining.
Then just ask it to stick its head through the side of the crate and take a look.
That involves getting it past the ward.
But here, or well, obviously your Alfred can do that without having to do it because he's already passed.
This is true. He's already in the astral. Okay, Sire will go.
Hang on, no, there's a problem with that because that would break line of sight with the people he's concealing.
Okay, so he does not look through. Okay.
But yeah, so how heavy is it?
So you go up and you give it a bit of a look, and you can move it. You could probably lift it if there was two of you. It's about it's about 3 feet long by about 1.5 feet tall by about 2 feet wide.
There is an option. If it is a drone in there, and if it's in one piece, we crack the lid, data tap it, and get our decker to just reprogram it and get it to walk off on its own.
Okay, so when Cobalt moves to like pick it up, is it like, fuck, this is a bit hard to move, or is it like I can't move this shit at all?
It's one of those things of I could carry this if there was two of us, one on each end.
There are two of you in there, Cobalt.
But I wouldn't want to try dragging it, for instance.
Basically, I'll say, right, we need to sort out the bags first. We'll take the crate out last.
Yeah, and you can physically toss the duffel bags out.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, okay. Here's the thing: if you toss the duffel bags out, they are not being concealed, which means
which is something I've already thought. Which means we'll put them like near like the back door, and then when we're ready, we just leave.
Well, does the camera have a cable?
Let me roll a thing while you continue talking. Don't stop talking, by the way.
Oh yeah, just seeing everything. I did a visual protection on the back door before I.
You guys, we do not need the drone. You have the bags required to complete the mission.
Some of the bags required.
Yeah,
right,
we need to finish the bags first.
Why don't you finish focusing the bags, and then we can discuss: do we want to try the crate?
Yeah.
Okay.
The big crate. The thing I'm thinking about is it might be expensive, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's something useful.
Did you want me to roll medicine to attempt to identify it, like if it's medical equipment?
Yeah, go ahead. Because we need to continue searching. So while you're doing that, we'll do two more perception tests, I think, for the GM to first find stuff.
Also, let's rolling 10d6. Okay.
Well, you don't glitch that, Tuatha. Actually, fuck. Wait a minute. You do glitch that because Tahir is not within line of sight of you, Tuatha.
Yeah. 6 out of 10.
Unless you edge it, then yeah.
6 out of 10. That's unfortunate.
Unless you spend an edge to downgrade it and do not glitch it.
That would be my last edge, and I'd like to keep that for if things go sideways.
So you have glitched the identification roll.
Aren't you sitting in a clinic?
No, I think he came along from memory.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I was asking
because I am the field medic, so when things go sideways, I can be on site to heal.
That, and I asked earlier that the rest of the team should be nearby, and no one said that they weren't going to be there. So I'm assuming everyone's just outside the back door.
I've done my 2 perception tests to find more stuff to go in duffel bags.
Yep.
I've got good successes on them, so I'm happy with that.
4 and 5.
And there's 2 for me.
Excellent. Okay.
So it was a glitch, but not a crit glitch, so it might have succeeded.
It's probably medical, but for the life of you at the minute, you can't quite recall what it is. You're probably more focused on the things on the shelves. And just for amusement's sake, you as you're dragging the second lot of bags back towards the well, where are you putting the bags once you fill them? You filled 2, you're now filling 2 more. Where are you putting these bags?
I'm kind of putting them amongst the shelves, but like at the back of the shelves towards the back door, so they kind of blend in almost with what's on the shelf, so it's not going to stand out.
Okay, so you're
So
not leaving them piled up on the floor, for instance.
No.
Ah, so it's not like Payday? Ah.
Never hurts to check. Sometimes you never know
Yeah.
what people might do. Okay.
And then get themselves caught in the process, yeah.
As you're heading towards back the second one, roll me an audio perception. Both of you, I guess, seeing as you both had the filters going.
Wow, I'm rolling really good at the moment.
I'm glad you are.
Okay, so as you bring your second set of bags down towards where you're stashing them, Crimson, you hear what sounds like footsteps getting closer from some direction, presumably from the front of the warehouse. You're not entirely sure where, but they are definitely getting closer.
Okay, then I would inform someone and say, can we get eyes on that location from your ally Spirit Regal?
Do you want me to break? Okay, so you want him to roll perception to see if he notices it?
Yeah, basically. Don't willing to break line of sight on us, but you know what I mean.
Can't see a great deal, but you can sort of hear the footsteps. It's hard to see through nearly ceiling-height shelves.
But you can hear the footsteps, can you?
Yeah, footsteps, they've gotten a little closer.
Is there any way to hide? Yeah.
We are concealed, remember?
Yeah.
Tyr now has two options the moment he sees this guard, if he sees it. He can influence the guard to say, you need to go take a piss break, or he can accident the guard.
Question. Did you leave the door open or closed?
Common sense, please. Can someone common sense?
Yeah. Common sense, and yes, we would have closed the door behind us. We aren't that silly.
Yeah.
Let's mark a point of common sense off somebody and we close the door.
Again, you would be surprised.
That's why common sense is not so common, GM.
Yeah, common sense is so rare, it's a goddamn superpower.
Pretty much.
Sounds like something my mum would say.
My common sense is tingling.
I'm looking for that at the very moment.
Who was the
I'm gonna see if there's some space on a nearby shelf I can just sneak into. Because I don't want to just stand there relying on a spirit helping. I want to at least
attempt to
try something.
Conceal yourself amongst, next to a box or a crate or something. Okay, please roll me sneak. Your sneak plus your agility.
Yeah, that'll be edged.
Holy crap, that's unfortunate.
The odds of that are, hang on, what are the odds on that?
Very low. And
in one hit on 16 dice is oh god, it's okay. That's so small.
How many points?
99.77 chance of getting one, which means you had 0.22 chance. Yeah, it's just
vanishingly small. How many points of edge do you have, Volk?
I have one more left.
One left.
I've got 3 and I've used 2.
You used one on the door and you've used one now.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
And I'm going to see myself so I can be somewhere where I can have a better line of sight down the aisle and still be kind of just in case.
Okay. And what are you going to do, Cobalt? You're going to stand sneaking myself to hide slightly within line of sight. Oh man, that's almost a glitch again. God damn it.
But not quite, so.
Oops, let's just have a look at a thing. And I'm doing it again. There we go. And 5.
How close do I see him get to me?
So as you nick around the corner and sort of conceal yourself behind a box, you the footsteps get a bit louder, and then sort of some whistling vaguely starts, and guy sort of patrols past, sort of wandering along the edge of the warehouse, stops, looks at the door, looks down the corridor, keeps going, looks down the corridor. Sort of his eyes roll over where you put the bags. He shrugs, keeps going, steps on, and then after a couple of minutes, the footsteps sort of fade away into the general sort of whir of air conditioning and the occasional drone noise.
Phew. Okay, so we have one more bag to get. I guess we both put up one bag each. Then we sort out the crate and leave. How's that sound?
I'm thinking we're getting quite a lot to carry. I think we should take these 4 out now, because I somehow don't think we're going to manage to carry 3 bags and a crate each.
Good point. Okay, so yeah, we carry one bag in each arm, we go out with it, and then we come back in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
What are you doing with your spirit, Regal?
Are they leaving?
Yes, we have to take our current bags out, and then we'll come back in and get the rest.
Then I guess I'm pushing through the barrier again to keep concealment on you.
Mm-hmm.
Can't you put something on the camera so we can turn it off? All you need to do is track them out.
So you're going...
I mean, I could tase a camera to kind of disable it, but then that would get someone's attention, so no.
Well, if you really want, I can crack the case and put a data tap on it.
It's above the door, and you're carrying a pair of duffel bags.
Yeah, well,
And
it'll be on the way back in, probably.
And also, the camera might be high enough that we might need a ladder to do it, which we don't have.
Well, I think he said it was just above the door, if I'm hoping.
It would
But either way, disabling a camera might alert security if you don't want to do this.
Alright, how many bags do we have? Because
We have 4 right now.
Out of character, I have an hour until I have to go to sleep.
Yeah. Well, we have 4 bags done. We're going to take these out, go back in, fill in 1 bag each, move out the crate, and we're done. That's it.
How many bags do we need? Did the guy say we only need 5?
We need 5, but the time it takes for one person to do 1 bag, I can't do any. It makes sense for someone else to do 1 extra, so it takes the same amount of time.
Okay, because I'm just
And
all I'm saying is
can't
that
move it on its own.
all I'm saying is the more times you go through that barrier, the more times Tyre has to pass through, which means the more times he has to fail, which means the more times it has for the mage to suddenly be, hey, someone's going to the ward. You should probably take a look at that security.
Yeah.
Except if it's only 5 bags, one person can carry 2.
One person
Yeah,
can
which
carry
is what
3.
I'm saying. We carry the 4 out now, we go back in, we do another bag each, so we have 1 spare for something afterwards. And then we
Why don't you just grab 1 more bag right now and then go out and we call it a day?
Because one of us cannot carry 3 bags.
Why not?
Manage it. It would just be heavy and complicated.
Well, Cobalt can't for sure because he's only got strength 2, so he's probably couldn't.
Volk?
She's a weed as well.
So yeah, we can't do it like that.
I might be missing something, but is there something stopping our ally spirit from materializing and carrying a bag?
The fact that he has only 6 dice to sneak, even while being concealed. But he could, if you wanted. If you guys can identify a 5th bag of materials, he can carry it.
Okay. Well,
in fact, hold on. With 7 strength and he's not going to, but with 7 strength and 7 body, he could probably carry the drone bag, the drone or the big crate by itself. He's not going to. He's going to. He will. If you present a bag to him on the floor, he will materialize and pick it up and then sneak out with you guys.
Well, in that case, we grab a couple more bags now, give the spirit a couple to carry, and we just head out once and leave.
Yeah, because then we don't get embarrassed any times.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we get as much as we can, we leave, and then we're done. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Just toss me one perception test each. What's that?
Including me?
For Regal.
Oh.
Yes, including
You meant...
I meant the people doing the looking.
Excuse me.
Okay, what the hell?
Sorry, sneezing. Okay, so Tyre, that was Tyre's test, the 3.
For what again?
You said make a perception check, right?
Yes, sorry.
Everyone inside? So
no,
Tyre made the perception check.
Cobalt and Volcano, they've been doing the searching. Tyre's just been sort of hanging around looking spirity.
Yeet.
Do I contribute to the search again?
Yes, please. Just one is fine.
Yeah, but he only needs help from Karen, so he only needs to do one roll.
Okay, that's a crit. Well, that's not a crit glitch, but I'm going to post edge anyway because we need that last bag, I think.
Sure.
Hopefully, one success is enough.
This one takes you a little longer, instead of taking sort of 5 or so minutes. This one takes you about 15 minutes to fill up. But you managed to get there in the end. Between you doing a fairly good job of searching through the shelves and Tuatha offering a bit of feedback about that looks like the right thing. That's not on the list, and I can't see the thing that's on the list, but that's probably going to suffice. You get there in the end, but it takes you a little longer than normal. This is probably all up taking you around about between the this and the that and the waiting and the throwing and the sewing and the sewing. This is probably taking you about 40 minutes all up.
And we've done what, 6 bags in total now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah.
So that's 3 each, or 2 each if you count Tuatha. So
yeah.
Now what?
Now it looks like it's time for us to aggress.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And I guess we're going to be leaving the case behind.
Dunno, are you?
It's not worth the extra effort because there's too many variables of trying to push it through the barrier while concealed and stuff.
Yeah. The only thing I can think of as a last minute thing is send the spirit in to just grab it and run, but nah.
Alright, so Tyre will, as they are approaching the door, like at the last possible minute, Tyre will materialize, grab the 2 bags he's carrying, easily heft them over his shoulder, and begin to push them through the barrier.
Yep, roll me that roll. Roll me that barrier push.
And he's gonna. I will spend my second to last point of edge on that. There we go. 8 dice. Right hits. That is 4 net hits. That is easily enough for the 2 folks he is materializing and for himself.
Okay. Are you still maintaining concealment?
As we walk out, yes.
And we need to replace the case on the lock and reclose the door. Otherwise,
Well, in that case, if you 2 would please hand your crates to your bags to Tyre. Tyre will begin walking under concealment a good distance away to set them down somewhere safe, still maintaining line of sight with you 2 as you hook up the case back.
Okay.
Okay.
Because we're not going to be going back in to get the case.
Are the bags somewhere where we could grab them? The people are standing outside. Maybe? No?
I think Tay was carrying them across the street, I think was the theory.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Since again, 7 strength, 7 body, I'm pretty sure he can lift all 6 bags.
Yeah.
All 6. Yeah.
It's going to be slow going. It's going to look a little weird, but it's doable. So you
Yeah.
want to
Hey, concealment. No one sees him.
You want to try and put the lock back together, huh?
Yep.
I'm sure we could just leave, but
No, it's fine. Please roll me your locksmith. Who is putting it back together?
that'll be me.
Yeah. And I'm not allowed to assist, am I?
No. Please roll me your locksmith plus agility. Limited by physical.
And that just hits my limit as well.
Cool. And again.
Wow.
Should have been 14, but anyway.
Oh.
It's okay. Alright, so the light changes from red to green and sort of goes clunk and resets itself. Are you going to attempt to reassemble it completely, or are you just going to leave it there?
They're going to do some inventory check at some point, so there's no point completely concealing it.
But if you completely sealed it, then it covers completely our tracks.
So right now it's cracked open, but locked again. That's what it's looking like.
Okay, I'll stick it back on.
Please,
So is that a new roll, or?
please roll me your locksmith plus... Well, do you want to reset the anti-tamper system?
Generally, I said yes. If we're going to do it properly, then yeah, we reset everything back to the way it was.
Okay, fine.
Please roll me your locksmith plus agility. Are you satisfied with that level of success?
We're almost over, so I'll blow my last dead.
Okay. You managed to reset the anti-tamper system. There's a little blinking red light in the middle of the maglock guts now. You gonna put the thing back on?
Yeah.
Okay. Locksmith plus agility.
Put like a little note with a smiley face on it. Just underneath all that crap.
And continue.
It'll be 14 dice, yeah.
Okay. You slot it back on. Relatively well. It looks like it was before. The camera is still blinking above the door. The lock is back. The little red light that shows it's locked is locked. Would you now what?
And of course, the door is closed as well, obviously.
And
yes,
the
otherwise,
door
that'd be a bit weird.
Yes, the door is closed as well.
I was just making sure, because you never know.
Okay. Polish it for good measure. Okay, so you...
And I will gently tap Volcano back, saying, nicely done.
So you have a trunk full of toys, and presumably a delivery to make.
Yep. And we have one bag left over to sell at the end. Someone needs to check if there's tags on any of this stuff before we hand it off.
Good for you. I do have a what is it? Tack eraser and the. Fuck! I'm so tired. What's it called? The
Bug scanner.
thing that says bug scanner. Yes.
Or someone can just do matrix perception on it, and then we'd see what's on them anyway. But,
Yeah,
yeah.
you can just look. Matrix perception works fine too.
Okay, whatever. I'm just going to do major perception.
Just see if there's any like tracking tags on them, basically. And if they are, we just wipe them.
Major perception, that's int and computer. Yeah, 7 successes. Do I see anything?
There is a whole mess of RFID tags on this stuff, but it mostly looks like reporting gear and diagnostic stuff and, you know, the general sort of medical jargony stuff.
So there's no tracking ones?
Yeah, no trackers.
Yeah, no stealth tags or nothing running silent. It's a bunch of medical supplies.
Yeah, you'd think that they are full of tags to find them back. So, okay, it's clean, sweet. Enjoy yourselves.
Then yeah, we're going to drive off and give the doctor the good news. We'll keep one bag left over to sell afterwards for extra money. And done.
Alrighty, so you go and deliver your stuff to the doctor. Or you, when are you doing that, by the way? Are you going to do that now? You going to do it in the morning? When do you want to do that?
It's 11 right now, right?
Yeah, so it's going to be shut.
Yeah.
So yeah, we wait until the next day. We kind of, we all go in. I go with Schwasser and Emily. I'm still going to arrive next morning. I need to roll my insomnia just in case.
Mm-hmm. Please do so.
I have the worst night of sleep ever.
You do not sleep a wink.
Wait, we're dropping the stuff off with the doc, right? Run.
Well, do you want to do it now?
Yeah.
Or do it in the morning?
We have to wait until the morning because it's going to be shut. It's 11 o'clock at night.
I don't think that clinic looks like one that shuts.
Actually, I found his website. When is it open and when is it closed?
He's
An alternative to that, I consult my memory as to whether or not there were night shifts while I was working there.
Well, looks like he works on his own, so he's got to sleep at some point.
Just saying. GM told me I found out the opening hours. I just never asked when they were.
It is unfortunately not quite open at this point in time. The poor bastard has to sleep at some point. Opens at 7
Alright, we go to sleep, drop it off in the morning.
Yep. Drop
Yep.
it.
Yep.
Take the stuff back. Dwarf, you get ushered in to see the dwarf. And as you walk in, you recognize there's a very familiar orc standing in the surgery, arguing with the doctor.
That'll be Ronnie.
And
And I'll be wearing my armor jacket, not my sleeping tiger and all that.
arguing with the doctor. And the orc looks at you, looks at the doctor, and says, "These boys said you was looking for security."
Yeah. I thought someone had dropped by to the doctor, tell him the arrangement.
We had someone specifically mentioned that they were calling ahead to be like, "Hey, we've got the gang off your head, and they've actually accepted and they've actually agreed to work for you as security."
Yes, because we said that to Swasser for you to then tell him.
Sorry, you did my mistake. Let me rephrase that. He doesn't want to pay me.
Well, his payment could be as in he helps your members for free. That would work.
Thought that's what the deal was.
Yes. Do I have to roll negotiation to help with this?
Yes, that would be good. If you could throw me a negotiation, that would be helpful.
If anybody wishes to assist, they can.
I thought you were the only one that went inside, but whatever. I actually have 5 dice in negotiation, so I can roll to help, or what?
Please do, if anybody wants it.
Okay.
No.
Well,
I have 3 dice, I'm not rolling.
Unless someone actually feels like saying something, there's not a great deal of negotiation.
Yeah, that's what I want, right?
I've done my bit, kind of saying, yeah. Do I get any situation modifiers to help?
Not really.
Okay, so I'm just rolling because I haven't got first impression.
Nope.
I'm just rolling 14. But it's not a contract, is it? It's just a standard negotiation, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And I get to keep all of them.
He grumbles a bit, and looks at you and goes, "Yeah, all right, all right." And he sort of wanders back outside, and the dwarf looks up at you and goes, "Oh, I appreciate the offer for the. I appreciate you sorting out my security and noise problems, but do you have the supplies?"
What do you think we're carrying in our bags here? And just plunks it on the table.
Very good.
We have 5 bags.
Very good. Who is going? I will need extras if I'm to look after these fools as well. Do you have anything useful with you?
Well, we brought back an extra bag.
Just in case.
You brought back an extra.
So, we have 6 bags in total. Job done.
I will pay you for your extra bag. The extra supplies. And with that point, I think you have completed all the objectives and managed to get shit, not get shot, and somehow not set fire to him.
So we did everything in the most, well, friendliest kind of way we could.
You did almost everything. You missed a few bonuses, but anyway, with that, I will cut the stream. Thank you very much, whoever is watching or isn't, and enjoy.